says we the people. Who are those people? Those people are the states. They're not individual human beings. The people in the state. Listen. If you read the Constitution, the document itself, and you go all the way to the bottom where they signed, it says witnessed by, and then it has witnessed by representatives of the states. The people named in the document, the people that are the parties to the contract are the states themselves, not the people of the states as an organization, right? Think of it like this. You have Walmart, Boeing, all these companies, right? And they all sign a joint contract, right? And the people in that contract are these corporations. And this is analogous to that, except for these people are the individual states: Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. Yep. Those are the people. So, and this is just because there's a legal case that said no man. This is exactly what the court said. No man can sue for breach of the Constitution because he is not a party to it. The states are the parties, and only they may complain.
How does the state complain?
It would sue. Listen, it would sue in Article 3 court. That you would sue in the Supreme Court, basically, under the Article 3 clause.
So my silly little question was based on what if hypothetically, and I understand that not everybody's on board with this idea, it's just a hypothetical thing. What if we were to rewrite the Constitution and delineate rights based on the 10 Commandments?
So I would say
dangerous.
Instead of rewriting the Constitution.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Well, the Declaration of Independence, the first sentence or two, is about all we need to establish rights, at least in my opinion, right? It's we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and I would change the pursuit of happiness to life, liberty, and justly acquired property. And
right. So stop right there for a second. Stop right there. Based on what you just said, it's impossible in principle to create a document with the enumerated rights of an individual in totality. Would you not agree? In other words, we have unlimited 100%. Rights. It's impossible to codify them in a piece of paper.
Well, you could talk about it in general terms and cover it pretty well.
So I think that
the problem is what this does, if you follow this train of logic, it cedes the rights that you have to a codified document rather than retaining the rights that you have, and the documents only create restrictions on people infringing on the rights you have.
That's why
that's the difference between positive liberty and negative liberty.
Right. That's why I think the Declaration of Independence was very eloquently stated when it says, endowed by the creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and right. So it doesn't enumerate all of them, but it certainly establishes where the rights are garnered from, meaning where we are given rights. It's not from the state.
We got granted certain rights by God just because we're alive and born here.
Which nobody can infringe upon, right?
That's the idea.
Well, see, let me hip you to this thing that used to exist, which doesn't exist no more. I was talking about this the other day about like sleeping on rights. So there used to be things that aren't used anymore, and like you're not going to be able to appeal to them anymore because human beings don't use them, right? So something called a writ of right. So there's rights that we know exist, right? That everybody recognizes, right? No one has a right to impede my travel. No one has a right to hurt me without compensation. No one has a right to do these things. But because of what AI said, because rights are innumerable, right? They're infinite. Every possible iteration of right someone could claim. There's something called a writ of right. And if you wanted to proclaim some right that someone was infringing upon or didn't recognize, you would draft a writ of right and submit it to a court, right, for whatever that issue was. And you would create a new right. Not a new right, a newly recognized right, a right that already pre-existed that the public or society did not take what they call legal cognizance of. Right, so there's always an option to make a new declaration through this thing called a writ of right. Like, hey, I wanted to like walk from here to there, and skip and jump rope instead of walk, and someone tried to stop you. You would create this writ of right, and that would basically be a declaration. I have a right to do this, and it would be on the other opposing party to demonstrate why you actually don't have that right through facts and evidence.
Correct, and couldn't you technically do this proclamation within the public domain, and if it's not contested within a certain amount of time, it becomes basically
you
law.
make a public notice, put it in the newspaper, like post it on the side of a wall, like wherever.
That's why anytime you see like signage for like a meeting of your local council over some certain project that's going to be done at an intersection or something like that, it always says posted, meaning blah, 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 blah.
Exactly, because due process means notice and opportunity to be heard. So somebody's doing something, like say someone has a beef with you, right? Some piece of property you own. Your tree is falling into it. And they can summons you into court. And if you don't answer, they can do a public notice. And if you still don't answer after a public notice, the court's just going to hold you in default, and they're going to do whatever the other person wants. But there's a rationale behind this. The rationale behind this is that you don't truly have an interest if you're not protecting it. And a reasonably prudent person with possession of their faculties and is competent would be protecting their property. They'll consider it you abandoned your claim, right? And they're going to execute the other person's claim. So a public notice is enough. So if someone actually has an interest, in my example, skipping rope down the street, right? Someone has a legitimate interest in me not skipping rope, and I give a public notice and they don't respond to it, that's their problem, right? If they truly had an interest, they would have been paying attention and
This is where we use that phrase a lot. Actions speak louder than words do. So you might say, well, I didn't have my chance to be heard. And they say, you were heard by not showing up. We heard you loud and clear. You don't care.
Yep, exactly.
Now, this actually happens a lot. This happens a lot in property law. It's called contract by estoppel. Now, contract by estoppel happens in other areas too, but it's very prominent in property law where you basically let your neighbor use a certain portion of land for like 30 years. Technically, it's on your side of the land. They go to sell their house and they include that part of land as part of the sale. Then you say, hold on a second, that's mine. You know what the court's going to say? No, you let them use it for 30 years. It's theirs.
That's right. That's why it's substance. It's substance over form. The law always takes substance over form. It's what are you doing in action? It doesn't matter what your words are. So if it's like, and this is a common like fallacious thing, a verbal contract isn't worth the paper it's written on. Verbal contracts are binding if the parties act, right? So if me and you come into a verbal contract that like, I'll chop down your trees if you mow my lawn, right? If you mow my lawn, I can't just say, well, I'm not chopping down your trees because you don't have it in writing. No. I sat there and watched him mow my lawn. I did all these things. I never stopped them. You know what I mean? I acquiesced to his part of the deal. I have to execute my part. The law isn't going to just assume you get free shit.
Yeah, but you go into Judge Judy's court, and she's going to go, and the guy goes, "Hey, we never had an agreement to do that." And you said, "Yes, we did." And he says, "No, we didn't." And then she's going to go, "You got something in writing you can show me?" And you go, "No." You know what I mean?
She'll also take the actions of the parties into account, because if you're acting as if the contract is enforced through your actions, if it can be inferred from your actions that you were acting like this is an enforceable contract, they are going to enforce that contract.
Yeah, I guess if he came over and mowed your lawn, there'd be no reason to do that unless you guys had an agreement.
Exactly. And why should the court go, oh, you didn't write it down, this formality, so the substance we're going to just ignore? No, the courts are, like, for all the shit they get, the courts aren't fucked up because of the law's fucked up. The court's fucked up is because the people that are in the courts, the lawyers and the judges, they're fucking criminals. These criminals are in court, and they're not in the defendant dock. Someone's got a serious hot mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you know, it's we're under this maritime admiralty law, which is pretty strange. It's like
The thing is, how did you get there? How did you get there? How did you go from the common law jurisdiction to the admiralty law jurisdiction? And that's, again, it's the actions of the parties. You did something which made whatever interaction under the jurisdiction of the admiralty law. You took insurance. You did something.
Yeah, got a driver's license that they demand you to do. Now you've committed yourself to this, that, and the other.
So going back to the enumeration of rights, or where rights stem from, I feel like in one reason for the strong push and indoctrination of an atheistic viewpoint is to kind of usurp the knowledge that was previously understood as to where rights came from, at least in my opinion, right? Because if you look at the founding documents, you look at the Declaration of Independence, and you don't believe that there is a creator or that there's a higher being, what does the statement even mean? That all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights.
Yeah, the atheist world says there's no such thing. You
Right.
know,
So,
you have no God-given rights. You're now an animal of the state.
right. So the state has the ability to dictate what your rights are and are not at any point in time, at any whim.
Yeah. Oh, here, check this out. This is how you're not a party to the Constitution. In 1871, they created a corporation called the United States, and it's owned by offshore foreigners, and when you tell on your tax report, it says, "Are you a United States, a U.S. citizen?" and you say yes. Now you've just told the government that that you work for a corporation doing business in the United States, so you are a franchisee of that corporation, and therefore you're not a party to the Constitution. It's a trick of word magic that people don't even realize. That's why they could just violate your constitutional rights. Really, if whatever they have a little emergency or something, they could just say, "Forget it, your rights are gone right now. Listen to us now," because they just gave you the idea you had rights until they need to take them away. You don't understand that you're not even a party to the Constitution because you're a U.S. citizen, and they consider that an employee of a foreign corporation doing business in the United States. See how crazy that is?
Yeah. Have any of you guys read No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner, by any chance?
No treason, did you say?
No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority by Lysander Spooner.
No, but it sounds interesting. The Constitution of No Authority. Why does the Constitution have authority?
There are also no trees in the ghetto.
There's what?
There are also, because he said no treason, and I said there are also no trees in the ghetto.
Oh,
No trees. I got
Some places have few trees in the city.
true.
Trees. Anyway, all right. Sorry.
So is this the point of this person's book that that it's not even illegal to deny us constitutional rights because what?
because
How does
because the Constitution technically has no authority behind it.
now why we all assume it does? Why wouldn't it? We call it the highest law in the land.
Right. So based on assumption doesn't
It's
necessarily
an
make
assumption.
it true, but if you go
That's-
along with it, it can become a reality, right?
Well, it's either the law or it is not the law.
Or it's either a right or it's a privilege that can be taken away. And I'm
Right.
still looking for evidence where anyone was ever treated with something as a right. Where,
Well,
where,
Not all laws apply to you. How about that? It's a law, but if that law doesn't apply to you. Okay, so if you read the article, Constitution of No Authority, he goes through the reason how it does not apply to you. Because the people that signed it don't have the right to bind you for eternity. You didn't
Yeah,
sign it. You're not a
you're not a
party to
party
it.
to
They
that.
signed it, and they have no right to bind you to it.
Yep. There's signatures
That's
on that
right.
document. Yours is not on there.
And it's listen, as I already said, they signed it as witnesses. They're not liable on it. They're actually not even parties to it in a sense. They just witnessed that the document was created. The only bare signature on it is George Washington's, who didn't represent any state now, did he?
I mean,
Correct.
the shit they've set up to trick us is insane.
So obviously India's read no trees in the Constitution of no authority,
I
right?
doubt it.
Oh yeah, I've read it.
You
And it
read?
was written written right at the Civil? I can't remember. It was written right before the Civil War, right? Was it right before or during? I can't remember.
Yeah,
1840.
right after the Civil War is when all this nonsense kicked in.
1867 is when it was written.
So after the Civil War, basically. I think the Civil War ended in I don't know 1850s.
65, I think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. So it's around that same time. I mean, that's the point. Is like, Christ, that guy didn't end up locked up.
62 to 65. Yeah, that's correct.
It's just like when they let the Federal Reserve, the central bankers in here. They're again the foreign corporation. They're not even allowed to be what do you call it? What am I trying to say? They're not part of our government, and our government can't even mess with them. They can't audit the Fed.
Yeah, so I would say, those of you who have been interacting in this conversation would probably benefit from reading that book. It's fairly short. Actually, I don't know if I have a hard copy anymore. I think I gave it out, but it's a fairly short book, easy read.
I read
I would,
the Law by Bastiat. That was a good one.
Frederick Bastiat, The Law, that's a good one too. I've read that. I might actually have it here too.
What is this? I have another book that is on my reading list. It
The law.
is
Listen, like if you want a total like evisceration of the idea of government, read that, man.
On Social Justice by Saint Basil the Great. This is sitting beside my desk because I need to read it.
It's on your reading list.
Well, yeah, it's I'm looking, I'm thumbing through it. I don't take very much time to sit down and read books, but when I do, I try to make them worthwhile or whatever.
Yeah. I don't often read books, but when I do, they're good books.
Exactly. Now, my wife recommended this one to me, On Social Justice by Saint Basil the Great. She said it was remarkable and very
Did you say
insightful.
social justice?
On Social Justice is the title, and
He was the first social justice warrior.
Yeah, except for the fact that it's not a cringe book.
Yeah, it's like real,
Yeah.
thought and social justice.
Yeah.
Not just being a snowflake trying to
Precisely, yeah.
tear this society apart, with an agenda.
Here's from
Yeah, the law is pretty amazing. There's so many laws. There's probably a million law. If you got every law from every city and every county and every state and the federal law, it'd probably be a whole library full of books. Like, how many damn laws do we need?
Mhm.
And then the tax law, forget it. That's so freaking complicated. I think you just have like a 10%, off the gross or whatever, or 10% tax, flat tax, and try to live on that. Don't stress everyone out with the taxes every year. It turns out that there's actually no law in existence that says you must pay income tax out of the wages that you earned. It's not even a law. Am I talking to myself over here?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, all right.
But I'm not the only one in the room.
Everybody's mic's turned off except like two people.
Sorry, I had
The
to
income
walk away for a
tax.
second.
Listen, the income tax law is not a tax on income. It's a tax that's measured by income.
That sounds like weasel words.
It is weasel words.
Because
Like,
I think
about
the
it. It's like, say I had a tax on you driving up and down the street, but the way I was going to assess the tax, I was going to measure it by the number of trees in your yard. Right? That's literally what they're doing. They're saying this is a tax on something else, but we're gonna measure how much tax is by income and assess you based upon that.
Yeah, I think it's unconstitutional to tax people on their labor.
It's not constitutional to tax income. It's not, but they can measure it by income.
They established that once we let that central bank take over, and then same year, we got this other thing called income tax we need to get going.
Yeah, but
It's like saying you can measure it with gravity, but it's not gravity.
yeah, but check this out, guys. Check this out. Okay. Nobody forced you to decide that your labor is worth United States debt notes. You opted in of your own free will to utilize their system. That's the way they see it.
I know, but that's the only system going.
You could have said my labor is worth a good meal. You could have said my labor is worth 5 chicken eggs.
Yeah, but you can't pay your rent with chicken eggs.
Yeah, well,
that's not their problem.
Listen. Listen to this. Okay, I'm going to be crude with you guys. This is how they see people like you. It is not my fault that you are too incompetent to negotiate freely your labor in exchange for chicken eggs, in exchange for rent, and you're too stupid and you need my debt notes to accomplish it. Not my fault.
Yeah, you came crawling here using my dollars. Now,
you came crawling to me, Holmes, to use my dollars that I printed, and I'm going to tax you on the amount of dollars you use.
You went and got that job, and you knowingly took dollars as payment.
Now, check this out. You can argue fair, okay, that you didn't disclose all these terms, right? You didn't know all of these things. But you know what they're going to look at? Your behavior over time. Because your behavior over time is you use the system. So what are they supposed to believe?
You knowingly took those dollars and then you spent them knowingly.
Yeah.
Now render unto Caesar what is due to Caesar, right?
Yeah, and ignorance of the law is no defense.
Yeah, the laws, they tricked you into everything, and they, put you in systems you never agreed to. It's up to you to figure it out.
You did agree to. You did agree to it through your actions.
Yeah, even if you didn't protest, that means you with silently
Yep.
consented.
Okay, check this out.
So
Check it out, Captain
also
Dan.
income. Hold on. I just want to say one thing. Also, having income in the first place is a voluntary act. You don't have to make a profit. That is a voluntary act. You could charge less money so that you break even, right?
And well, then you can't live.
And you'd have no tax. Then you'd have no tax. If you don't have income, there's no income tax.
That's
When
true.
they go to measure it, it's a big zero. They said this is your liability on taxes. Nothing, right? So you look at what the deductible is for a single person, and you just make that amount of money. Boom, no income tax.
Exactly.
Well, who can live like that?
Well, that
It's not their
reminds me
problem.
of that reminds me of one of the smartest things that Donald Trump ever said. He said, if you pay taxes and you don't take advantage of every loophole available to you, you're stupid.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, people get down on Donald Trump. Oh, he didn't pay enough taxes. Well, he's looking for every legal loophole. Or else I'll rape you.
Yeah, but anyways, Dan, to your previous statement, if you look in the live stream text, I posted that estoppel word. That's how they see your actions. It's a contract. Your behaviors is establishing the precedent for the assumed contract that they're going to hold you to. You don't get to then say, oh, no, I didn't do all of that. They're going to say, yes, you did. We saw it for the past 20 years of your life.
Yeah, if you claim, forget how I just read it. If you claim something different than all your past actions have shown that you do, they said it's estoppel.
Yeah, because keep in mind when you're going to have to quote unquote fight or put up a stink or whatever, who's going to come to your benefit, right? You're going to rely on somebody with power to act on your behalf. And if you're going to a court, they're going to have to judge you by the facts, and part of those facts is your behavior over time.
If you show a pattern of doing a certain thing and then they catch you almost doing it again, and you say, oh, I never do things like that. You see, that wasn't my intention. They go, well, look at all these other times you had that particular intention.
Yeah, I mean, all your registrations and your licensing is what ties you and binds you to the state, period, including registration to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those forms if you want to register to vote or get a driver's license, you have to make certain declarations. You declare you're a resident. You declare you're a citizen. You declare all this stuff, right? You declare you have a mailing address. So all these things have, they bind you legally in certain ways.
Ramifications in the future.
So then when you go into court and you said, yeah, exactly. When you go into court and you say, oh, I didn't know, or I'm not a resident or whatever, well, you got a driver's license? Yeah. As soon as you say I got a driver's license, they know that they don't have to assume a whole bunch of shit. They already got their hook. They already have their minimum sufficient contact. As soon as you say you have a driver's license, you're hooked. And it's just a matter of reeling you in.
It's kind of like when you get involved in the court legal system and the courts and the jails. And, once they get you, then when they let you out, they put you on probation, figuring, you're going to come back and be a repeat customer.
Oh, that's right, man. Dude, that's why, man, they'll give you probation because they know, oh, we'll give him probation, we'll fuck up, then we'll send him to jail for 3 months, and then he'll get more probation, and then he'll fuck up. We're going to be puppeteering this guy for 10 years for jaywalking. Then you can't get a gun. Then you can't vote. So basically, you're a dude that can't defend themselves, and you can't change the system. So like, you're totally fucked.
I feel like they should just, once you've served your time, that's the end of the issue. Keep reporting back to people and taking piss tests and all this stuff.
Well, think about it. If you get convicted of a felony, not only you can't have a firearm and can't vote.
Stay
So
away
you
from
can't
certain
even,
people.
you can't even exercise a democratic right to, like, say you don't, like, hey, I want a gun. You don't feel it's fair that felons can't defend themselves with a firearm. You can't even change the system because you can't vote. So you can't even use the legal mechanisms that they prescribe to change rules that you don't like, which should be unconstitutional because you're supposed to have the right to petition your government. But you can't petition your government in any effective way if you can't vote. Right? What the hell do they care about you? You're not even participating.
You didn't commit a crime with a gun. I don't think they should take your gun rights away. That's silly.
And think about what they say about the revolution, right? What they were rebelling against was taxation without representation. What happens when you take someone's right to vote away? You've taken away their right to representation, and they're just forever your slave because they did some act. And some felonies aren't even connected to an injury, right? So say I get caught with fucking a kilo of cocaine, now I got a felony. No one was hurt, no one was injured. And it's a mala prohibita law, so it's a law that they just decided by decree of the legislature that all of a sudden is illegal. You know, it's completely unfair at every level, right? And it violates the very principles that they claim to uphold.
Called the criminal justice system, you see.
Yeah,
It's
but not
criminal.
all criminal acts are the same, right? So there's different types of criminal acts. There's
Saying they're
mala
admitting
prohibita.
that they're the criminals. It's criminal
They are
justice
criminals.
system. It's
Yeah,
a
that's what I said.
justice system.
The biggest criminals in court are not where the defendant sits. They're in all the other seats.
Set this stuff up long ago. We were just born into it. And lucky if you're smart enough to ever figure half of it out, you know. One in 100,000. So it's so crazy, and you could never unravel it. That they said, well, if 1 in a million people figures this out, it's no big deal.
It's actually, it's not that hard to unravel. Most people think that, like, you got to know all the laws of the state to figure it out, and that's actually not true. Because think of it like this, okay? So you have a club like the Fraternal Order of Eagles, and they have their bylaws and ordinances, right? Now, say they kick you out of the club for violation of those bylaws and ordinances. Who is going to determine whether that was justified, right? You're going to go to some other court and sue because you're a member. So, like, you can sue, that they kick you out in public. They breached their contract by kicking you out for a reason that's not a violation of one of their ordinances. So you sue them for that. So their law is going to be judged by some other law, right? Whether that law applies. So they're going to, you got to think of it so you have all these bylaws, but how those are decided is a smaller set of laws. And this is how laws, the legality of laws and rights are decided. They're decided under the common law, which is a smaller set of laws through which all the other laws are interpreted.
Yep.
Right? So what do the courts do? What does this claim the courts do? Courts interpret the law. They tell you what the law is. It is useless, completely useless for you to go, oh, what is the law regarding this, and looking it up on in your local legislature's website, and then reading it and then interpreting it yourself. No, that's not how you do it. You get a copy of what's called annotated statutes, right? So there's the statutes of Massachusetts annotated. What that is it's the statute laws of the state, but it has the interpretation courts say that law means, right? Because that's really what you need to know. What do the courts think that law means? Because it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. It only matters what the courts think, right? So that's what you look that up. You don't look up the law. You look up the interpretation of the law. It's the same thing. Like if you go to court, don't look up the law. Look up the jury instructions on how to apply that law, right? Because that's what matters. How the law
What's
is
that term
applied.
again that you said, India? What's the name of the term?
Annotated statutes. It's ANNOTATED.
Thank
Well,
you.
I mean, generally, most laws should just
If you
be
go to Boston
pretty
Public
obvious
Library and
what they
copy,
mean.
they have a copy of the ones from Massachusetts in case you're wondering. I know because I've read it. I've read some of them. Obviously, it's like fucking 27 feet of wall space. But it's an alphabetical order, so that should help.
I mean, most laws are pretty obvious what they mean.
Not really. Because in certain words, shall, like, words like
Hang on.
shall and must don't exactly mean what you think they mean.
Shall and must. That sounds
Yeah,
pretty
shall,
compulsory.
not, depending on the context shall is used in, sometimes it's compulsory, sometimes it's not. It depends on the context.
They use the
Yeah,
word may.
it's,
May. Send you a jury,
yeah, sometimes
jury duty
sometimes
summons.
may means must, and sometimes must means may. You got to remember, this is like legalese, dude. This isn't English.
When they send you a jury duty notice, it'll say something like, don't respond to this, you may get in trouble. Just write it in the garbage if you don't want to go. They don't need to do jack shit. Because
And why do they say may? Because you have justifiable reasons not to go to jury duty.
because it's not even legal to make you just drop what you're doing and go do that.
Well, there's a
So-
possibility that you're not a citizen, right?
Sure.
Right? So you can't be on jury duty. There's
Well-
also the possibility that that person's like your son or your brother. But obviously, you can't go to jury duty for them.
Or how about you say, hey, did you send that registered mail? They're going to know he sent a regular mail. You go, well, must have got lost in the mail. Fuck off.
Hey, if you guys ever want to get out of jury duty, just ask them what is their position on jury nullification, and it is okay if you talk about it among your jury peers.
That's why you go to jury duty, is to talk about jury nullification to the people there who are
They'll
participating.
Exactly.
they'll shuffle you out of there so fast your head will spin. Do I get him out of here?
Look, in Orange County, when you go down for jury duty, there's like 200 people sitting around, and then they end up using about 5 of you. They just waste a bunch of people's time all day. So, I mean, if you don't show up for that, they don't care. They got tons of people.
Yeah. It's a trick question, by the way. The fourth branch of government.
Media.
What?
The media.
No. The jury.
That's the third branch of government.
No.
It's called the judicial branch.
Nope. The
It's so
jury is
funny
not part
that
of the
media
judicial
is
branch.
that media is the fourth branch of government. Where does that come from? Who says that? The media. I wonder why they say that, right?
Oh, they're the mouthpiece. They're the brainwashers to get
Because
you
they
all thinking
exactly
the way
they're
they want you
trying
to
to,
think.
and they're trying to brainwash you into thinking that they have power and they're just as powerful as the government, and that's how important they are. Oh, we're the fourth branch of government. Why? Because we said so.
Wait, the CIA is the fourth branch of government?
It's the only branch of government, bro.
Yeah, they don't
Dude,
even
the
have
branch
a
of
branch for
government
those
is the
people.
stick that they beat you over the head with.
The CIA is the trunk.
Right. There's a big club and you ain't in it.
Did they use that to measure shadows too? That stick that they beat you over the head with?
Speak softly and carry a big stick.
Turn around, Earth's the globe. Watch the shadow of this hit your head.
I think Teddy Roosevelt said that. It was his negotiation tactics. He'll talk real nice to you, but he's got a big stick if he needs it.
I saw an awesome quote from somebody who said, everybody has to decide for themselves how much truth they can handle, which I thought was a pretty cool quote, especially for
Liking that.
Globers. And I think that's the problem, is that they come in here and they don't have enough intestinal fortitude to actually handle truth.
It's worse
It's
than that.
too scary.
It's worse than that. I believe that at times they see the truth of what we're saying, and at that moment they choose to cling to a lie. They see a truth and they go, "That's the truth," but their brain goes, "No, cling to the lie, prop up the lie, keep going."
India, next time a Glober comes in here, I want you to Jack Nicholson their ass.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah. You can't handle the truth.
Who ordered the cool run?
I want the truth.
Why Jack Nicholson?
Because he was in that movie he referenced.
Did you order the code red? You're goddamn right I did.
That's right. I ordered the, what is it called? The code red. You're goddamn right I did. Sanchez was a sack of shit. He wasn't deserving to be in my corps.
Gospelware, have you seen A Few Good Men?
He was a dirty Sanchez.
It's been
a dirty Sanchez.
It must have been a really long time. I was definitely thinking of a different movie. So yeah,
it's a good movie. It had like Demi Moore in it and Tom Cruise, and they were lawyers in the army, busting this big dickhead of a Marine, Jack Nicholson. He was on the front lines over there on the border of where was he stationed? Anyway, in the Marines they used to have a lot of pretty severe hazing, and some kid got killed from it. So,
he was on the front lines of Cuba. Okay,
Cuba.
Yeah. So, like that's kind of like the point of the movie is that the dude is so ate up by his own bullshit. He's in no danger at Cuba, but he's so brainwashed. He thinks the Cuban communist hordes are going to come over the freaking wall, and that if he doesn't beat this guy to death, they're weaker. Right? The point was to show that he's an ate up military man that was completely delusional.
Yeah, he thinks he's protecting the nation from all this evil stuff, and no one's really doing jack shit.
Yeah, the point was no one was actually even in danger in the first place.
Yeah.
In that he was justifying an immoral act when it was actually a futile act.
Yeah, it's like he actually endorses and encourages this kind of hazing where someone could get killed, and he thinks they deserve it if they did, because they're weak, and we can't have weak people up here defending America, and that's how we do it. And you don't even understand all that, because you're not a real patriot,
Yeah, if somebody needs to tell CB to add that to his Cleveland soundboard, it would be good to play for some of the Globers. You can't handle the truck.
Uh-huh. Somebody posted the slap heard around the world up here. What do you guys think? That's fake or what?
I think we shouldn't talk about it because that's what they want us to do.
Yeah, let's not even discuss
slap
it.
another man.
It only deserves one day of internet buzz. There's Jack Nicholson, full of rage. He wants to just kill this guy who's questioning his authority. He'd just like to rip his head off right there. And then he just at the end of this, he thought he could just get up and walk out with no consequences. He's like, "Hey, not so fast, buddy." You're going to jail.
That's why it's so real, right?
Yeah, right. As if these people actually go to jail. As if justice actually triumphs in the courtroom.
What?
What?
All right. Who killed the room?
I don't even know.
It was me. It was me. Definitely me. I spoke out.
If you smelt it, you dealt it.
So you killed the room, AI?
Yeah, you must have done it since you're the one that.
Oh.
No,
All right.
AI can't smell.
We seem to have a distinct shortage of heliocentric model defenders coming here
Yeah.
to profess their beliefs to us.
Where are
Wonder
they? I
why.
thought that they are like.
What's that?
I thought there was like tons of them and stuff.
Earth glob.
Yeah, I posted something over there to see what they thought of it. It was
Oh no, you went over
NASA.
there. Oh.
Yeah, NASA claims that they've contacted this 1979 Voyager 1 unit that's, supposedly on the outer edges of our galaxy, and they sent some sort of signal to it 13 billion miles away, and it responded and sent a signal back 13 billion miles. And these people just are like, what's so hard to believe about that? You can do that. I'm like, give me a goddamn break, man. They said they have radio telescopes. Radio telescopes. Then I said, well, why not just say it's 13 trillion miles away? Would you have a problem with that? They're like, no. Why not? What's to stop it? It's just like talking to people who believe in Santa Claus or something, the tooth fairy. Can I get an amen?
I thought somebody was gonna back you up there, and I just laughed because there was no answer.
Yeah, crickets.
I found it very sexist. Why didn't you say a woman?
Come on. I mean, doesn't that bother you? They're trying to say the 13 billion mile radio signal? Really? I mean,
Yeah, we all know it's complete nonsense, bro. I'm slightly disturbed by your sexism, though. Why didn't you say a woman?
what do you mean, a woman?
You said amen.
You said
Oh.
amen. I just find that very.
Oh, yes. Oh, a man and a woman. Yeah, I like that.
Saying amen in 2022 is just unacceptable.
Yeah. You know that
I
got a cringe
apologize.
from me. So it's
I'm
just,
so,
man, the
maybe
etymology.
maybe you should go in your safe room and color or something for a little bit.
Give me a sec. I just need to cry. One sec.
hug a stuffed animal.
Maybe I could get a stuffed animal to hug me. I don't know. So go on, Gospel.
Oh yeah,
I felt so excluded
terrible.
when he just said amen, so callously, just disregarding women of all ages.
Why come you don't have a tattoo?
Sorry?
It's just it's the scene from the movie
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy that comes to mind every time I hear something that's really stupid. I think of that guy asking that question because it's about the stupidest thing.
I know that movie's like prophetic or something.
I don't know.
But Rondo has electrolytes. I love that movie.
Mm-hmm. What the plants crave. What the plants crave. Oh yeah, how do you know that? 'Cause it's what the plants crave. The level of critical thinking skills is not futurist. It's current.
What was the most salient point of the whole movie?
That the most stupid person could save the world?
Nope. That was a trick.
Well, technically, the most average person, not the stupidest person. All right, go ahead.
Most salient point of that whole movie was the beginning, where it explains to you exactly what they're doing in the real world.
Ah, yes.
Which is all the intelligent, wealthy, good people aren't having kids, and all the stupid people are having kids. So eventually, the stupid people will inherit the earth.
Well, we got a lot of stupid people now.
That's an excellent point. I never thought about that movie that way. It's true.
Think about it. The Western world, there's almost zero nations in the Western world that have a positive birth rate. And all right, that's it. Background
And the
noise,
third
bro.
world
You're
is
getting it. Yeah. So in the Western world, almost no nation has a positive birth rate, and some of them are below replacement, obviously, and some of them are near extinction, which basically means that their birth rate is so low that mathematically it's impossible to correct for 100 years. So the Western world is essentially going extinct and being replaced demographically.
Yeah, by design.
By design, exactly.
And the second you point this out, you're a nasty racist, even though it's true.
Now, whatever your thoughts on the topic, the logistics of the facts of the matter is what they are. And that is that what's causing this is obviously the destruction of the family, but the first precedent of the destruction of the family is the liberation of the woman from the home into the workforce and from her children into the state.
Yep. Well, why do you think
well, I just got to make it even more salient. Not only that, but the United Nations itself has a literal document that says, and of course, part of their goals is to help save the planet because people are so nasty and they're hurting the big bad, the big planet that we all love so much, that the number one way to depopulate a society is to empower women into the workforce for obvious logistical reasons. They have less children, and the children are then released for state control.
Yep. To then be brainwashed into the second generation of having no children.
Yep.
So it's almost exponential, yeah. The other thing that's interesting, though, is you'll notice that this has definitely worked better in Europe. I say better in in very sour quotation marks. This has worked better in Europe than in America, and I think there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, I think that the population density of Europe is just a lot higher, and so they just cram people into cities, and people in cities don't want to have children. But second of all, I think that America seems to have held on to its. I don't want to say religious because I think there are some negative connotations that I'm not trying to imply here, but I suppose I will say religious. It's definitely held on to its religious identity much better than the individual European nations have. And so I think if you want to kind of fight this destruction of your people off, then you'll have to keep hold of that as a bare minimum.
That map I posted, pretty interesting. This is a number based on per 1,000 persons. So, like the country of Australia, it says 12 out of 1,000 people are. This is the birth rate per 1,000 people. America or the United States 12, Brazil 14, Canada 10, Chad 42, Mali 42, Niger 48, Sudan 34, Angola 43, Afghanistan 37, China 12, Russia 10, Finland 11, Spain 9, the UK 12, Ireland 13. Anyway, you just hover over and it's just kind of fascinating. Kind of fascinating. But go, which one was that? Niger. How about that? Those guys they're at the top of the list. They're having lots of babies. Did I lose a connection or? Yeah. All right.
You didn't lose nothing. I'm still listening to you.
We're all absorbing that information, Gospel. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a pill, especially when you consider India and China. The alleged highest populated countries in the world, and you got India is showing 18, and China is showing 12. And then you look at some of the lower populated. I mean, as far as I understand it, Africa's population is fairly low. Of course, they have a much lower overall life expectancy and all that, but their birth rate is quite a bit higher, quite a bit.
With the general message here is if you're a critical thinker, have as many kids as you can because you're up against some mighty odds from the stupid people, to put it generally.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, the data on that website is all from 2020. I'd be interested to see 2021's data. And the source of their information is from the CIA World Fact Book. That's not peculiar.
No, it's just a quinky dink.
I mean, no. I mean, the CIA have no reason to lie to anyone. They wouldn't lie, would they?
I think they have a pretty good track record of doing that thing they do. Whatever that is, you know. I don't know.
Central, having intelligence.
Yes.
Being
Centralizing their intelligence here, so that we got to keep everything above board. I'm going to post the link to CIA.gov/the World Fact Book, where the very first picture is a 3D rendering of a ball, and then the very next picture is a 3D rendering of a globe showing an illuminated nighttime United States of America.
Awesome.
And then a desert. And then rocks. It's just special.
Are they complicated rocks?
These rocks look pretty simple, actually. They're all very round. It's almost as if they really like round things at the CIA here, because their logo is like some kind of mandala thing, like a spirograph in the upper left corner. And then they've got the ball, and then they've got the globe, and then they've got the sand, which is just a bunch of little, balls of sand, and then the rocks, which are ball. I don't know. Lots of balls on their page. Lots of balls and circles.
Wonder what happens when they get itchy. Really? Nothing?
When it kind of cut off. When they get itchy, is that what you said?
That's what I said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, they have a dance for that. Yeah, at this point in time, there's a dance for everything. Even if that dance has the same name, there's a dance for everything. The name of the dance, of course, here. I'll post the dance in the chat. Okay. Here we go. Yes. There it is. That's the dance that everybody's doing. See, I'm not good at dancing.
That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. That's what I've noticed. And I'm not a good dancer, and I just don't want to do that dance in particular. I mean, I'll maybe learn another dance. Maybe. Just not that dance.
Well, gospel, you can dance if you want to, and you can leave your friends behind. Anyway.
Everybody, do the globe hokey pokey.
But if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine.
They're no friends of mine. Thanks, quiet noobs. Good post.
We can go where we want to.
That band was it Men Without Hats?
Men Without Hats.
On a different song of theirs,
What does that mean?
They're set on a flat Earth model. I can't remember the name of the song, but maybe somebody remembers it. The whole video, he's dancing around on a flat Earth model.
We can go where we want to. You can leave the globe behind.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Men Without Hats, Earth.
It's another one of their popular songs. I just can't think of what the name of it is right now. But the whole video said him dancing around on a flat Earth thing. Anyway.
Hmm.
Pop Goes the World. Look that one up. That's what it's called. Pop Goes the World.
He said, I master this dance. Do I have to say that I'm being euphemistic? Okay. Napalm found it. So what's the song?
Pop Goes the World, right?
Yep, Pop Goes the World.
Bro.
You pop the globe, you flatten it out, stand on it, and sing a song.
I thought you were talking about having Nagila.
Men Without Hats doing I'm gonna watch this.
There's also Fine Young Cannibal.
Bruh.
Are you talking about Spandu Ballet?
Just watch that video. Like within the first few seconds, there's an inflatable globe in the background and then a question mark, while bubbles are floating all around him.
Yeah, that video's got a lot of nuggets in it. I remember watching it like 3
I
or 4
wonder
years
what they're
ago.
insinuating.
Yeah. Just like that Annie Lennox video where she's spinning the globe for the first 2 minutes of the video or whatever.
Oh my gosh.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
Sweet dream,
Who,
yeah.
who am I to disagree?
Yeah, who am I to disagree?
Look at the snowman in that Men Without Hats video.
So when you watch the video, he's singing kind of up on a stage setting, and there's a inflatable globe behind him, and then the word pop, and he jumps down onto an AE map.
And invites other people to come with him. Throughout the video, he keeps on inviting others to join him
What a
on the.
nice young gentleman he is.
And is the snowman on the drums insinuating some sort of snow globe?
Oh man! I posted the lyrics in the chat too.
Is that my mind just being too far down in this rabbit hole to make that stretch? Snowman, snow globe.
Look at his trousers. They didn't make skinny jeans back then, did they? They got to be leggings.
No, jeans were super tight.
Oh yeah, of course they were. What am I thinking?
There's globes all over the place in that video. That is the creepiest looking snowman too. And then the world explodes at the end in confetti. Wow. 1987.
It's amazing how many little clothes were either intentionally or unintentionally put there right in our face, but zipped right on by me at the time, you know.
Yeah, most people would have been like, it's about pop music. It's about everybody in the world going for pop music. It's a pop band.
Oh, someone needs to be unmuted, I guess.
No, it's not.
Oh, thank you.
And
Hey, listen, we were just talking about that song. You can dance if you want to. Da, 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 da. You guys remember it was called "You Can Dance"? That's the chorus. You can dance. You can dance.
Yeah, Safety Dance by Men Without Hats. We were just talking about it, yeah.
Yeah.
We're
It
talking
was,
about another one that's, anyway, go ahead.
it was "You Can Dance." Am I right or wrong?
I don't know.
Oh,
No, it was We Can Dance. We Can Dance.
Safety dance.
Name of the song is Safety Dance.
Safety dance.
yeah. I'm talking about the lyrics now.
I
You
know.
can
You're doing the
dance.
Mandela effect.
Mandela
question.
effect incoming.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just saying, don't you guys remember it that way? You're all going, no, it was we. Okay.
I think he says both at different times during the song, but don't even Mandela it.
Oh, he says both now. Maybe I'd have to check the lyrics on that one. Well, I mean, if it's been Mandela affected, the lyric page will also say we.
Is Lou in the room?
Lou probably just came in because somebody said Mandela effect.
No, he's been here all day.
I know, I just give him shit about the Mandela effect. So let me ask you a question.
Somehow I become like the host authority on the Mandela effect.
Why you gotta pick on my buddy, man? Why you gotta pick on my friend, man? Even more.
Yeah.
It's my job.
It gets brought up. If anybody brings it up, so do I. They bring me up.
Yep.
That's like saying, oh, gee, there's no such thing as chemtrails. Oh, those big X's in the sky, those are just from jet planes. Yeah.
So since we're on the topic of the Mandela effect, right? What is the people who in the room who think that this may be a thing? What is the point? What do you think that it represents? What is your conclusion based on this story of the changing of reality, allegedly?
Before we go down that, I just want to tell a shit joke if I can. Did you guys know that there's an alternate reality where Lou isn't the go-to guy for the Mandela effect?
Say that again. There's a little too much background noise, Captain Dan.
Okay, hang on.
Mute yourself when you're not talking, please. Go ahead. What'd you say, Crypto?
No,
Yeah, who unmuted that kid?
I said that there's an alternate reality where Lou isn't the go-to guy for the Mandela effect.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it just depends. And before I answer that question for you about what it all means, can you explain creation for me?
Well, I just know in my previous memories, Lou wasn't the go-to for the Mandela effect.
I just want to know what a woman is.
I could take my swing at it. My answer would be the
Be careful.
the coming into existence. I try to when I define things, I try to simplify them with the least amount of words so as to not lend to confusion. That is how I would describe that word in the most concise way.
Word.
You had a follow up to that, Lou?
Oh no, it was actually more rhetorical. It was back towards Nate. Which one of you asked me? You know, like what it
Napalm.
all meant. Napalm, yeah.
Yeah.
Like yeah, yeah. It's kind of it's like yeah, you're asking for me to solve it for you and then tell you what it all means.
Oh,
Like,
do you?
That's not much to ask, is it?
I've had that same question many times. Like, okay, so what's the point? So the point is that there is no point.
no, the point here is that nobody fucking knows. Why are you asking me?
Oh.
I was just wondering if
Was there a point?
the people that push this and promote this idea, if they have any type of insinuation as to what it may mean or any type of overarching kind of idea of what the whole thing could.
I'm pretty sure they've known for a very long time. Like actually thousands of years, like generations of families, literally like full families saying to their family, we are going to be number one forever, right? Because we have this story that we came up with, our family came up with it a long time ago.
No, hold on,
Like,
Justin.
keep going.
Justin, it's getting all mushed up now. So the question was about the Mandela effect, and then I was being rhetorical when I asked, before I answer that, you explain to me creation, you know, like how it happened. It's something that you probably don't understand. You're not going to be able to explain it to me very well.
No. Mine was like is the story that just the
Yeah,
story.
it was just we weren't talking really about creation or anything, is what I'm saying now, and that's
Got
kind of
you.
what I think where you're going.
He was using it as an example to demonstrate that there's no way to answer that question.
Exactly. My point. Thank you.
Yeah, as far the Mandela
That's a good
effect,
point.
how it's being done is a complete mystery to me.
Yeah. So I would still position on the side of non-declarativeness.
Yeah, well, I declare that I remember what I remember, so that's
You said
number
how
one.
it's being done. I dispute that anything is being done.
Yeah, I got you.
I have not yet been able to adequately refute it with logic, unfortunately.
So how it's being
Well,
done is,
I mean, there's like a
people.
lot of people that remember Ed McMahon handing out big novelty checks to the winner of the Publishers Clearinghouse, and now that doesn't exist, but we all saw it. We got the mail with Ed
I
McMahon's
saw that, but I
picture
think
on
they're
it.
covering that up. I really do.
It's just one of those tons
Oh,
of
this is a
Mandela
great
effects.
example. I love this. The same people who deny say the Mandela effect isn't real. There's nothing happening. It's a psyop. Also go, Okay, but Ed McMahon did work for Publishers Clearinghouse and hand out giant checks. There's just some other fucking psyop going on, not related to the Mandela effect. To freaking dude, does anybody here not have a memory at all of Ed McMahon, big checks, Publishers Clearinghouse? Anybody?
I don't
Seriously?
have any memory of that.
Why
It was
was
a pretty
that?
long
Why does
time
Ed
ago, though.
McMahon have to have anything to do with it?
It's just one example of a Mandela
Walking
effect.
around.
Just one. And I got somebody who said, "Yeah, I remember that totally." I mean, look at the Monopoly game. If you played Monopoly, it's been around forever. We all remember the Monopoly man had a monocle. Now he's
We're
never had
going
a
all
monocle.
out. We're doing this, Napalm.
You tell me what's going on. Do you remember?
Why do we have to do this?
Anybody else remember a monocle on a Monopoly man?
Oh, you mean the monocle on the Mr. Peanut Man?
That's not what I said, is it?
I know. I'm giving you a context for why you thought that a rich man with a top hat had a monocle.
Because I could see it in my mind's eye. I
Brace yourselves. Somebody's going to say that you're confusing Monopoly with Mr. Peanut. It's coming.
They already did. They already did.
I just did. And I posted
Oh,
pictures
shit,
of Publishers Clearinghouse references.
Yeah.
Publishers Clearinghouse obviously does the big check thing or big, yeah.
Yeah, but it never happened. But according to the history now,
they say
never
he never
happened.
worked
Not
for
with Ed
them.
McMahon.
Never
Yeah.
happened.
I'm not talking about Ed McMahon. I'm talking about the pictures I'm putting in chat.
Yeah, there's still a Publishers Clearinghouse, but that's not the point.
Look at the big checks.
Wasn't there just?
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that they say Ed McMahon never worked for them and never handed those checks out.
But who's Ed McMahon?
Oh my God, forget about it.
He's a game show host. You looked at him every day on a game show.
No, I saw him more often in the mailbox. I saw him way more often in the mailbox than I saw him on
Johnny
TV.
Carson. Give me
Commercials for this all the time.
Wasn't there just a spoof on The Tonight Show or whatever when Johnny Carson was hosting where they just spoof Ed McMahon with a Publishers Clearinghouse check or something like that?
That's why they spoofed it, because it's not true.
Yeah, it was part of. They did do some kind of gag on there,
Something called
that's
Prize
because,
Patrol.
because that's how he was so well known at the time, was for doing that shit.
Or they were calling
wasn't
him
just made up.
old in some way, shape, or form?
No, that wasn't it. It was just because that was his gig. That was the thing that he was doing at the time, was Publishers Clearinghouse. And when he came on to the Carson show, they made a gag out of it.
You mean American Family Publishers, the company that he actually...
No, dude. Yeah. So now it's American Family Publishers he worked for, which seriously nobody ever heard of until they looked up the Mandela effect. What do you mean he didn't work for Publishers Clearinghouse? I never heard of American Family Publishers until I looked into the Mandela effect on this.
Yeah.
It's never even been a fucking thing.
It's something that you either see or you don't see. I don't know. There's no convincing anybody.
Yeah. As in...
Publishers Clearinghouse was the main rival to his company.
Yes.
Right?
And it was the more popular because it was the one that paid way more money in advertising and got in everybody's face. And his wasn't known as American Family Publishers. It was known under a different name.
It's hilarious watching you guys ball-tard your way around this stuff.
Yeah, it's called Publishers Clearinghouse.
It's called providing evidence. It's a weird thing called providing actual evidence as opposed to thoughts and ideas that you're conveying from your memory. It's weird about that weird thing called evidence.
And the idea that somebody stopped time and then went and changed it all is crazy. I don't care what you say about it. On either side of it, that's still nuts.
Well, of course, that's the totally bizarre thing about it.
I just had a Mandela effect that we never even talked about the Mandela effect, and let's talk about something else.
I remember that one.
You just demonstrated that you don't understand what the Mandela effect is. Now we got to do it all over again.
It's a memory false equivalency between what Ed McMahon did, right? He had commercials for his company where he basically did the same thing as Publishers
No,
Clearinghouse.
he just is an employee of a company, a front person, a celebrity
I thought I was
spokesperson.
talking.
That's all.
My bad. Thought I was talking. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought you were talking.
He's not an employee of them.
His company had commercials on television. Stuff very similar to Publishers Clearinghouse. Publishers Clearinghouse had the big checks. Johnny Carson spoofed him by giving him a Publishers Clearinghouse check. I'm pretty sure at some point in time, as like a joke. And these people that are equivocating two different memories as one look at that as proof
So
that Ed
everybody,
McMahon worked for Publishers Clearinghouse because Johnny Carson.
everybody remembers Ed McMahon working for Publishers Clearinghouse, but they all got it wrong because they watched that one moment on Johnny Carson.
Because he worked for a similar company, Lou, and he had commercials. So did Publishers Clearinghouse. It's pretty easy to equivocate these two things.
I've never seen a commercial for American Family Publishers in my life.
Here you go. I'm posting pictures in the chat. Apparently, somebody's photoshopping him in there. No, it's a different picture. Is it different? It's not different. It's the same thing. Are these?
I can see him right now. They go to the front porch, and one guy's holding the check, and one guy's got balloons, and they ring the doorbell, and the old lady opens the door and has the shit fit, and it's let out, so a big whoop-de-doo time, and it made an impression on the viewers at home.
I
would love to have
my mother.
Man come to my house and give me $1 million.
She's been in the Publishers Clearinghouse for over 20 years, and I asked her who's the guy that walked around, and she said Ed McMahon. It was amazing how she said. I didn't say it. She said it.
It's like common knowledge, They used to run commercials for this all the time.
When Mandela's itself out of existence, I'll give you guys like $50. How about that?
I don't even know what you just said.
Yeah.
I know you sound like an insane person when you try to tell people things are changing. I realize it sounds crazy.
Well, the problem is you're just misremembering things because Ed McMahon did work for a company. I think he might have even owned it, American Family Publishers, that did a clearinghouse, and he did have commercials on TV, and you did receive mail from that company, but the commercials were different than the people walking up to the door and presenting checks. The fact that
that's the one I'm talking about.
Clearinghouse and a Publishers, right, is why people equate the two as the exact same thing, and then 30 to 40 years later, when they come back to it and they think about it, they think Publishers Clearinghouse, oh yeah, that was Ed McMahon. No, you're just associating the two because they were very similar in the past.
Dude, there wasn't two of them in the past. There was only Publishers Clearinghouse. There was no American Family Publishers. There was no fucking competition there. There was just the one. I've never seen anything ever having to do with American Family Publishers in my life, except for once I looked into it and said, what do you mean Ed McMahon didn't do?
I know about it. It was there. I know about it.
So, because you can't remember,
he did another thing where he was working for a check cashing place or something like that. He did a commercial for that, and he did a rap where he talks about delivering big checks, and he knocks on the old lady's door. And he says, "Hey, I'm really like hard up for cash. Remember I gave you that big check? I'd like to have it back." And she slams the door on his face. Like this was
I got
his
an idea.
thing, the big checks.
Let's call
Yeah,
that
big
McMahon
check was
asking.
the gag. You know, Ed McMahon became like the big check guy. You know.
Yeah.
So something is going back and creating articles of incorporation for American Family Publishers, creating videos that were commercials that never existed previously. For what reason? And how is this taking place?
I understand. I don't have
It's time travel,
an
dude.
answer for that
It's the warp
whatsoever.
in space time.
I wish I did, but I would just be guessing at things I don't understand. I mean,
But why does it always seem to happen to these things that are very easily confused, right? Even when you talk about the line in Star Wars where lots of people say, "Luke, I am your father." The line is, "No, I am your father." But later on, you have a movie called Tommy Boy, and he's talking into a fan going, "La, la, 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 Luke, I am your father."
yeah,
So now you implant the memory of Luke, I am your father,
no,
10 or 15 years after the original.
no.
And
So
then,
we saw Tommy Boy. We
Well,
thought
there also was the
we
accident where they
understood
made
that
one of those
was
toys that actually did say that. That was the problem.
when we saw Tommy Boy. The reason that was funny is because we all knew that line from the movie. Because he's making a funny space voice by talking
You
into the
can't win.
fan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, nobody's
I
going to just
think
tell
you
me
guys
I
are up to your
remember wrong.
eyeballs
I
in
mean,
residue and
you think
aren't
I saw
breathing
one Johnny
properly.
Carson's? You think I see one Johnny Carson spoof on an idea, and then I invent in my mind seeing these commercials and seeing Ed McMahon go to people's door with a big check. So I mean, how do you defend that? We'll
I
have
mean,
to agree to disagree.
I've had conversations with childhood friends, right, where we're going back over memories, and I have a memory in my head of something that took place with a different color of a vehicle or somebody owning a different color of a vehicle and this situation that we're in, right? And I've had this in my mind for whatever. When I bring up the memory, the car is blue. Then I have the conversation with my friend. It's happened 30 years ago. We talk it out. Oh, the car was red. Oh, you know what? You're right. Now I have this other memory that pops into my head of that same person with that same car. And the car's red. That makes sense. He's right. I was wrong. I just had a false memory of it. It happens all the time.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen all the time where like almost everybody has the exact same false memory.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we used to all know
People
Oscar
can be
Mayer
easily
hot dogs
swayed,
with.
right? Like if you haven't thought of something like Jif peanut butter in a very long time, and somebody says, "Hey, wasn't it Jiffy?" Yeah, maybe your mom called it Jiffy because it was fun to say, but it was always Jif. You might look at that person who's brought up this memory that you haven't thought about in a very long time, and you're like, "Oh crap, it was Jiffy." And then they've implanted something in your mind that can, in your mind's eye, change the reality that you believe was taking place. Not the actual fact that it's Jif peanut butter, not Jiffy.
Look, this is actually a psychological phenomenon that's well documented. I posted a link in there. You actually create a false impression to yourself of a memory enough times, and it creates a memory for you that actually occurs after the date of the original claim of when the memory originated, but you perceive it in the future as if it's a real memory that you've always had, and you can't tell the difference.
It's kind of like you have versioned a document within your document management system of your brain, and anytime you look back at it, you see the most recent version, even though it's not the original version, and the most recent version may be incorrect. I don't know how to better explain that.
Are you telling me, Napalm, that you never came to discover that you were wrong? That you didn't think Ed McMahon also delivered big checks? That he was the one who did it? You're just now going with the evidence that you looked up? Is that the case? Because that's how this usually goes. Because I bet you had that memory. You're just denying it.
I don't have a solid enough memory of that.
Oh, so no, you don't have a good enough memory about it. All right.
I remember Ed McMahon and Clearinghouse.
Big check.
I don't remember him going to people's doors with checks. I remember people doing that. I don't remember him specifically doing that.
He's the one who started that. After he retired or quit from doing that, then they started sending the what did they call it? The prize patrol, I think.
Weren't the majority of these in our formative years?
Sorry, what was that?
From what I could tell, the majority of them are from the formative years. Well, at least in my life. Like
I would say, I would say,
very
yeah,
young.
Most of these are things that people are, clinging to from their, like, just nostalgic kind of things, from their childhood or whatever. Like, I'll give you that. That does seem to be a lot of them.
I will say this: I have memories that are clear as day of physical locations in my life when I was young that are actually, upon reflection, amalgamations of two different buildings composed into one building. But I clearly remember myself in that building. So we had a farmhouse that had a hole in the floor. We could actually look through and see the lower floor in this one section. And somehow I remember that being in the house that we had after the farmhouse. It's clear as day to me, but I know for a fact that it's two different locations now looking back at it. But again, I was like, let me see, no more than 5 years old. And I got a memory of my brother being an infant at the next house after the farmhouse. But before in the farmhouse is when he got injured by riding a bike into a radiator. So I actually have like the age of him at two different ages, even though he was a different age at the previous house. I don't know why I remember it that way. I just
you're using it as proof of your memory being false. But I know this is wild and out there. I'm not saying I believe it. But how could you not be certain? Like, what if this shit is real, and what if somehow you've gone back and forth between two very similar realities? Like, what if like how the fuck would you know?
Well, my worldview, reality is grounded by God, who upholds reality by the word of his power, and it's based on his constancy. So in order for this stuff to be happening, it'd have to be getting one over on him, in my opinion. So in my worldview, that's a very tall order to accomplish. On the other hand, it would have worked very well towards synthesis of the flat Earth, globe Earth hyper-dimensional omniplane, which I've already floated the idea for years now. That'll be the ultimate synthesis, is that the Earth is a subjective render to the individual, just like subjective morality, subjective theism. Now we have subjective objective reality itself. Everything's subjective. It just is what you think it is. Which is why we don't have as many globers in here anymore, because they know that synthesis is moving forward till where eventually flat Earth and globe Earth will just become something new, and that'll be mainstream consensus narrative, and they can just wait for that to come, and then they can laugh at us. It's like fight the flat Earth. Why fight it? It's just going to be synthesized into the mainstream narrative later on. Why fight? Just enjoy your life.
Can I say you unfortunately have a good point there, AI?
Yeah, definitely on point. I feel like that could be an objective of getting people to believe that reality can be changed. It's possible simulation, subjective reality, subjective morality, nothing matters. To me, it all falls under the same kind of ideas and concepts, right? As something very similar to we're a nowhere planet in a unsuspecting corner of an ever-expanding universe, and we are of no importance or relevance, and we have no agency over the world that we live in.
Wait, a second ago, you said something about them working the flat Earth subject into mainstream propaganda or such. I'm just wondering if you have any ideas on how exactly they do that.
Well, we already know that, relativistic physics warps space and time. We know that the Earth is experienced as flat, yet modeled as a globe. We actually already had one glober, famous glober, Rumpus, have a mental breakdown in this regard, where when he was demonstrated that the geometric horizon that he claimed existed is essentially just an optical phenomenon, and so essentially you have Schrodinger's horizon, where it is or isn't physical at any given time, his brain snapped, and he basically said, if this is true, I cannot trust reality anymore. Rather than concede that the Earth would be flat, he just said reality itself is up for grabs. If you have a world, one second. So if you have subjectively to you one thing, but objectively something else simultaneously, and they mutually are exclusive to each other, well, then you just must throw out everything and just say, well, I don't even know what reality is anymore. And then somebody can put in a completely new idea and synthesize the two paradigms for you and then give you a new answer, which is what they did with Einsteinian physics, right? They came up with this whole new way that the universe works, right? And what's been floated nowadays, right? Like, what's one of the most popular stories that captivated the hearts and minds of the general public? The universe that was created in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is now shifting to the multiverse, right? So that's the idea that they're going to float, because remember, the multiverse is the ultimate excuse that all these people have, all these inconsistencies within our universe. Oh, well, it's just a permutation of the probabilistic multiverse, which there's absolutely no evidence for, right? But if you got the Mandela effect, and if you got the Earth measuring flat, but it's still a globe because we already know it's a globe, then what do you end up with? You end up with a synthesis of multiverse theory and simulation theory, with a subjective render to the subjective entity, which is you, the observer, at any given time. So just like in a video game where you're in a game world with other players, each player's world is rendered on their home system to them as they're viewing it. The parts of the world that aren't rendered just aren't rendered. This also coincides with quantum physics and some of the metaphysical, philosophical ideas that come from the idea that the conscious observer affects or manifests reality. So the answer then isn't whether the Earth is a globe or flat. The Earth is just an experience in the sentient mind, subjectively. Moving, again, towards subjective everything, which is the way the philosophy has been going in the past, in the mainstream anyway.
So I kind of understand what you say, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I don't really see how with what you just said it really puts in the option or part of the plan of actually telling people that the Earth measures flat. Like you were saying, like, oh, the idea and people said, oh, we somehow, some way know it's a ball, we know it's a globe anyway, but it measures flat, and like I don't see how that would work.
Well, if you take a game world, right, and the overarching world is a self-looping world where you can go around it in a circle and end up back where you started. Does that mean that each individual instance of everybody playing in that massive online multiplayer game that it needs to render the entire world at once? No, it doesn't. It only needs to render what you see. And it will almost always render it in a matrix that's just an XYZ coordinate system with a flat planar world. Very few systems actually use a circular or spherical world. So it's just rendering to you at the local level as flat and stationary. But in the system, it is, right, heliocentric, expanding Big Bang cosmology, or whatever else they shift it to. Because look, check this out. People are already abandoning the Big Bang in physics. They think that the Big Bang is trite and antiquated, and they basically consider the universe as being a state after what they would have thought the Big Bang was a precedent for. So, the Big Bang is going all the way back to a singularity, right? What if the universe began at a point past the Big Bang, and this idea of going back to the Big Bang is just retro-engineered mathematics that really has no basis in reality? So basically, they start off with the universe, let's just say, for lack of a better term, 1,000 years after the Big Bang, and that's the universe that popped into existence out of the quantum foam, no less, of which entire universes pop in and out of existence all the time. Here a universe, there a universe, everywhere a universe. Now, this sounds silly, but this is what top physicists are positing as ideas to explain our reality and some of the inconsistencies of what we experience. It's like, to them, these inconsistencies, like Mandela effects, or is the Earth flat or round, or how do we understand subjectivity versus objectivity, all these contradictions are answered by a multiplicity of universes where every possibility is possible, and we just happen to live in the magical one that has them all coincide for intelligent life or whatever. Now, to be fair, you're wondering, that doesn't really sound very coherent, and it's kind of gobbledygooky, and that's true, it is. But it doesn't matter. It only needs to satisfy a change at the current moment. Because, like, even Einsteinian physics, and a lot of people don't like it, and a lot of people are against it. And even when it came out, people were writing papers and giving lectures that it was stupid. But it did become the mainstream status quo, did it not?
Yeah, but what about these globers, these firm globe believers, whether on Discord or in other places, that are, so insistent on saying, when I ask them, do you know of any time anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? and they say, "Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, it's this, you know, we took this thing and we put it over here, and we put that over there, we measured this angle and there's that angle." It's, you know, there's so many of these things, and they're all just not measurements. You know, that's the thing. They think in their heads, they convince themselves, or someone's convinced them that they're measurements, but they're not fucking measurements of arc segments of the alleged globe Earth. They're not that, you know, but they're sure of it, that they are, or at least they seem pretty sure. And there's a lot of people out there that fall in this category. So I'm just wondering, like, you know, if they were to, like, say on the mainstream news or something, "Oh, the Earth is a ball," you know, the Earth is a planet, but it measures flat. I don't know where these people would be. They just, like, their heads explode. I don't know.
Well, what happened when they introduced Einsteinian physics? Like, in order for it to make sense, they had to introduce an extra dimension, right? They had to basically tell you, "Hey, everyone, guess what? We proved an extra dimension to our reality." And then they give you the whole flat world, 2D man versus 3D man explanation, how you couldn't understand it and you never could because you're only a 3D person that can't understand 4D, right? So the next level is going to be 5D. And they're going to give you a whole bunch of equations for it and be like, "Oh, the same mumbo jumbo all over again." And look, they may abandon the classical heliocentric paradigm in totality and come up with something that's similar in some respects, but, you know, different enough. But the point is, they're always coming up with these extra things that can't be quantified or tested or measured, and can only be explained or calculated or mathematical jargonized to explain, like, why we experience what we experience. Now, of course, what they're ultimately trying to explain is consciousness, because that's the one thing that they have no tangible way of explaining in a materialistic paradigm.
You're really breaking this down very well, AI. I appreciate it. You're saying things that I have in my head, but I haven't been very good at articulating. And then I think anybody who is in this topic and also contemplating the Mandela effect, you should understand at least the principle of what subconsciously can take place when you feel like you're in a, you know, nowhere planet, middle of nowhere, nothing matters. We're just a speck in an infinite amount of specks. You're meaningless, right? It's a very similar concept as to what the idea of the Mandela effect can do to you subconsciously, right? Breaks down the basis of your reality, which leaves you open for deception, at least in my opinion.
Well, I think about it this way. If there's no objective standard for which you can base knowledge or verification of past events upon, then the only thing left is your subjective experience. And so, again, you can see how it's moving everything towards subjective verification, whatever I feel is the truth. Now, that does seem correct at first glance. But again, where does that take us in the end?
Yeah, well, we already see a very large shift towards, you know, like moral relativism, which would be like subjective morality, right? We've seen a huge shift over just my lifetime to where most people fall under this moral relativistic view, and it there's a lot of side effects to that. At least,
yeah. And if external reality can't be trusted to inform you of any of those things, then all you're left with is your own internal faculties. What you have to ask yourself: can I even trust my own? Can I trust reality? Can I trust my own memories? Can I trust my own thoughts at all? Do I even exist? Am I thinking or am I not thinking? Am I just a complicated rock having a delusion of grandeur?
Yeah, and I feel like when your brain is in this kind of mind state or this type of thinking, you're certainly more open to other people telling you what is or is not your reality. Meaning authoritative figures are more, it's more easy for them to implant the ideas they want you to believe are objective, even though they are undermining it by convincing you that everything is subjective, if that makes sense.
Correct. The one objective truth is that everything is subjective.
And when you think everything is subjective, you're easily guided towards conclusions based on outside influence that's not of your own faculty.
Yes, especially when you've decided that your decisions are your own and haven't been interfered with by external sources. You've come to this truth. You've had a realization. You've had an epiphany. You've figured it out. Not that you were manipulated your entire life into exactly this result. Very hard to tell the difference sometimes. To be honest, who came upon the idea that the earth is flat on their own? Or was it given to you by an external source from the mainstream?
I kind of did, but I didn't.
How so?
Just my complete lack of understanding of the heliocentric model. One day when I was out surfing, looking at the moon as the sun was coming up, and I was looking at what I perceived was an incorrect geometry for what I thought the phases of the moon at that point in time were caused by the interference of the Earth being in between the sun and the moon, right? Because it'd been a while since I'd even thought about that. And I was like, wait, this doesn't work out. And then I went back and studied. I'm like, oh, that's right, because it's not the shadow of the Earth on the moon that causes the phases. It's just the reflection of the sun on the moon. And then I started looking into, okay, well, how did we figure out the distance to the sun? How did we figure out the distance to the moon? I started getting these circular arguments that all kind of depended on one another and circularly supported the whole narrative. And I was like, this doesn't make sense. We have to assume the size of Venus in order to get the distance to the sun. But how did we know the size of Venus? Right. So I went down this whole
So you're
thing.
saying that thought completely occurred organically with no outside influences.
Correct. This would have been around 2013. And then I was doing some research into it, and then the mainstream stuff started to come into play. So obviously there was eventually an influence there. But as far as the thought initially being planted, it was through my own investigation.
Sure,
But
I will submit to you that organic epiphanies about this topic are very, 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 very to the umpteenth power rare. So rare that it's inconsequential. The majority of the reason why most people are into flat earth today is because some mainstream media outlet released the information. Now, that might have come from somebody organically originally, but it taking off was from the mainstream. And don't get me wrong, with advancements in technology as well, that it just was bound to happen.
yeah, I mean, I don't
So
necessarily disagree with that statement. Yeah. And I think my story is probably maybe more rare than other people's, but is what it is.
It was given to me by the algorithm. But to be fair, I was looking into some things that had to do with the monetary system. Essentially, that's where it began.
Ooh, my truth journey started with the monetary system back in the day, back around like 2005, 2006. My understanding of the Federal Reserve, looking into economics, things like that. That kind of started my truth journey.
Yeah, because I'll say I've got an art background with perspective and all that type of stuff, photography, certain type of things, military, weapon systems, living near the beach, going out to the beach. I will say this though, I never imagined when I was at the beach that I'm looking out across a spherical world. I just, looked out across it, didn't think anything of it. I never thought this is flat, this is round. I just said, oh, that's a cool beach. That's cool water. It never really crossed my mind. But after I went down that journey into the monetary system, all the legal stuff, of course, obviously, atheist versus Christianity debates, all the philosophy wrapped up into that with materialism and evolutionaryism and all of that, and the whole system being a deception in and of itself. Like when I was given the information about the lack of curvature and the hijacking of perspective, and then doing to be fair, a very minimum amount of effort on my part to recognize how true that was. I mean, it was very simple. Once I got the concept, I recognized it from what I experienced in the military, at the ocean, and in art, and I applied that really quickly, drew some angles out. I was like, yeah, baloney. But to be fair, I didn't come to that until my queue on my feed basically presented to me somebody who had already made those arguments. Because I was watching tons of stuff about legal issues, human rights, philosophy, in light of all these conspiracies like the monetary system, the straw man, fiction, all of that. And so naturally, I imagine the algorithm just said, okay, your next video you're going to get is a flat earth video about angles and perspectives, and that what we see doesn't match the globe whatsoever. That just popped up in my feed, and from there, the rest is history as much as I can trust my own memory.
You can totally trust your memory, but the reality gets changed by Nelson Mandela.
Well, the easiest philosophical way to talk about the past in regards to any of these types of philosophical questions is just to ask for tangible, verifiable evidence that the past actually exists. That's a philosophical wormhole. It'd be like, oh, I got this newspaper that says 1945. Oh, great, you're showing to me that in the present. But I want proof that it existed in 1945. Are you going to show me some 1945? That's it. Does anybody have a cup of 1945 that I can verify? Problematic on a philosophical basis.
Yeah, it's on the shelf right next to the cup of 300 million years ago that this sediment formed into this rock. It's on the same shelf, right next to it.
Do you guys ever feel like that we're like a small group of the last defenders of empiricism and objective reality, and the vast majority of people don't care?
Yes, sir.
It's like empiricism is so yesterday. Like I was saying, reality can be whatever you want it to be, right?
You know what? Indio brought up Thomas Reed the other day, and if you guys haven't looked into Thomas Reed and kind of what he put forth, I would suggest looking into that, reading or listening to one of his books. I can't remember what it's called. I think Indio posted it in here the other day. But yeah, he was basically coming against everybody and just flat out said, I'm going to use empiricism. And he did a lot with perspective as well, like what he saw in the world, how perspective works, how all that relates. And he came from a very empirical standpoint, basically shoved everything aside, all the common ideas of the day, and said, I'm going to start from an empirical standpoint and move forward.
Exactly. I mean, that's most people I even try to engage either on here or actually in my real life. One of the first common things we got to establish is there an objective reality that we can demonstrate to each other? If their answer to that question is no, I'm just disengaging. What's the point?
Yeah, nowadays it's few and far between to find people that think that there is actually an objective reality, to be honest with you.
Man, where was I for the past minute?
Time dilation, bro. I also find that people have very strong emotional connections to things that when they use the phrase we to refer to events or situations that didn't involve themselves or the person that they're talking to, right? Like we landed on the moon.
We went to the moon. I hear that all the time. Go ahead.
I feel like I don't know what it is, if it's some sort of psychological connection, putting themselves in the place of whatever. But I find that there's always strong emotional responses to anything that they would typically use the word we to refer to something that they and myself did not do. Like we know, since we know this, or since we know X, Y, and Z. I sometimes diffuse that with like, whoa, 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 whoa. We? I didn't do that. Did you do that? I didn't. Did you? You said we.
Yeah, like for example, Michelle Thaler in her little thing, we've known the Earth is a globe 2,000 years or whatever she said, but she used the word we. But that's a good point.
Well, technically, the rocks knew, and since she's a rock, she could use we.
Yeah, I feel like the science communicators use that often, right? And it seems to be like a foundational basis of their claim, right? Since we know blah blah blah, and then they build whatever theory after the fact, right? But they always try to establish since we, because when your brain hears the word we, it associates yourself with the statement that they're providing. It's kind of like word magic in a way. Politicians tend to use the term "we" as well, lots of times in their speeches. But anyways, we kind of veered from the previous topic.
Does anyone check for new people? I'm driving. I can't see the list of people.
Problem with Mandela effect stuff is that there's no way to prove it, and it doesn't mean shit. Great. Somebody, you grew up with something one way, and somebody else grew up with something another way, and what are you gonna do about that? What does that prove? What does that do? Who are you gonna go to with that information and be like, hey, this conspiracy, it's huge, and if I expose it right, why? Something might happen. Like, nothing, who cares? Right? What are you gonna do about it?
That's kind of why I proposed the question, like, what is the overall implications of if that is actually what's taking place? What are the implications? Or at least, what is the opinion of the implication from somebody who believes the Mandela effect? Blue.
Well, yeah, I skipped the diet Wheaties, Brad, and I went straight to the damn Wheaties. You're right.
From here on out, I'm going to refer to it as the Mandela effect.
Right. The Mandela effect. Yeah, and the only place that people are going to know about it is on this live stream. So say nobody listens to this live stream, but the people listening now, why? Nobody's going to know about the Mandela effect, are they? They're going to wonder when it switched. They'll never know.
I mean, I had the memory of Mandela, but apparently it's Mandela, so
I guess so.
obviously.
Jeez, all right, never
It
mind.
makes sense
I'm
that
sorry
you
I
would
brought
just
it up again.
continue behaving like Glovers after your poor demonstrations
Mandalay.
earlier to
The
to refute
mandolin
it.
effect.
Mandalay Bay effect. Come on, we can have some fun with it, can't we? Come on, Luke, give us a break.
Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I know what's going on. I roll with it. I have fun with it.
He's hip to it.
So, Flo, do you know of anyone who's done a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
No,
Okay,
and
just
I'm not nice to people who claim that they know that the Earth's curved either. So I would have heard about that.
That's cool, man. I was just checking. Maybe you heard something.
The Earth's not curved? No way.
No, yeah, it's never has been actually.
You need to define Earth. Is Earth the subcode, or is Earth the final render? Depending on which, could be either.
Well, okay. So when I ask somebody who believes that Earth is a globe for a direct physical globe measurement, and the person seems to have their wits about them, right? They're an adult age, they've got a car and such, whatever. And then they say something like sunset. And I'm just wondering to myself, this person has a lot of other stuff together, right? They're smart in these ways, they can handle themselves in these ways, whatever. But they think a sunset is a measurement of something. Can someone help me out? How is it that someone seemingly normal can think something like that? Even my cat doesn't even understand it. Is the sunset a measurement, or is it just, hey, look, the sun moved? Which one is it? I don't know, because I keep getting told that a sunset is a direct physical measurement of Earth curve. So,
Well, it will be in 3.5 months when they update the dictionary.com definition.
yeah, probably, yeah. Then we'll get some real
Kinda
Mandela
like-
going on.
Yeah, kind of like they updated the definition of level to include adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
Right.
Did they now? That's fucking new.
Oh, they did. Hey, if you guys haven't been here for the past 5 years, there's a definitively marked time when they did that search. Because we used to search
Keep coming up
level
with new
and it
stuff all the time.
yeah, we used to search level and arguments to say, hey, guess what? Level means horizontal, perpendicular, flat. And then all of a sudden we couldn't just quickly Google it anymore because then the Globers then had a definition that they could Google that said, oh, adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water. Ha, we got you.
Yeah, which is weird because if you're going to call something horizontal, right, then you have to. Okay, if you're going to call something curved horizontal, then you have to change the word. It's not that they thought everybody would be so stupid as to say, well, now horizontal means curved. No. It's either the horizon or it's a different word, guys. Okay, you can't have them both. New definitions. That's cool.
Yeah, kind of like how they added 4 or 5 new different kinds of clouds to make up for all the crap they're doing in the sky.
Right. Which there was one that I saw. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I don't want to blab.
I think it was a total of 19 new clouds.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and all of them were straight lines of some sort.
Ridiculous.
Well, eventually they will evolve into birds.
I guess. Yeah, isn't that what's next for them in the evolution process?
Oh yeah, I forgot about evolution.
How could you forget?
Glad, are you claiming straight line clouds are not a natural phenomenon? Come on, man.
How could you forget about something that isn't happening? How could you forget about evolution? Come on.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, evolution doesn't exist. But that's just my opinion.
Well,
wait.
You guys are forgetting about the fossil record.
I was going to say,
Okay,
you mean that we didn't come from a little bit of pond scum on the ground? We didn't come directly from that, our consciousness and ability to put things together and discern fact from fiction and to create languages. Are you trying to say it didn't come from little pond scum? Because that would be very insulting.
No, you came from someone like you.
Okay.
You guys remember all the pictures people take of clouds that look like animals?
Yeah, it's weird stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, eventually that'll be proof that animals in the future evolved from clouds in the past.
It's perfect.
Oh, don't get me started. I'm gonna start writing this down so I can put it into a comedy.
It's really
routine.
good actually. Yeah, write it down.
It's too funny.
if we take that logic, then I'll just sit at this next red light until it evolves into a green light. Feel me?
Better yet, till it evolves into a flying machine.
Right.
Or maybe it'll de-evolve back into a stop sign.
Oh, you're onto something there.
Oh,
So
come on, that
eventually
was
we'll
funny. Come
invent.
on, give me a break.
No,
You
no,
guys
it's
are no
not
fun
funny,
today, I
Judith.
swear.
It was
It's
funny.
deadly serious. It's deadly serious.
I know.
Let me tell you.
Well, yeah,
So,
it's terrifying when you start thinking about how crazy things can actually become true. Yeah, it's kind of gonna.
well, yeah. I mean, eventually we'll invent robots, and then they'll get artificial intelligence. Then they'll kill all of us, and then 1,000 years after that, they'll dig up around and they'll find like stop signs and stoplights and toasters. And they'll be like, "Look, it's our ancestors."
Yep. Only we'd be there.
So it's the people out there saying they believe in aliens
Wait a
and
minute.
evolution
Wait a minute.
and stuff, telling us that we can't trust our senses. Is that what's going on?
That's what they want. They want us to doubt everything to an
Right.
extent where we even doubt whether we're male or female.
Wait, am I male? What's this thing in the middle of my body? What's that?
I don't know. Till you tell me what a woman is, I don't know what a man is.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is anymore. Are there are there encyclopedias that still have this thing that I'm
Who
looking at?
cares? It doesn't matter either way. They're both people.
I'm going to identify as whatever this commercial tells me to.
I'm
They're
not a
both equal, though.
biologist.
So it doesn't.
She said, I'm not a biologist. That's her answer to that question. What is a woman? I don't know. I'm not a biologist. So there you go.
You have to be a biologist to be able to know whether or not you are male or female. That is today's
Oh, that's
world.
right.
Welcome.
I forgot. Oh no, you have to be a doctor at least, right?
Right, at least a doctor. But you don't have to have gone somewhere
Let's see.
to
What's a
say that you
doctorate?
went there.
Let's see. Oh, so all I have to do is take a test and get the answers right, and then I can be that. Okay, that sounds like fun. I can do that.
See, what I think they're trying to do is prepare us for this virtual thing to be in the metaverse all the time. So they're getting us conditioned to say things like, yes, I've been over there, when clearly you've never been over there. But inside your mind, inside that little digital thing you got over your eyes, over there is in that thing. So you can claim you've been there even though you've never been over there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The only problem is I've been there too.
Unfortunately, it does make sense. Yes.
Oh, shit. I was hoping it didn't make sense.
Told you to be careful.
We have been joined by VC Verified. Let's see if they'd like to talk. Crystal, are you there?
Oh, hey, I talked last time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you always get picked on when your only role is VC Verified. But
Oh,
if you
okay.
don't want to talk,
Good
that's
to know.
fine. Yeah.
I
If you got any
kind of have
feel free.
questions, but I'll let someone else go ahead if there's a queue.
Well, you're first in line. What's your question?
You're the most important person.
I guess one of my questions is it's kind of like I guess related to flat Earth, but I'm just wondering if you guys have I guess looked into like the old ruins of ancient I guess civilizations and if there's reasons why they're so empty and why or what happened to them, I guess. Like, like the old Roman ruins and like Amazon ruins or whatever. Like just like or even the pyramids. Like what happened to those people from that era? Like why was it just I don't know, found empty and nothing else around? You know what I mean?
Don't know for sure, definitively. There are theories, many abound.
Like the theories as it's been hidden the truth about what happened or like is there things leading up to what's going to happen to us kind of the same way? Like that's what it feels like. You know what I mean?
Don't know definitively. But there's many different theories. I mean, you even have on mainstream television channels theories of aliens seeding these populations, right? So there's many theories abound. I wouldn't
But when
say
they
that the room has any one specific
yeah, but when they say
idea.
alien, do they mean like just another human from another area or is it
Typically, they're
the
talking about interstellar space travel beings,
oh.
but you'd have to confirm that with people that put forth those theories. I'm not sure.
Well, what's your opinion on it or
I don't
what's
know if
your
I have enough information to really give a good, solid answer to
I'll
that,
give you
to
an
be honest
opinion.
with you.
Sure.
Whatever it is, it's not what they say it is.
I mean, I think there's a theory out there called the outward flow of civilizations, maybe? Does that sound right to anybody?
Yeah, and that makes sense. But we do have a misunderstanding on the table. And that's that these things have happened in the past. They're actually happening right now. There are large cities, completely abandoned, infrastructure. Nobody's there. There's guys going around documenting all of this as we speak.
But what do
What's
you
happening
mean?
is,
Like large cities? Do you mean
I mean, like entire cities and infrastructure that are covered in weeds because everybody's not there anymore.
is it
Because there's
because
no more
everyone's
people.
moving to like the city or something or do you mean like something from the past
That's
or
part of it. That's
oh,
part
okay.
of it. But largely it's because we're suffering a population decline, a demographic decline.
Hmm.
The modern world, people are just not having babies anymore. And so all of these things that we built are just no longer needed.
But do you think this is like a repeat? Like this has happened before or do you think something catastrophic happened in the past and it could happen again?
Well, like a natural disaster, something sure. And usually if a civilization is so like emaciated of intelligent and active people because there just isn't that many more people around anymore, and everyone's aging and getting stupider. I mean, they'd be more susceptible to such events, whether it be weather or a conquering force from another nation. I'm not going to give you like these things are credible or not, but there are people out there that posit the idea that there's 7 billion people on the world is a joke, and that there's much, much less people.
That's definitely a joke. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I could believe there's less people.
And like I said, like before I even got into this topic, I used to watch a lot of socio-political stuff. And one of the guys I came across was a guy, I wish I could remember his name. I could definitely find it through my YouTube history if I look back far enough. But his mission in life was to document the demographic decline. And he would travel the world going to these ghost cities to prove to people that this is happening. And you just walk around. It's like, look, here's a bunch of skyscrapers. Ain't nobody here. Look, here's a road. Nobody here. What's happening? Something weird is happening.
So,
or you take things like the Sahara Desert, right?
Yeah.
Was that always there, or did it used to be lush and fertile, and it was used up by mankind, and then that society imploded and left the big desert wasteland because they basically eviscerated the natural resources?
It could be, but I just think it's kind of difference in environments, like having specific animals thrive or specific plants, and having dangerous I guess like in ways,
Sustainability.
yeah, or like just there's things you got to look out for in our world, like whether it's deserts or harsh environments like the cold. I think it's just a way of survival, different ways, because you can take advantage of the hot weather for other things as well as in cold weather. I think it's just different environments we could take advantage of or be careful of. It's kind of like that whole battle royale thing, like there'd be pitfalls and whatnot. Like I think that's the entire world. Like that's why there's like volcanoes and all these other things, because it's a risk, I guess. It's all about survival.
Interestingly enough, in the United States at least, there's kind of, I mean, it's not really a war, but it's definitely like a battle between sustainable farming and hyper agrarian commercialism. So like the sustainable farmers, they mix animals and plants and crop rotation and replenishing the soil and natural methods, versus like hyper agrarian agriculture, which is commercialized. Like they use machines, chemicals, techniques that rob the soil of its natural stuff. And one of the guys that I was watching, he basically explained it very well, like that taxing the soil like that basically leads to desertification. So you basically create a desert because you're taking the life. Like every time you plant a plant, right, that plant grows out from the soil. And so it's taking from the soil everything to make that plant. And if you just do that on repeat, eventually there's going to be nothing left in the soil.
Oh, okay. I could see that.
Because like he specifically was a cattle farmer, and he did some other farming too, but he would put his crops here. Then later you have the cattle go there, and he'd move his crops over here, and he would let the animals interact with the ground. And for some reason, he said that that's how you keep the soil healthy and alive, as he put it. Otherwise, you're just taking the life out of the soil through every iteration.
So it's mostly try to prevent past mistakes and keep your farm from dying out.
Right. And there's ancient traditions that have the same, the same kind of thought process where, like even in the Bible, it says that they're supposed to let the land rest every 7 years and to cycle their crops, for sustainability purposes. Whereas now it's just always produce, produce, produce.
Yeah, I'm
And what do we
surprised we
need to
haven't.
produce for?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, like, what do we need to produce for? Well, usually it's to feed people, right? So we simultaneously need to produce all this food, even though we have a demographic decline. So it's like, what are we going to do with all this infrastructure and surplus? And whatever.
But do you think we've seen anything like that, like a decline with, like, I don't know, let's say a factory farm that is no longer around? Like, is there anything out there that would show this, that we would have to wait these 7 years, or is this just something that people aren't really taking up much land for to figure that out? Because that could be like the real global warming kind of, or like climate crisis right there.
Yeah, I mean, well, it is all kind of linked in a cycle, and part of that cycle is the sky and the water.
Ooh.
And the ground holding the water. Like grassy ground holds water to a degree.
While you're talking about cycles, sorry, I was away for just a bit. Going back to kind of your original question, Crystal, I know I kind of intentionally dodged it a little bit when you first proposed it. But thinking about it a little bit more, I feel like everything has cycles and has a cyclical nature to it. Societies do, nature does, small cycles, larger cycles. I feel like these are pretty self-evident if you pay attention. And I feel that it's possible that human civilizations go through cycles of growth, decline, growth, decline. And it's very possible that this has taken place for a relatively long period of time. The ruins may just be remnants of civilizations that grew. It seems like as civilizations grow, as cities grow, as the basic needs of the individual are met fairly easily and without as much work, you tend to have more toil and more contemplation and a decline in morality within societies and an eventual collapse. And I think that could be kind of a plausible explanation for ancient ruins. And I feel like this is even expressed within the earth and nature itself. I feel like there's cyclical things that take place here. And where we're at specifically within one of those cycles, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I just feel like something must have wiped them out, because if we were going down the same path, I can't see us doing this. Like, I can't see us like doing it to ourselves. I mean, I guess I can in like cities, but I
Well,
think.
maybe. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
I was just going to say maybe kind of along the lines of what AI was talking about, right? Once you tend to have societal decline or decay, there tends to be less procreation, and that could be a natural effect of kind of these cycles, right? Where it may not be something as catastrophic as we may like to think in our fanciful minds, big explosions or something like that. It may just be a slow, gradual decay of the society based on like a moral decline. When society starts questioning basic biology and things like that, who knows what direction it takes and how that implosion may transpire. But
Yeah, I feel like it's possible like people just left or something happened like devastating that pushed them out of those ruins or whatever, or not the ruins at the time, but you know what I mean, like the world or the infrastructure they built. It just feels strange that they would leave something so spectacular empty. But I guess there's uh ways to find out why. If I looked into it more, I just thought I'd ask you guys.
yeah, well, maybe as the society declines, right? And I feel like it's quite possible you just get to the point where the existing portions of society just don't have the ability to sustain or utilize the infrastructure that was maybe put there in the past. You don't have either the population or the will or anything like that. Who knows?
Like the ability to keep up with it or
Yeah.
the skill set. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, there's a lot of effort that goes into creating what we call our modern society, right? A lot of moving pieces, a lot of players, a lot of manpower, a lot of thought processes, a lot of technology. I mean, some of the things we take for granted, we have no idea the far reaches of the earth that some of these components come from in order to end up being utilized by ourselves, or you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like as those things start to break down, I feel like society's infrastructure at some point renders itself useless.
Yeah, I feel like it's intentional to like dumb us down and make us feel like if you're extremely talented, only those types of people can go far, and like the general population, all they could do is just like a 9 to 5 job where they press a button or like pull a lever, and that's the most you feel like your abilities can go. So I do think like there is like some manipulation making us feel like we're not as capable of doing these type of things if that's what we're told, and like maybe deep down we actually can build these things if we're just given the option to work together, but they don't want to unify us, so
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
one day.
think of the way that society's currently going and our dependency on technology and technological devices. If at some point, there's not enough people to keep up with the technology or keep the computers and the phones and all of that stuff going, if that's even 2 generations from now, think of the skill sets that 2 generations previous to, let's say, you and I had, as far as building things, simple construction, even small scale gardening. You know what I'm saying? Like these things tend to just fade away. The knowledge of how to do these things can slowly fade away. And then at some point you can get to a collapse, and then a struggle for people generations down the road to really fully come back into to be able to build a good societal structure for probably a long period of time, because you'd have to relearn a lot of the knowledge of how the earth works, the cycles of the earth, planting cycles, things like that. The average person knows nothing about planting cycles, harvesting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. So would you guys like, so I looked into this one video, I guess it's kind of along the lines, it makes me think it's related. But do you guys think or believe that the sun will eventually like leave this land mass and go somewhere else? Like if our world is really expanded and bigger than we think it is, like do you think we'll be in complete darkness at some point, or do you think like that's kind of unrelated to what could have possibly happened to these ruins where these people lived? Like maybe the sun left at one point and people just died out because their main source is gone. I don't know, like something like that is what I'm thinking could happen.
Yeah, I think that was kind of what I alluded to previously with the outward flow of civilizations kind of theory, where, you know, people have concepts or ideas or possibilities of, you know, sun, moon, and interplanetary things being moved outward and replaced anew. There's even people who conceptualize the possibility that what we call planets were, you know, previous suns and moons, but speculation, obviously.
I feel like if that were to happen, do you think it would be more obvious? Like I feel like there'd be proof of that coming from, you know, the controllers trying to, like, I feel like that would come out somehow. Like if we were going to be in total darkness eventually, like we would see some kind of sign if that were the case. But so far, I feel like there's nothing that would reveal that. But I guess what do I know?
Let's
Yeah,
keep in
if there's
mind that the mainstream narrative is that we live in an ambivalent system that we are just accidental to. So the fact that this planet, quote unquote, in their view, is perfect for life is a complete accident. It just so happens to be, and one day it won't be, and whoop-de-doo, right? And on the other hand, if you believe that
True.
we live in a created world that was designed by a creator as our home for us, then it would make sense that we're going to have what we need accessible to us. Now, within that, we obviously believe in freedom in a sense. Most people do, even most theistic interpretations of the world, that we have some kind of free will. And so we can screw the land up for ourselves, right? So like this area we could live in if we be responsible, but if we be irresponsible, we got to move over there because we use this place up.
Yeah, but I
So in
also
that view,
think
I don't
that.
see that
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I don't see that the sun is going to leave us. You know, it would have to be purposely done by the creator himself.
Yeah. I also do think that our world is just so vast, and like the damage we could do is like, I feel like it's the equivalent of like flicking a stone, you know what I mean? Like it's just so minimal, because even if we do damage something, I have a feeling like there's always a um rejuvenation, or like there's a way to like regrow, and like
Absolutely.
things will
Let
return
me tell you.
eventually.
Let
Like,
me tell you a problem. Let
mm-hmm.
me tell you a problem in the vein of what you just said. It's called the oil problem. Okay, so the majority of our technology basically was based on oil and coal, right? Surface level, and the deep technology that we have took a lot of infrastructure to be able to get to. And so we had an energy boom, which allowed us to have the industrial revolution and get to the technological advancements that we are having and experiencing today. Now, if we lost that technology, we'd have no way of getting there again because the natural resources that we use to get there are depleted. So what would happen? Well, we would die off, right? There'd be much less of us over time. Now, it wouldn't be instant. It's not like you'd see a mass genocide of billions of people, right? It's just we'd fade away over time to a much smaller population, maybe live agrarian lifestyles, get back to the land, And eventually all those natural resources that we had used up would replenish, just like you said. And then we thrive technologically again. So that the system, much like animal systems, is self-correcting. So like if there's too many deer, right, then all of a sudden the wolves start eating them. And then the plants regrow rather than the deer eating all the trees. You know, all these types of things. When there's less resources, there's less things alive to need resources. And then the resources regrow.
So what happens when they stop spraying stuff in the sky?
When the what?
When they start manipulating what?
Oh, you mean if they can succeed in making it so it doesn't rain?
No, I mean, what's going to
That'd be
happen when
pretty
they
bad.
stop manipulating the weather and it goes back to normal?
Oh, yeah, who knows?
Oh, the weather manipulation thing is real?
Yeah, there's a bunch of patents, and it's officially called geoengineering.
Is it like advanced to the point where like you could make it hotter than it actually is, or like colder?
Just go look up weather modification or weather manipulation online, and you'll find companies that'll sell it to you.
Yeah, they have all sorts of things that they're working on testing. Different means.
They've been working on weather
That's
manipulation
crazy.
since 20.
Does that have to do with those planes and the stream or
Maybe.
whatever they're called? Mm.
That's for you to decide.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it wouldn't be enough just coming from those planes.
It's a very interesting study that was done right after 9/11. And the reason why it was done after 9/11 is because all the planes were grounded. And they basically did some atmospheric readings, quote unquote, and came up with some very interesting results that have to do with greenhouse effects of certain gases and particulates. So, for example, certain amount of gases and particulates trap solar energy and therefore increases the heat. But simultaneously, they block solar energy from getting through to be trapped in the first place.
Yeah, but if all that solar energy is still inside here with us, then what?
Yep.
Feels like they thought of everything. Like once they take advantage of something, they're getting like multiple things done at once. And it feels like there's no way to keep up.
I won't say anymore because it'll just take us off the subject.
Well, that also begs the question: is it our job to keep up, or because there's obviously evil people with evil designs, and then there's the common man and what they should be doing. And that's like a personal decision that everyone has to make. It's like, how involved are you going to get in, one, understanding the system, two, doing anything about it, or three, avoiding it and just focusing on your personal sphere of influence and making that
Depends
the
on what you
best for
think your job
yourself
is.
and the ones you love.
It depends on what you think your whole purpose here is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, sometimes I think we could meddle too much. Like stick our noses where it doesn't belong. Like one of the main issues I have is I guess letting go of certain things. Like especially when it comes to your loved ones. Like if they're down the wrong path or if someone does like an evil act, I think, wow, that should stop. But then I also remind myself that they have will or free will to decide if they're going to go down a good path or a bad path. But I'm just wondering, like, is that is it right to let them make that choice? Because if that's the case, why do we even have police officers, or why should we help someone who's addicted to drugs? Like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes I get conflicted with how far we should go to help, but then what's the limit?
You offer help politely, and if they refuse it, you move on. That's pretty much all you can do.
Yeah, I think
It's like,
part of the problem.
we're here to share with you, and we're here to share with people who want to listen, but if you don't want to listen, then that's what we're here for. You know?
But then when it comes to, like, I don't know, let's say like someone who is into cannibalism and they love eating people, and you try to stop that. I'm not saying they should do it or we should let them, but it's their free will to do that. Like, that's what they decide is good. And I know, like, you're on the brink of, like, evil,
Well,
but I'm
there's
just
right
thinking, what's the difference?
and you don't know what's right and what's wrong.
Morality is different.
Yeah, I agree. Morality is different than right and wrong. Right? Morality is more like things where you don't really know where the lines are gray. Right?
But do you think morality and free will, like, do you think that's a
No,
contradiction?
no, I think that it's not good to eat people. Nothing else.
Manifestation, your will, the things that you do and physically, impose your will on is what you get credit and what you don't get credit for. Right? That's what's being kept track of.
I personally don't see something wrong with if in the scenario of, like, here's a starving family and he gives up his arm so that his family could eat. If that was the only thing he could do in that scenario, I wouldn't judge him for that, but that's not my place to judge.
Yeah, I guess this question is kind of for, like, a different topic.
Mhm. Yeah, but eating people is generally bad as a habit. It's dangerous to your brain.
Yeah.
It's dangerous to your brain?
For some reason, the genetic makeup of the human, when you eat them, releases what's called prions, which are essentially scraps of genetic material. And when they get through your system and go to your brain, they essentially disassemble your nervous system. It's kind of similar to a virus.
So you end up dying anyway?
And that gives you a disease called Kuru, which is essentially degenerative brain disease.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if God thought of a way to prevent us from eating each other.
It shows that if you try to do that in excess, it will lead to problems.
It's fascinating.
People have gone through horrible situations and had to do that kind of stuff and not gotten it. But then when you have cases of people who do it regularly, they seem to get it. So it's interesting.
And do you think this is one of the
Pretty sure
reasons why?
cannibalism isn't necessarily, they don't necessarily eat just people. They eat people as part of their religion, I think. I don't think it's anything to do with doing it. I think it has to do with,
I guess
they
this
win a
is
battle or
why
whatever.
some of these people are so sick and, like, psychotic. Because if what they're
why
saying is
everybody's
true, I guess, yeah.
I don't know if you eat a person and you start to go crazy or not.
Yeah.
You've got that whole, brain eating thing. If it makes people crazy, you've got the mad cow disease stuff. You've got, you know what I mean? Just all these things that I personally don't know if I eat that, am I going to go crazy or die from it? Or is it going to give me superpowers or what? and
I
that's
feel
good.
like it's not.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just
No,
saying
go
that I don't think that. I personally don't believe that if you ate another person, you wouldn't go crazy. But I mean, if there's studies on it, I'd love to know. But
Yeah.
if let's say people did do that, I think they would have to be forced to do it in a way. Because that's why I think that's the whole vegan agenda. Like they're trying to take the role of animals away from us like I think that's why they're here with us, so we focus on animals and not each other.
That's a good point.
And the vegan agenda is trying very hard to like get this synthetic meat or this vegetable plant protein that says it's a good replacement for meat, and meat is actually causing diseases. I think that is going to drive that whole cannibalism.
Well, yeah. Now they have the manufactured food shortage, so that'll help with it.
So let's say if you do get.
I mean, you can already eat yourself. You can buy that kit where you can grow your own cells of your own body and then eat it. Well, it's disgusting.
What?
Let me give you an interesting analogy for cannibalism and veganism. Now, I'm not saying this applies to all people because certain people's physiological makeup is different, but in many, many cases of veganism, what happens is you're malnourished and you then must cannibalize your own body to provide the nourishment to your other cells. So it takes away from certain areas of your body to give it to other more necessary areas.
There you go.
So you
That's
actually
like eating
are
yourself right there.
But that's what I mean. I think that's the idea.
Unquote, eating yourself.
I was going to suggest fasting was eating yourself, but I wasn't going to say anything. But since you guys did it, or
I mean, I think it can be like, if anything, let's.
It's a kind of form of masturbation.
You think so?
Maybe.
Well, if you're eating yourself.
Yeah.
Well, if
I
you don't eat for
guess.
3 days, what is your body eating? Itself.
Well, I'm hoping it's eating the fat it's storing up, but it could be true. Yeah.
It also eats the muscle.
But what about when you're sitting down for long periods of time and you eventually like lose that muscle mass that you worked so hard
That's
at the
atrophy,
gym?
though. That's different.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, atrophy is different than malnutrition. Malnutrition is when your body can't make muscle cells. So every time you tear a tissue somewhere, it just stays injured. It never grows back right. So you end up with all these like foamy, like weird muscles that stretch and pull and cause spasming. It's a painful thing, I've heard.
Now, one of the things that is damaged with vegans is their myelin sheaths in their brain for their neurons. And so their neural pathways are diminished and they can't think as clearly. And it also leads to hyperaggression, condemnation.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Specifically, check this out, specifically predatory instincts towards other humans.
Yeah, it's almost as if they really need those nutrients, and looking at another person during those mental
In other words, they become
feelings.
hungry. They attack people through their psychologically. They attack other people because they're hungry.
Yeah, I live in Toronto, so there's tons
That's
of
a kinky,
vegans.
weird ass philosophy right there. I'll tell you that. I'm not saying it ain't true. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying it's really weird.
No, I've noticed that a majority of them, they will let little tiny things get under their skin, and what would normally be like not a huge deal would be extremely explosive, like reaction, and it's kind of scary sometimes. Like,
there's this guy called Vegan Gains, who's a hyper militant vegan, and now he's trying to build his body up. That's why he's called Vegan Gains. Dude's nuts. He's on video saying, if I saw a baby crying, I just want to kill it. I just want to smash its face in.
Holy
it's
shit.
so disgusting. Me and my wife, we're never having kids. Kids are such
Wait, he
pieces
has a
of crap.
wife?
Yeah, his wife is like a pink hair feminist type.
That's not a good thing. That makes you look bad. I'm just kidding.
That's
Like,
surprising.
why would anybody want to be with some crazy? Maybe he wasn't always crazy. Maybe he became that way. Maybe she's just afraid to run away. I don't know. It's a good question though. Right?
If you ever leave me, I'm eating a steak.
And that'll kill me, so you'll be my murderer.
But how is it possible to get like, because you said he wants to gain muscle or get jacked or something?
He wants to be a bodybuilder without eating protein.
But how can you do that on a vegan diet?
Well, like I said,
bean curd, all kinds of whey. Milk.
You could do that with
Yeah.
vegetables?
Well, kind of. What you can do, see, legumes, beans, like black beans, red beans, kidney beans, all kinds of those kinds of beans are high in protein. You can also add nuts, fruits, and legumes that are high in protein. You just need to add more of the proteins that create themselves into being a complete protein inside of a piece of meat. So like say it takes all these bananas and lettuce and all this stuff to make this one piece of animal protein. Well, then you just need to get all those things together and eat them yourself. Drink a little coconut oil, get some good fats. You have to make sure you can supplement everything. However, there is a deficiency that's going to happen. You're going to have to eat a lot more, and you're still not going to get 100% of everything you need from what we consider animal fats, because those are necessary for the human body to be healthy. Thank you.
Yeah, Vegan Gains actually adopted a dog and then force-fed it vegan diet until he almost killed it. So that's one of the reasons why I have no respect.
Yeah, I
for
heard
him.
about that. I know.
I heard of
Dude,
that. I heard about that with babies too. Babies will just die like on a vegan diet if they don't get their mother's milk. And it's so surprising how it's still running strong.
Natural breast milk.
Yeah, like that right there is a huge sign that hey, the vegan diet is dangerous if
My
your
daughter
babies are
never
dying.
And the soy crap that you give kids as milk, as formula, that stuff's horrible for kids.
Yeah, here in Florida a few years ago, there was a family that lost their kids to CPS because they were giving no animal fat, and their kids were way so underweight and just very unhealthy, and the one was supposedly being breastfed, but all the mother was eating was things like pineapple and stuff like that, and so there was virtually no nutrients in. And I hear every probably year or so I hear some story like that where some child dies or some child gets taken away or something.
Yeah, I don't want to be crude.
That's a damn
in
shame.
regards to women's. I don't want to be crude in regards to women's bodies, but there is this girl who was obese, and she then got on a vegan diet, hyper fruitarian diet, and she lost a lot of weight, and then she was very attractive, and then she kept on the diet, and now she's like a skin and bones nothing. It's like she went from one extreme to the other.
I just don't know how they could keep it up.
That's Freely the banana girl.
But in other case, I know so many vegetarian and vegans living so healthy and in good condition, better than me and more.
That's because
other
they're sneaking
people.
in a couple bites of eggs or beef on the side. Trust me.
No, Sean, that's not true. That's not true. And I think that we don't need any animal fat.
Incorrect, but that's okay.
Oh,
I'm going to disagree.
Okay. I disagree with other things because
I tried
think that
it. Sorry, go ahead, Sasha.
No, I'm not saying about these products, vegans or these vegan stuff like community what became or blah blah blah. I'm speaking about person who is eating the vegetables and how to say and making food from vegetables. I think he is more healthy than all of us. That's my opinion, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the problem is that with the advent of the internet, people can tell their personal stories. And there's just story after story after story of women losing their periods, becoming infertile,
Guys basically having dementia symptoms, et cetera, et cetera. Now, it's just obvious that it's just not sustainable for every person.
Some people
can
will
do
handle it
some people
different.
can't.
Yeah.
I feel like that everyone should be an omnivore, but some people respond better to a higher in fruit and vegetable diet than someone else in a lower in fruit and vegetable diet. I think
Yeah.
all bodies are programmed that way differently. But I mean, I've been into this almost my whole life, and we have to have animal fats in our brains. It has to happen.
I think most of the time when you're sustaining this diet, it could be because it's coming from your parents in a way, like their nutrients are in you now, and or beforehand, before you became vegan, your liver's storing the best
Right.
possible stuff for you, so you're practically living on that, and it could go from 3 years to 10 years or 15 years until you finally feel side effects of the diet. But I for a fact felt it not even within a year. I just got incredible migraines, and um I just had a sour attitude all the time, and I just felt, okay, I'm not going to do this because I want to feel better. And if people are telling me being on this vegan diet helps you feel better, and or like it's healthier, then I'll probably find an other alternative than to get migraines every night after eating it for so long.
And
I
they
can't
always
do
tell
it.
you, "Oh, well, that goes away after a while." Uh-huh.
No, I have a sister who's also on a vegan diet. I think she's going on year 4, maybe 5, and she's gotten Crohn's disease or something. Like it's bad. And she gets migraines all the time, and she can't even travel in the car because she gets
I have
sick instantly.
Crohn's as well. That's why I'm talking about it.
Yeah. But did it come from like a vegan diet, or like where'd that
No,
come
it
from?
came from, well, supposedly it came from the opposite, but I'm still confused on what it is. But supposedly it's like pre-cancer. It's basically when you're inside, the bacteria in your lower intestine changes so drastically and for so long that it actually causes permanent damage to your ability to absorb nutrients, and that turns into cancer. Because your
Oh,
body
scary.
is now diseased. Get it? And then disease becomes cancer. Basically, that's the way it was explained.
It can, yeah, it sure can. It can. See, I've never heard of Crohn's reversing itself, but I've heard of people getting real good control over it. But again, it just depends on the person's diet up until that point. What have they been eating red meat and potatoes their whole life, or did they get a salad in every once in a while? Like there's, what I mean?
I ate like a madman for
confusing.
years. I used to weigh about 350. Now I'm down to 200 pounds.
You ate meat or
I ate meat and everything. I ate fish.
and you still
meat.
have this?
I went off meat for a little over a year. I ate eggs and things and milk, but I didn't eat any meat, and it didn't make me feel any better. It didn't.
Right.
It didn't make me bitchy or anything like that, really, but it just didn't. You know what I mean? I didn't feel any better. It didn't really make me any healthier. If anything, I felt the same. So
Are you gonna start
I felt
eating
like,
meat
well,
again?
oh, I already have.
Okay.
But only
And there's
because
no
I wasn't
difference,
gaining
eh?
weight for a while. So I was starting to worry about my health because I have Crohn's and I can't absorb nutrients properly. So if I don't eat the right amount of nutrients, then my body doesn't get enough of anything, and then I get malnutrition and it makes me sick. So at least that's the way it seems to go anyway. I guess it's different for everybody, but like I'll get
But then
sick
when you
for like 2 or 3 days at a time where I won't even get out of bed. I'll just stay in
Yeah,
bed
that's confusing.
then
because
when you eat
it's
meat,
such a horrible feeling.
depends which meat you will eat and where you will
I
buy
don't
it.
eat sometimes for 2 or 3 days when I'm sick like that. I won't even drink water.
Sorry.
That's how bad it is. Water makes me
What
vomit. It's weird.
is Crohn's disease?
I don't know.
What is Crohn's disease exactly?
It's ulcerative colitis, basically.
When your colon gets ulcers from bacterial infections.
Yeah, but I would say there's also many different types of people. There's different blood types.
Yeah, there's different.
There's different
Sure.
genealogy.
It affects people differently, but in my case, it makes me just sick and like really bad sick, like nauseous to where like I'll sit in the shower for hours at a time and then I'll sleep and I'll just lay there. I won't have any energy. I'll sleep or I'll just zone out for however long it takes until it stops hurting. It's weird.
Does anyone else in your family have this too?
Not that I know of. No, that's what's weird. I never even thought about it, but no, not unless I just didn't know about it. My grandmother, on my dad's side, died years ago. I think I was 11, so I don't know. But I know she had heart problems. But I know the only thing that really runs in my family is a little bit of the craziness and heart disease. But I haven't had any problems with heart disease, and even though I eat meat, my blood levels are always like right on top. Like even though I have Crohn's, the doctors are always surprised to see that my triglyceride levels are all in the right places, and I don't have lots of cholesterol or anything, even though I eat junk food and chips and all that all the time. I don't know why the difference is. Maybe it's just I don't absorb it. I don't know.
Maybe that's what you need, the cholesterol.
Or maybe that's what I'm lacking in this.
Yeah.
But it seems like when I go off of meat and I go off of all kinds of I try to stay away from like exotic oils and things like that. I try to eat like prunes and dates and things that are natural, not just eating the products that they make from them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's this.
I drink regular soda now rather than diet soda because I did a little research and found out
that stuff's
in my
terrible.
mind it's worse for you. Aspartame is worse for you than sugar is. As long as you're not drinking too much of it and you don't have problems with diabetes, you're okay. But I know that some people end up with diabetes from eating too much sugar.
I should send you this PDF I have. It's called like Living Without Disease or something like that. And it might be a good read for you.
Well, you can DM me if you want. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll DM you right now.
I hate to be Davy Downer, but Crystal, how do you feel about the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's a globe? Or... Hello?
Oh, sorry. I was just about to DM this guy. What was the question?
Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball? Do you believe in a globe? Okay.
Definitely not a spinning ball.
That leads me into how long ago did you find out?
Me? I found out 2020. What's hilarious is probably a year or two before COVID. I have a friend he's pretty like into the conspiracy theory stuff, and we got back in touch with each other after like probably 3 years of not talking, and he showed me this nutritionist YouTube channel, and he talked about flat Earth, and I just laughed so hard thinking, haha, this guy believes in flat Earth. And then he replied, yeah, haha, like, he obviously, he believed in flat Earth too, but at the time I thought it was funny because it's exactly what they do with the manipulation where they think it's a disc and you can fall off it, or like Christopher Columbus kind of thing.
Right.
And then fast forward to 2020, I was going through some stuff and I came back to like believing in God, whereas before I was on the fence about it for like almost my whole life. Like as a kid, I believed in it heavily because I was in Catholic schools and whatnot. But then you kind of fade out on it and start ask questions and think if we're really a spinning ball and there's this other way of travel, it makes you think, well, if God is going to make aliens, then maybe there isn't a God. You know what I mean? Like it just felt like it took the focus all out of what I knew, and so once I came back to God, I felt it was like my friend noticed that it was easier for him to talk to me about this kind of stuff because he knew like I was more accepting, and I wouldn't just turn it down without thought because I was trying to like understand what was
so you
really
came
going
back
on.
to God before you decided to look into flat Earth seriously?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And I
thought
think
you were going to say that it reinforced.
Oh man! Oh dude, you have no idea the feelings and the chills I got as soon as like I figured the Earth was flat. I just like I was like looking at my computer screen, watching this guy go through this journey of flat Earth, and I'm just like, I'm getting it. I'm like, whoa, this is making so much sense because I knew the moon landing was fake, 100%.
Right.
I just felt like maybe they couldn't go and they really wanted to, but they just sucked so bad because it was the 1960s. But after watching this guy show me flat Earth, I just looked out the window and like tears came down my cheeks because I was like, whoa, like this is legit. And the sun is right there. Like I'm looking at the sun and it's not far. It totally reinforces that God is real and this is an enclosed system and it just feels more set in stone for me that I can't go back. Like I cannot doubt it anymore.
Right.
And
And you don't even
it just
call
helped
flat
me
Earth
even
a belief.
better.
And you're not even calling flat Earth a belief anymore, right?
No, it's definitely like it is flat. I
Realization.
mean, I don't know if it's entirely flat. There's like terrains and mountains
Well,
and whatnot, but like
obviously.
like it's definitely not a spinning ball, but I won't say it's entirely flat, but
Well,
I
that's the
do know
problem.
it's not
They've made the
moving.
argument out to be that we're trying that flat earthers are defining the whole thing as flat, as if we could know what the whole thing is, or that it's flat to begin with is a total misnomer. So the whole conversation's kind of been pigeonholed into that. You have to define the whole thing because we define the whole thing by showing you this spinning ball, which is fake to begin with. So it's
Dude, I wish no, I'm not saying I wish really, but like I wish I could see from above the earth spinning below. Like if we were in a hot air balloon or like in some kind of like I don't know, plane above a
you
certain
can never
point
see the whole thing though.
to see yeah, of course, but could you imagine if it was true that if you could just be in a hot air balloon and hover and then the world rotates and then you're in China, like that would be awesome, but you can't. I'm sad because I really believe that so long.
Oh wait,
and it would be cool if you could.
That was possible. Wait, you thought that was possible for a
Yeah,
while?
when I was younger, I thought it was.
Oh,
I thought if like because like if you threw a ball, like you would eventually like believe that it would curve faster if if the spinning of the earth, right? But like,
I see.
And when I said to myself, if I were to hover inside a car or like just above ground, how long would it take me to be in China or like in Africa? Like how long? Like I would think to myself these questions.
Yeah. That's interesting that you came to that conclusion before you just realized we're stationary, because it's one of the things that we often joke about. Like, because if the Earth was a spinning ball, we could just go up in a hot air balloon and wait for France to come below us and travel.
That's
that way.
what I really wanted to see, but I was never able to look this up. Like every time I would look up things with NASA, like these questions were never answered, and I'm like, damn it! Like clearly there's something up.
They say, do you know what their answer is? Just in case this comes up in a conversation again, you know what they say?
It's a big mass that you can't feel it, or some stupid.
No, it's the conservation of momentum. So if you want to put a hot air balloon, they're saying because you were already going 1,000 miles per hour at wherever whichever latitude you are at, however fast you were spinning when you were on the ground, you're going to continue to spin with the Earth because the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth. And that's why it looks like you're just hovering, but you're actually spinning, and they took care of it that way. But there's a whole thing that you could argue then if you go into a different tangential speed, which I won't start preaching about, but there's a whole thing. If you go into another tangential speed, which is a different latitude where the circles are either smaller or bigger, then it doesn't really work in their favor, because if you have that original conserved speed, then you have to match the new tangential speed, and they have to explain it with the atmosphere moving the thing perfectly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be okay with that
answer.
answer.
Yeah, no, most people shouldn't if they really thought about it, but you should see the ballers fight for that.
Yeah.
It's amazing that they can still believe it.
It would also be measurable because there would be acceleration or deceleration changes as things would be accelerated or decelerated to match the rotation. But we don't see that with any accelerometers, so it's just an ad hoc excuse.
Yep. And has there been accelerometers? Has that been tested with accelerometers? Or some kind of link that I could drop on somebody that shows that the accelerometer does not show sideways or linear acceleration? Or is
it shows the linear acceleration from accelerating linearly, but it doesn't show anything else. You don't have to account for anything else.
Right. So that's how they even say it's hidden in the winds. Coriolis, the adjustment's hidden in the winds. It's so minor compared to the winds, but then at the same time, you have to believe that it's moving your plane or whatever you're in, 200 miles in one direction or the other, depending on where you're starting from and ending up after a 5-hour trip or whatever. It's just ridiculous. Actually, there was an interesting thing that a contradiction that I was harping on the other day about that. Like, say, if you're going from New York to Miami, they want to say that the atmosphere. Well, you could think intuitively that maybe if the atmosphere was moving with the Earth, that it could make you speed up a bit to meet the new tangential speed. But when you go in the opposite direction, the atmosphere / wind would still be moving west to east. And so it'd be moving with your plane if you're going north in the northern hemisphere or whatever. And it breaks it because they have to then explain why atmosphere / wind would slow the plane down, even though it's moving in the same direction that the already faster airplane is moving in. You know what I'm
Can I
saying?
say about new perspective? I don't like because of that example of one airplane. Better example of all airplanes in this moment take a flight, because in this moment, for example, for sure 2,000 airplanes in the world taking a flight, and they are going in all directions like a gas, you know. And now
Right.
we need to put atmosphere inside of all directions, you know.
Right. Working in every which way, so it perfectly matches the new
Because
tangential
you're only
speed. No one
speaking about
notices.
one airplane, you know. This one airplane, if he's going, but let's speak about all of them.
Yeah. Well, then you could end it off with that. And on top of that, we have to assume everything that, you know, every flight. And I was just using one example to pin it down on somebody that was trying to argue that it would work that way. I think it was Rumpus that was talking about the atmosphere would move you so perfectly, and you wouldn't even need to try to direct the plane. It would just move you into the new tangential speed because it's in lockstep with the Earth. And total contradiction. That guy, it was interesting to hear someone just a bit ago mention that his reality, or he would just break down, like he would just completely lose it if the horizon was what a flat earther was claiming it was, or something. I think AI was saying something about that. But yeah, he would just go nuts.
Before we go
Like
off
Matthew,
Coriolis,
I asked Matthew for it's one airport, and one airplane is coming from the east and one airplane is coming from the west. And he explained me that one airplane is going faster than other one, or slower, or blah blah blah, or what he said, and I could not understand the logic, because you have a one airport is not moving, and you have two airplanes coming from two different directions, but the Earth is moving in one direction, not in two directions.
Right. And not only that, if they describe the atmosphere acting like a wind moving against, pushing the plane in one direction, then if you were going west, you would be headed into that kind of headwind.
Yeah, and plus, if you have written about Coriolis effect, you need to observe that Coriolis effect. If you invoke that atmosphere like one reference frame, then there is no Coriolis. You cannot. You need to go somewhere outside of that rotation to see Coriolis effect.
Yeah, for the effect, but they want to describe it as a force too, and you use that atmosphere as a force, and it still doesn't work for them though.
Listen, this they are saying about edge. Where is the edge of that rotation of atmosphere? Where is it? Must be somewhere where it's finishing, you know, because there is space up there. You understand me?
Right. Yeah. Of course I do. Yeah, I've been through this.
And plus, you have stratosphere, thermosphere. There are also sphere that is layers of sphere around the air.
Right.
Yeah, that's logic.
I think Drace was trying to say something. Did I hear you try to chime in, Drace?
yeah, I wanted to mention on the Coriolis effect, because the Coriolis effect was first discovered by flat earthers and then used as evidence that the Earth wasn't rotating, and it was written about by Giovanni Battista Riccioli in The New Alchemist, and where he presented arguments for both sides, for flat earthers and for globers. And later he was a Jesuit, by the way. He then flipped and said the flat earthers were wrong, globers were correct, and got to name all of the features on the moon, which are still named after what he named them.
Interesting. Little trade-off, huh?
Yeah, in that book, when the flat earthers described it, they shot cannonballs straight up into the air, and the cannon ball fell straight back down into the barrel. If the
Interesting.
Earth
I'm
were
gonna look that up.
rotating, that wouldn't be possible. because
No.
the cannonball would have to accelerate to the side to maintain its position above the barrel, and then as it's falling down, it would have to decelerate to match the rotation to hit it back into the barrel. It's just not possible in a rotating sphere.
Well, they have that little cart that goes on the track that has the ping pong ball or whatever pop up and land right back into its own compartment that they cling to. Have you seen that? Where the train, it's like a little track, and it's got a little launching device that puts the ball up in the air, and then the ball lands. But the ball would have to go into an arc shape to actually land back onto the, into the.
Yeah,
it does go into an arc shape. We don't see that with a bowling or with a cannonball. Obviously.
That's just deceptive manipulation. It's not showing you the same thing. It's avoiding the argument completely and showing you something completely different and saying, "See, look, I did it." Right.
And all you have to do is show that the cannonball went straight up and down. But then they could still somehow believe it and think, "Oh, well, it looks like it's apparently going straight up and down, but it's really a curve." Again, straight lines are curved. Interesting.
Yeah, it works because it's on a flat Earth and it's moving linearly, and it has that linear momentum. But they're trying to talk about a globe where the ball has to travel a further distance the higher it goes to maintain its position, so it has to accelerate. They're not showing that or even coming close to affecting that.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing how you can just pile up the evidence on somebody that's just a zealot, I don't know how many actually believe it, that have common sense. That's what becomes interesting more than anything for us at this point, is these guys that are defending it. What is their motive? Are they paid to do it? Are they really that? Is the cog just that big? Is it because they've defended it so long that they are like a rumpus that just will go nuts if it's not true? Or I mean, it's the same group of guys.
Yeah, I think it's psychological issues. They all have similar psychological issues. If you just listen to Gem Pandas, it's a shit.
Right. Right. Yep. Completely toxic. Yeah, it was interesting that you what's it, Kristen or Crystal? What's her name? I was mentioning earlier that Crystal. Yeah. You said you found out in 2020, and I was going to ask her what material she came upon. I guess she had someone show her. And AI was mentioning earlier that this kind of all this information kind of came up with the algorithm for a lot of us at one point, and then it kind of went away somewhat. Recently it's been buried. And so now it's been up to us to disseminate the information. So if we just told someone, look into flat Earth, we can't expect that they're going to find anything but just, the controlled opposition or whatever. So
are you asking like how to get someone to like go through the same thing you would go through if you're to find out?
Yeah,
again?
well, the links, I have like a list of links. I'll send some people, not the ones I already sent you, which are a little bit more like somebody that already knows what's going on, I would send. But there's a list of them I can send you that is kind of like the old videos that you can't really find on YouTube unless you know exactly what you're looking for. So somebody that was just coming in to look on YouTube for flat Earth, they're not going to get that information unless they know exactly what they're looking for. So,
and that's the thing. I had a friend who knew better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was going to ask you how you found out for that reason, because it does seem like it's really hard for new people to understand any of it without having the exact links.
I can't really remember since it's been a couple of years, but I think it has to do with being open-minded for sure, but also you have to ask the right questions. Like if they believe in the moon landing, then that's going to be the hardest thing for them to, you could change their mind with those pictures because those are just so awful. The one of the lunar landing. Yeah, like so if they believe in the moon landing, it's going to be harder for them to like see your side. But for me, I didn't believe in it even since I was a kid. Like when I saw that as a kid, all I thought was the model looks like the Wizard of Oz. Like that's why I said to my parents, like it just looked like the house spinning, like as like the cute little model house,
Right.
to make the tornado look real. And then there's this point where they take it above and drop the house down, and then they kind of like reverse it and slow-mo it to make it look like the house is falling towards the camera, but they're really dropping it away. And the way the model looks, or the visual effects they're doing, it just reminded me, like the moon landing, seeing the supposed lunar spaceship, the way it moved,
not even
it
as good,
reminded
not
me
even as
of
good as
that.
Wizard of Oz. Right.
I was like, that looks like Wizard of Oz. The same technique they used. So I just never believed it was real. It just looked so fake. And then when you see them hopping around, it didn't look right. Like I just didn't understand it. So someone's posting the Wizard of Oz stuff. That's great. Yeah, that's all I thought of. That was the first thing I thought of as a child. I thought of Wizard of Oz when I saw that, and so that's why I knew it was fake.
Right. I
As
have
a
a friend
kid.
who thinks that the moon landing was fake, or at least the first one, but he thinks everything else they did after that was real, or he wants to believe it, even though I've preached to him many times about it. But it's just because they have this kind of built-in excuse that, well, they faked it to win the space race, and then they did everything after that was real, you know. And it seems like a common answer we get from people that at least are skeptical about the moon landing, but then they're still accepting that, you know, everything else
That's
about
perfect.
the spinning ball is real.
So this guy, I guess, I don't know if I could say this since you guys are live streaming, but this guy right here, the poop guy, that's the perfect image I had in my head when I saw it. It's crazy, like how people believed in it. And I'm in animation, so I have like a bias. Like I could just tell when something's CGI or if it's animated. So I guess it's a keen eye you need. But
and the younger generation definitely have that.
They know,
you know, keen eye. They know.
They could just tell, which is great. Yeah, and so right now I'm trying to get my mom to understand flat Earth, and she just can't. Like she's a TikToker, she can't understand like anything
She probably
smart.
could. She just doesn't want to.
It could be both. But her question she always comes back to, and I think this might help put in perspective on how to, you know, convince a majority of people, but I'm not sure if it's possible. She always says, why aren't there whistleblowers? Why don't we have evidence of someone in NASA telling us this? Like, why don't we have more people?
Say something, right?
And I told her, I'm like, it's
lying, why don't
very
they say they're
hard.
lying?
Yes, exactly. And so I'm like, I said, this should be proof enough, like to see this stuff that isn't going, it's not connecting with logic. Like it's like this is proof right here. Yeah, but I can't find anything. Like I only found one video of that Polish astronomer. I can't remember his name, but he says that I don't know if it's taken out of context. Yeah, the astronaut. Yeah. He said that the Earth's flat and that you can't go to the moon. Blah blah blah. But that's not enough for her. She needs someone who is legitimate. And I said their lives are on the line if they do. That's how crazy this is. That's how far it goes. And she just doesn't believe it. She's like, no, it can't be happening. It's too, it's too good to be true for us to live on a non-rotating ball. Like that to her is just impossible.
Well, at least she thinks it's too good to be true and not frightening.
Oh crap. What is this? NASA government documents? Is that what this is?
Yeah, they do admit that that's in the list of links I'll send you too. There's
oh man,
one, but
if this is proof right here, then yeah, I think my mom would love to read this stuff.
Yeah, they have to admit that it's a stationary plane for all practical purposes, but then they will at the same time let the propaganda say that it's not.
Yeah, like I think tackling that would help a majority of people. If they were new to flat Earth, but again, you have to ask those right questions. Like, ask, Do you believe in the moon landing? Do you believe in God? Like all these things. And I think like I just tend to find that unfortunately the people who have a head on their shoulders get it. Like the people who just know. It's just something I think you're probably born with. Like you just understand things or you have logic to these things. And I think it's
Right.
going to be hard because my mom, like she made me. Like you think like her making me, she'd know more or know better, but she doesn't. And it's just, I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I've always been like this. I've always asked questions. I've always tend to be
Well,
on the
yeah,
logical
you get
side.
past a certain age too. I think you know,
Yeah.
people. It gets harder as you're you know you're getting closer to the age where
Right.
you know
I got
you're
a
not.
formula.
What's that?
I've been calculating, and I've decided the formula for your mom. So the first thing you're going to do
Okay, let's go.
is go back and find some math power land videos. He's a whistleblower from NASA. He's actually an artist that they hired to paint all of these vistas and worlds that they presented. Also, Robert Simmons, again, he's an artist that they used to portray the Earth. There's then the
Yeah.
film A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, and then also the film The Copernican Principle. So you watch all those, right?
Yeah, if you want to link
Second
me, go
stage.
for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get them later. But so the second stage is you personally need to go and find a location with water that you know is small, so there's no chance that there's any earth curve.
Like a puddle, or
You
do
need
you
to
mean like
go
a
ahead,
pond?
like a lake, like 300 to 500 meters
Okay,
tops.
a lake. All right.
Go there by yourself various times, get in the water, locate some optical targets across the way, lower yourself down till you can see that they disappear from your view before you even get close to the water. Once you can identify that that's happening in your own mind, take her there to see it. Don't tell her. You might even want to do that first. Don't tell her that that's what you're trying to do. Just say, oh, wow, look at that. It's so cool. Get her to see it. Once she sees that thing blink in and out of existence,
Yeah.
after that, you tell her, where's the big hump of earth curve in the way that caused that thing to disappear?
I think she's almost there. Like I have faith that she will come around. It's going to take a while, of course, but the one thing that kind of made her think of, like, what's funny is she used to believe in God, and then now, like, ever since this whole space stuff keeps going on, she just stopped, believing what's most important, and she
Why I gave
sometimes
you that
ridicules
formula
me
in
too.
particular.
Yeah, but she does
That
she
film.
she. Okay, you sent me a film. Okay, I'll check that out.
No, I will. Somebody might have sent it to you. It's called The Principle. And it basically explains how the heliocentric model essentially was a philosophical choice of people who had a commitment to avoid the fact that the Earth is the center of the universe and that we're special. And it's a narrative of essentially materialistic atheism. And so it shows all of these choices that were made, the reasons why they were made. And it just, it elucidates the fact that they're getting away from God on purpose.
Yeah, it's definitely on purpose. I think it's mostly people are scared to face it again. Because I have, there's some things in the back of my head that ever since I returned, I have questions about, but I just think it'll take time because we've been lied to for so long. You're not going to get every answer in a day or a year or so. Like you're going to have to, it's almost like a clean slate. You have to restart. But yeah, like I think there's a chance for her because we were walking one day and we're looking at like just things of nature, and she saw a fish in the water, and she was just like, wow, just like look at the way the fish is colored and like the way it looks like it's paint on top of its fins. Like, how does that happen? And I told her it's God. God did that, or Mother Nature, whichever one. And I told her like it's not an accident. Like if this world was an accident, like nothing would be consistent. but we see cycles and consistency and like repetition, and that wouldn't happen if we were in a world of chaos.
The Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah, so I think it'll help if she comes back to Earth. Pun intended.
Right. Have you watched the 200 Proofs yet? That's kind of like the staple that a lot of people still recommend by Eric
Yeah.
Dubay.
I need to go slow with her though, because if I just throw this on, she's just going to disregard it because it says flat Earth in the title. It's that bad.
Well, that one says it's 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball.
Okay,
So
I'll
you
have to
just
see that.
debunk the ball first. I think it's the first link in the ones that I just sent you.
Yeah, she's stubborn though. She's very stubborn, but that's where I get it.
I've updated my algorithm based on your new information. So what your mom needs is experiences with you, not with the topic.
Yeah.
And the organic experiences will allow her to come to the realizations as a journey of experiencing you. And now you are a person, right? A soul, which is the point of this realm. The point of this realm is not what shape it is. The point of this realm is us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll give it
So
another
yeah,
shot.
like the fish. You know, like I said, take her to go to a lake. Make sure you get some observations. Take her there to enjoy the lake with you.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you're tricking her in a way, so don't let her know it that you're tricking her. But
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Well, it could just be not a trick, but for my own benefit. And then I'm just like, hey, Mom, look, check this out. Look what I just learned. Like, I totally would do it too, just for myself. Like, you know, it's fun. But yeah.
You should make an animation about her accepting flat Earth and make it look really
that'd be
cool.
cute. Yeah. If I could get her to voice act it too, that'd be great. But yeah, that'd be fun.
Well, it also comfort in dying, you know, in a way. That's what kind of religion or belief in God does for a lot of people, regardless if they thought it was a spinning ball or not. But there's more of a chance that there's some kind of, you know, eternal life with the flat Earth than the spinning ball model. So that would be another angle.
Yeah. I'll give it a shot and let you guys know. Thank you.
If I could throw in, it'd be pointed out to her how the sky resets pretty much every year. It's in cycles. You know, if she's a space fan, then that should at least throw a red flag up.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this video was, but we watched a video on the sun's path and the moon's path. Or like, I can't remember exactly. It had to do with the stars or the sun. And that right there, she couldn't even understand it. Actually, I couldn't even understand it. It had to do with like the moon, especially. And I think it has to go slow because we're all pretty dumb at this point.
Ask her. I think one of those videos I sent you is how fast are we moving? And it goes into all the different rotations. Do you know about that? Like we're supposedly going 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Yeah,
you know,
this is great.
And then the orbit is another 66,000 miles. 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, and the sun is going 500,000 miles per hour. So that means we would be displacing ourselves in space and time by 12 million miles every day from where we started, not including the spinning of the Milky Way, which they say is millions of miles per hour. If you just add that up and just tell her, how could it be that everything is so still and calm? We have no sense of that whatsoever. When you add all that up, does that seem at all likely that that's happening? I mean,
yeah.
Think about how ridiculous that is.
I have this app, the one by the David guy, and I showed her the one image of, I think it was Earth with a bunch of satellites, and it was spinning, and it was all blurred, and it was so funny.
One?
Because I love that one because I was like, if there were satellites in space, how would this work? Like
they're dragging along with us, and
I have the image. It's really funny, but I don't think I could upload it. But it's so hilarious. It's like it shows all the satellites as on it's like 2 images, I think, and it shows all the satellites on it, and then it shows like a blur of the Earth spinning.
Right.
And it's great. And I showed her that, and she was just like, she laughed, but I think maybe it helped.
Ask her
Yeah.
how we measure mountains.
Oh fuck! I don't even know how. Sorry, I shouldn't have sworn. I don't even know how to measure mountains, so I wouldn't know how to start the topic with
We
her.
need we measure mountains based to sea level. That means,
Oh, true. Yeah.
and now
Yeah, how do
you
you
need to take
sea
one
level?
mountain. You're from Canada. Canada.
Yeah.
One mountain on near to east coast and one mountain in the middle, and then you ask
Yeah.
from which sea level we are taking the measurement.
I told her about the bridges too. Like I said, if there's a bridge over the ocean, like wouldn't that curve
Right.
as well?
Well,
But
she
no, they
she
don't.
has to want to know, and maybe that's the best
Yeah.
question to ask her. Is if would you? You could also do the takeaway method and be like, you know what? I don't think it's a good idea for you to look into this because it makes you question too many other things that you rely on for your comfort in this life, and I don't think that it'd be good for you to realize this.
This is why
So
I'm taking it slow, and
yeah,
I'm trying to make it so it's not entirely all about flat Earth. The reason why we got on this topic is because we come from like the Cree tribe, and she's like, long story short, she's upset about the Aboriginal children in those graves and all that, and so she's trying to like
What?
get help from
Hold
the
on a second.
government to help. Oh, me?
Hold on a second.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. No offense to her, but if we're just a rock of evolutionized electric mud puddles, then those children in those graves are no different than a sandcastle getting washed out to shore. They're irrelevant. It's pointless. And it's only an
Yeah.
illusion in their mind brought about by sexual preferences of the precedent ancestry. It's all
Well, the
nonsense.
propaganda has gotten her because she thinks this land was stolen by our people, is what she says,
Who
and we need to
cares?
take it back. Yeah, of
If you're
course,
just a
but
rock, if you're just a rock hurtling through space, then why would you care that she's sad about it? You see what
but
I'm
I
trying to
was
say here?
yeah, I get it, but I was trying to tell her like I don't think we're entirely the first people here, and that's why we got on this topic of flat Earth because I was like, how about we learn together? Both sides, the side you want to show me and the side I want to show you on about Earth. And that's why we got on this whole like watching videos and this flat Earth topic. But I try to find videos
That's perfect.
yeah, so that way she understands, okay, here's who were before us. And that's why I have questions about, well, who really was here before us? And if there are people who were here, where did they go? So yeah,
and
that's
you know what's interesting about that is that she's getting the inside scoop about these burials or these this information that she's upset about, which reinforces the idea that if there was something to know about the Earth, then that same source of information should be telling her that because it's
Yeah.
not the mainstream source.
And I was
So
trying to
that's
tell
how
her
they
to
work
get
this
away from the government. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's this status cards that they give out to people, and I told her I don't want it. And my dad, even though he's not part of the Cree tribe, he's upset that I'm not getting it because he says you should get free taxes on things and take advantage. And I said,
Does it come with the jab verification?
no, I
and
don't
all
think
that?
so.
Is that part of
No,
it?
I don't believe so. I don't know really. It could be, but I told him I don't like that it's called status. I don't want to be above people. Like we're all the same, and I don't want to have advantages that others don't have. I don't care about money or taxes. Like I have a feeling there's more to it than that, but I just disagreed.
There's probably definitely something that's hidden in that.
Yeah.
For sure.
So this is why I was trying to tell her. I said, just get away from the government because they are the ones who screwed the tribe to begin with. Like, why do you want help from the people who even took it away? That's so psychotic. And
does she realize anything that's going on right now with the thing we're not supposed to talk about with the rollout of the jabby jabs and all that? What does she think about all that?
I was a pain for them because for my family, what I mean is I would never wear the mask. Like I haven't worn it at all. I would go to stores. I would tell them I'm good. I don't want to wear it. And my family was upset. Like they were against it, and they still are. Even though like it ended, they still want me to wear it. And I told them no, like I'm not putting on my face and I'm not consenting, all that stuff. And so this is
Oh, they're
why
still wearing it, even though they don't have to.
I don't know about now because I don't live with them, but when I go visit, they were pressuring me. But this whole government thing, this whole C word, they totally believe it, 100%. And I've been a pain in the ass, sorry, pain in the butt because they hear it from me. Like I tell them my opinion and my honest beliefs of what's going on, and they don't like that. So I rub them the wrong way, and it's hard.
Yeah,
But
and it's funny because that it works. It kind of worked in the opposite for a lot of us, I think, where we were talking about flat Earth or some of these other psyops that we've been put through and trying to wake people up that we know to that. But then when the thing that really mattered came around, they definitely weren't listening to us. And by that time, and if they were to take our advice about what's going on now, that means they might have to accept everything else we were telling them, which is even just almost like it was intentionally planned out that way, so that when it really mattered and they wanted people to fall in line, they weren't listening to the people that were staying aware of things all this whole time, because then they'd have to accept the earth is flat if they thought this was a psyop, right?
yeah,
And it works in the same way with you. Now if they accept what you're saying about flat earth, then it means you might have been right about the thing that's going on now, which is even scarier.
But it's also it's a different situation for them as just for me. Like they don't want to lose their job. They have to pay for bills and stuff. And I thankfully could work from home, so I don't have to deal with all that. But yeah, it's difficult because they I think deep down know that I might be making some sense, but they just deny it because there's no proof of it. And if I do show them, they think it's conspiracy theorists. So yeah, it's not
it's really hard.
Yeah, it's not
People
fun
that
to do
devise all
it.
these things and the psychological and interpretation that people are going to have with every little thing. It's brilliant, and it's amazing that even the smartest minds in here most likely couldn't get the closest people to them to listen, which is
Yeah. I don't even want to
amazing.
force it, and I don't even want to talk to them about it because it's just there are times where I have to bite my tongue because they attack me in a way, like they will shut me down, everyone in the room. Like I'm the only one aside from my sister. She might think, the vaccine thing is crazy, or the V word. She doesn't do it, but that's it. Just me and her. We're the only ones that haven't. So
Yeah, that's because she didn't have a preconceived idea about you and you had her trust. Kind of like I had already established trust within my family as a reliable source for information, and it already showed them how they were lying a bunch of other stuff. So they were already on my side. So when I showed them the flat earth, they were like, instantly, got it.
yeah, I think it's just slow, really. Like I have to take a slow approach. But the one benefit of me like refusing the status card, for example. Well, she refused it too. Like she used to do the status card for a year or two, and then she threw it away and said she did not want the government to help her. So I think I helped somewhat in that area. So she might be on the right track, and she even works for the government too. So yeah, it's going to be hard, but I think, like I said, slow and steady. And I'll show her these videos and these documents that you guys sent me because that might help. But at the same time, I don't really mind if she doesn't, figure it out or become a flat earther. Like it's fine at the end of the day. But if she did, I feel like that would open up our bond even more because I'm an outcast in my family. And if she could just understand like my point of view and maybe flat earth could help, I just feel like it would be so different. Like everyone would just relax. Maybe.
Well, now, while all the information that these other guys gave you is good, and there's a lot of factotums and math and proofs, etc., Sometimes it's better to get to the root cause of the problem. Now, that video
Yeah.
that I linked to, it's called The Principle. And it explains from scientists, people in the field, and especially quotes and decisions and actions from people who were instrumental in the modern day version of the heliocentric model, right? So you have allies to help you explain it to them, which are the very words and actions of the famous people who are involved, like Copernicus, Galileo, Einstein, etc. And it's very entertaining. I'll tell you what, you watch it first and you'll understand exactly what I'm telling you. And you'll say, like, you know what, this is entertaining. My mom would definitely sit and watch this with me.
Yeah, it's a good starter as
Yeah.
well because it basically addresses geocentrism versus heliocentrism. It doesn't cut all of her legs from underneath her. It just changes a little bit, so it is easier to accept.
Yeah, and my mom, she pretty much runs things. So I feel like if she understands, then everyone else will follow. Or at least one of them might, maybe two of my family members. But yeah, it'll definitely be something we'll watch together because she's really open to it. Every time I tell her, "Hey, I found a new video we should watch," she's actually interested. So I'll definitely check out the. Wait, you said I should watch the principles first, or should I watch it with her?
It depends on how you feel.
Okay.
If you watch it first, it may be less of an experience that you share. So I would say in that regard,
Watch it
if you think
together.
that's better, watch it together.
Yeah, I could just tell her I don't know this video.
Because then
I'm going in this
she'll be
blind.
able to enjoy. Check it out. She'll be able to enjoy your eyes being lit up.
The funny thing
Whereas
is
if you
we
already had your
watched.
eyes lit up, she'll miss it.
Yeah, like we've already watched documentaries together where I haven't seen them, but it's still like kind of on the idea of flat Earth. But she doesn't care. She thinks I know everything. She always asks me the questions as if I know the answer. I'm like, I don't know either. Yeah, there was another thing I wanted to say, but I can't remember. But at the same time, if you guys wait, who was the guy who told me to do the water thing, the lake thing? Was that Perspective?
Yeah.
New Perspective?
I think it was AI, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Can't remember who it was, but it could have been him. I'll have to DM him to see if he could show me that video he mentioned as well, and I'll give it a shot. Anyway, I gotta go, guys. It was nice talking with y'all, and thanks for the helpful tips. Gonna take advantage of it this weekend.
Cool. Come back
All right.
anytime. We're here 24/7.
Alrighty,
Thank you.
see you soon. Thanks,
You're
guys.
welcome back anytime. There's also Ladies' Night if they haven't told you about it.
Yeah, I think they tagged me that, or they gave me a role, so I should get a notification.
Awesome.
All right, thanks. See ya, guys.
Well, she's really cool.
Yeah, that was refreshing to listen to. Here's somebody actually going through the process pretty recently.
Yeah. Say I took my son when he was about 7 or 8 to the lake, showed him things disappearing without any earth curve in the way, all the way up to the paddle of the kayaker. So if anybody ever in the future tells him that the things disappear from the bottom up because of earth curve, he's going to be like, you're retarded. I gotta stop using that word. It's a naughty word.
I don't know if he wants to talk. We've been joined by global believer Robert Luskin. What say you, sir?
Hello.
That all you got to say is hello?
Did you? I'm just here to listen, really.
All right, we're not gonna make you talk. I just thought you might had something on your mind.
Oh,
Wanted to tell us why you think you're on a ball, stuff like that. Or
I mean, if I mean, if you're asking me, sure. I mean, I'll answer questions. I just like to listen. I don't like to interrupt or interject. You know, when you guys are talking. So I just sit back. I'm real polite and respectful. I think the Earth is a ball, a spinning ball. That's what I was taught. You know, and and I see the videos and the photos of Earth, and it's pretty conclusive.
you just said the videos are conclusive.
Well, I mean,
You
when you with a lot of them, not just one particular video or one particular photo, absolutely not. But just the sheer amount, it's kind of hard to ignore.
Hold on, because right now you're being pretty general.
Sure.
So let's get specific. What types of videos?
Well, like you got the 24-hour video looking at Earth. It's not usually. I mean, it's not exactly 24 hours. I understand that it's not. Some of it's on loop, but it's still longer than what would be feasible to edit. You know,
Not
I
longer
used to
than
do.
it would be feasible to create,
Well,
and since it doesn't match actually what we see in the sky, so why would we
yeah.
believe it?
But are you talking about the ISS?
Yeah.
Okay, so
When the ISS is flying over, yeah.
sure. So we have 24-hour footage of the Earth from the ISS. So in that footage, what is compelling evidence within the footage itself that the Earth itself is a globe?
I wouldn't say. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say I'm basing my whole entire thought process upon one video. It's just it's a feather in a cap. You can
Sure.
see the Earth. You can see the Earth. You can literally see the outlines of the continents. When it flies
Right.
over the Andes Mountains, you can see the
We'll
mountains. I mean, you
we'll
can
deal
see
with
the.
each one. We'll deal with each thing one at a time.
Sure.
First of all, the ISS isn't high enough to see any Earth curves, according to Globers. So you're seeing the effects
Yeah.
of the distortion from the camera, being wide-angle lenses. If that were even correct, which is an assumption, we just got a video from a source that is not credible.
Well, you definitely can see Earth curve from the ISS. I don't know who told you that you can't.
Hold
You
on,
definitely can.
hold on, my friend. Hold on.
Sure.
That's why I asked you what in their video was compelling that the Earth is a globe, and you responded that you can see the continents. Now,
Sure.
it's perfectly feasible to be able to go high and see the continents of a flat surface. So, what in the video itself is compelling to you that the Earth is a globe?
The fact that it keeps it keeps spinning. I mean, it's spinning. You're actually looking at the Earth moving.
Okay.
You're seeing the. I mean, yeah. I mean, I know a part of that is it's actually the ISS that's flying over it, but
Sure.
and then the and
So let's hold on.
you got the astronaut that made that video. He played the major ground control to Major Dan or whatever, you could clearly see the Earth in the window as he was sitting there singing.
Okay, so far, I just want to be honest with you. You have not given me any information at all that would conclude that the Earth is a globe. So far, as you've told me, is that the Earth, from the ISS, you can see continents and see the things moving. How does that equate to a globe?
Okay. Well, and I did preface this by saying that this was not the only evidence. I'm not basing my whole entire thought process on one video. Okay. This is a part of it. Like, if there was none of this video evidence, or okay, if there was no videos like these, then I would be hard pressed to just go based on math and
Fair
things like
enough.
that.
But do you see why I'm struggling? Because I haven't heard anything from you to this point yet that has any evidence at all whatsoever that anything from the ISS footage has to do with a globe. Do you see the problem?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're asking me what convinces me, and I'm saying looking from the ISS down to the Earth tells me that this is a spinning globe.
But you never.
It may
been on
not
the
tell
ISS.
that. It may not tell that to you, but it does to me.
You never been on the ISS.
Right.
You just have video that is claimed to be from the ISS, and you
Sure.
have a belief that it is from there, but that's not evidence.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I'm not claiming
Hold
it
on.
to be evidence. I'm just claiming that's what.
Hold on.
All that was asked was, why do I think the Earth is a globe? And I'm saying one of the reasons I think that it is because watching these videos are very compelling.
Okay, but I want to be frank. I'm obviously fishing for a certain type of answer.
I know.
What you've described to me so far, there's zero evidence in there of globe. You have said that you can see the continents. You have said that you assume that whatever the Earth is spinning. But where do you get the conclusion globe from the ISS footage?
Directly from the ISS footage would be, well, like I said, if you're sitting there, you're looking at it, and you see Antarctica, or you see Africa, go by once, and then you wait, and it gets dark, and then it comes by again. That's pretty much self-evident.
Okay, so sure.
It's just a logical deduction.
So is the ISS traveling, or is it
Yes.
staying in the same spot?
Traveling.
Okay, perfect. So can an object travel over a flat object and show you different things throughout the day? Yes or no?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so far you have presented zero of anything that indicates a globe, in my opinion. And I think if you're rational, you'd have to agree. So what from the ISS footage itself specifically tells you the information of globe?
Well, there are videos from the ISS of the workers outside, and when the workers are outside and they're being videotaped, you can definitely see a spherical Earth in the background behind them. Yeah, I mean
well, that's a
pretty
false
obvious
claim.
to see. No, I mean, what do you mean? I'm lying to you, or what?
Let's be honest. Hold on. No. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying, I have an art teaching background. So when we are describing what we see, we describe what we actually see.
Sure.
So you don't actually see a sphere.
No, I don't see it. No, I don't see it in 3D. I'm seeing it in 2D. I understand that.
Right, sure. And let's also agree that we don't even see the entire quote unquote circle of the Earth either.
Correct.
So what do we actually see?
But when you see a circle, that is, I mean, how do I explain this? I don't need to see all the way around a ball to know that it is a ball. Because when you look right at a ball, you're only going to see the front side, and it's going to look like a two-dimensional circle. But if that ball were to turn and kind of spin on its axis a little bit, you're going to know that a circle that is moving but still maintains the same shape is definitely a sphere.
No.
Okay, perfect. So in your example, you described seeing the entire circle, but in the ISS footage, do you see the entire circle?
No, you usually just see about like a quarter of it, but yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you see what appears to you to be a portion of the Earth that in the video looks to be curved, and then you infer spherical from that. Is that correct?
Yes, I infer spherical by logical reasoning and the fact that I'm not stupid. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So by connotation, that would mean that someone who didn't infer sphere would be stupid, correct?
Well, a person who would look at a corner of a ball and just say, "Oh, because I can't see the whole ball, means it's not a ball." I would question.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I would
their
agree with
reasoning
that.
ability.
I would agree with that if I already knew that the object in question was in totality a ball, and then I refused a portion of it being curved as being axiomatically part of a ball, then yes, I would be stupid. However, I don't know that to be true. So let's analyze the footage in which you said. Okay, first, since I'm not stupid, I know that lenses can create optical distortion.
Correct.
So if I know that, I would need more information to determine whether I'm actually seeing the curve of the Earth or the curve of the lens. Would that be fair assumption?
Absolutely. You want to
Okay,
know
perfect.
if you're looking through a GoPro with a fisheye lens. Yes.
Absolutely. So I would then need to know if it's even possible to see that much Earth curvature from that altitude in that field of view. Would that be fair?
That would be fair.
Okay, so then I would submit to you a mathematical question, which is, at what altitude do you need to be from the Earth in order to see that amount of curvature?
That I don't know. I mean, I know what I've seen, but I don't know the exact numbers.
Okay,
You know,
perfect.
I mean, yeah.
So would you trust a non-flat earther, okay, globe believer, who is a director of a planetarium, who did a lecture demonstrating the mathematics that it is not possible to see Earth curvature from the height of the ISS? Would that be something worth your time?
Sure. Now, but what is the context? Is he describing that you cannot see all of them, like the whole entire sphere itself?
I'll give you
Or
the
is he-
context.
I mean, because you can definitely see enough of a curve to know that
Well,
the Earth was curved.
so says you.
You just may not be able to see it all at the same exact time.
No. This is why I wanted to correct you earlier when you were incorrectly claiming that you could see more than you could of the surface of the Earth from the ISS, or the claimed height of the ISS, when according to calculations, it's only 3%.
So there is context to this assertion that I gave you for consideration. So the context is Felix Baumgartner, who you may know as the Red Bull jumper, who jumped out of a balloon capsule to the Earth.
Yes.
Now, he clearly had a GoPro camera, which many people falsely asserted is the curve of the Earth, to which a very famous guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, decided to set the record straight because people were making fun of it, saying it's Planet New Mexico, because basically New Mexico was taking up the entire field of view looking curved. Clearly a GoPro, right? But many people argued this is the curve of the Earth. So Neil deGrasse Tyson set him straight by saying, guess what? At that height, at that range, mathematically, you cannot see the curve of the Earth for various mathematical reasons, which is the distance to the horizon is equidistant in your field of view. So 360 degrees around you, it's the same value. So there's no discernible information of which to show a curve in your field of view, correct? Follow that?
Oh,
okay, perfect.
So you know what else Neil deGrasse Tyson said is that the Earth is spheroid.
Yeah,
So
that's irrelevant. By the
irrelevant.
way,
That's just
no,
if you're
no.
just
So
before
which
you
wait,
spiral, just
which
a
quote
second.
which quote are you
Everything you've
going?
been saying has been
No,
supported in the
this is.
live stream voice text chat, and you can look it up. We have
I
the quotes,
understand.
we have the citations,
No,
we
no,
have
no,
the
no.
recordings of all of this.
Yes, I understand. I've seen it all. I've been there. But what I'm asking is, if you're going to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson, then why do you only pick certain things to believe in and
okay.
not others?
Okay, hold
All or
on,
nothing
brother.
fallacy.
Firstly, okay.
Yeah.
I don't want this to get bogged down with people over talking each other. Okay.
Sure.
So I will answer your question. Okay. The reason why the two quotes are not equivalent, because I'm not quoting him simply because of who he is. I'm quoting that quote because of the principles of mathematics and optics that he was using. One is a principled and reasoned conclusion. The other is just an assertion. So they're not equivalent. You follow that?
I do follow that.
Okay, so you saying technically what you did is a logical fallacy. What I did isn't.
I got you.
To be fair. Okay, perfect. So the planetarium director who I'm speaking of decided to one-up Neil deGrasse Tyson and say, not only would you not see the Earth curve for these mathematical principles at the height of Felix Baumgartner, but you also would not see them at the height of the ISS. And he demonstrated that in his lecture.
Right. I understand the closer, when you're very, very close to Earth, you're not going to see exaggerated curve. There is still a slight curve. That's the thing that I would want to ask that professor or of the planetarium.
There's still a slight curve.
Okay, but see, here's the thing: when you say he's not going to, he said you can't see the Earth's curve. There can be different meanings to that.
Okay,
is
there still a slight curve?
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Just let me get this out. Let me get this out.
No, stop talking. Okay. While you're engaging with him, I'll pull up the quote from the planetarium director and that. All right, you guys continue.
So there's still a slight curve. Do you have a geometric horizon to go with that curve?
A what? A geometric horizon?
Yeah, that's sort of a necessity of your curved ball Earth.
Well,
do you have one of that so that you can demonstrate to us that it is in fact curved and it's not just, flat, and that's why we always see it as flat, no matter what altitude we can go to?
The horizon is just as the maximum distance that you can see to, before the ground drops out from underneath it. I mean, that's what
right. So it's the maximum edge of the sphere that you can see before it drops away from you, from your line of sight, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, in that case, then we should be able to mathematically determine exactly where that would be, and then you can just show us, here it is, boom, boom, bang, done. Geometric horizon here, geometric horizon there. Are you aware of any time that that's been done?
That I'm not aware of.
Because without that, it's not a globe, and it is just a plane, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is just making excuses for his ball religion and just telling us, well, yeah, I mean, mathematically, you wouldn't see it on the 3959-mile radius globe at that altitude, but you know when else you wouldn't see it? You wouldn't see it on a flat plane.
The thing is, have you guys seen the video by Mr. Sensible on YouTube? He sent a balloon up. I'm just asking, have you seen that video?
Well, I'm just asking, have you seen a geometric horizon before? Because it's sort of...
Hold on. When you say, have you seen that video? Okay, listen, hold on. When you say, have you seen that video, you should give a very, very, very brief synopsis of the content.
All right. There's a YouTuber named Mr. Sensible. He sent up a weather balloon, very, very high. I can't even remember what the altitude was, but it's all recorded in there. Everything is recorded. It's very scientific. He did have 3 cameras on the weather balloon, and in that he made sure he put a camera.
You're cutting out.
Distortion.
Roboting pretty hard there.
It's not a.
Yeah, you're roboting way too hard. I can't understand any of it.
Yeah, also, when you say something is scientific, that means it must have the scientific method being employed within whatever you're talking about, and I don't really see that happening.
Okay.
Well, okay, I should have not
I
said
missed that.
scientifically. I should have said more controlled. More controlled than just sending up a balloon with a camera on it, is what I'm trying to say. More detailed.
What happened?
Okay, so anyway, am I still roboting or did I fix that?
I think it's good now.
Okay, so he's got 3 cameras on the balloon, one looking up at the balloon, one looking, he has a fisheye that looks all around just for the good panoramic videos, and then he's got one that's with 0 barrel distortion. It's got all the cameras listed on there. There are 2 lines that he put in front of the camera that were completely, absolutely level, and he was able to place the horizon in between the 2 lines when he was up high enough, and you can clearly see the curvature of the Earth.
How do you know that that's the curvature of the Earth that you saw in that video? Have you taken a measurement of the Earth's surface from the ground to determine that it actually is curving to support that conclusion?
I know, but I'm saying that the video was pretty good. Pretty. I mean, if you watch it, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Because this isn't the method by which the Earth was determined to have been curving in the first place. They said that they did that by measuring shadows and things like that from the ground, right? So has anybody ever measured the Earth's curvature from the ground?
Yeah, like
because that would be the way that you would start. Okay, well, how about one?
Yeah, I know you want me to go to the Eratosthenes. I know. I keep getting pulled off in tangents.
Right.
I'm trying to stick to one topic.
My friends, my flat Earth friends, if you can't follow along where I'm leading this guy, then don't interject.
I'll just let you take it. Sorry.
No, it's fair for people to help out, and you do have a point. Like if there's a dispute about whether what you're seeing is either physical Earth curve or optical effect, yeah, it would be conclusive to just measure the ground itself. But we're talking about the optics, right? So his claim is that it's 0 barrel distortion, right? So basically you have a perfect ideal optic, which doesn't exist. Okay, so that's claim number 1 shut down. Now, what I want to know about this,
What did you just shoot down? I'm sorry.
There's no such thing as an optic with 0 barrel distortion.
Okay, it was close. It was close to as perfect as you can get, I guess.
Yeah, so not perfect. Excellent. So how high was the altitude that his balloon reached?
It's in the video. I'm not. I can't name it right off the bat.
Okay, so
I know
the
it's
problem
pretty
is
high
that
though.
the problem is that there's more videos out there with higher altitudes that are flat, right? So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, which one are you going to pick? Now, the problem is that the principle of whether or not you would even have discernible optical information is what's at play here. Just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said and this planetarium director said. So let's read the quote from the planetarium director.
Yeah.
Concerning whether you could see it from Felix Baumgartner or above. What about the height of the ISS? Question mark. Let's say we are at the elevation of the ISS, 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director.
If you're looking at the horizon, he said the horizon would look flat?
Yeah, it's equidistant. There's no discernible differential in information in the periphery. It's the same distance in all directions. That's the principle at play. Okay. I'm going to quote one of our most famous, most beloved guys in our server, Caddy. I'm going to post a quote so I read it verbatim. 1 second. Okay, how am I sounding so I can do him justice?
Good.
Okay, perfect. The horizon cannot curve in a globe. Well, it can't. Look at the horizon. Now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn to the left. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Did it drop? Keep continuing turning to the right. After 360-degree rotation, it is exactly where it started. How could it have possibly curved down? Now, he's applying the same principle, which is it's equidistant in all directions from your observation point. So there's a principle of removing yourself from a sphere that you have to be a certain amount from the sphere before you can see the curve in the periphery geometrically. There's no discernible information. Now, this planetarium director understood it. Neil deGrasse Tyson understood it.
But yet they both agree that the Earth is a sphere.
That's just an appeal to authority fallacy. Just
Let's
address
say
the
they both
context.
do.
Just saying.
Let's say they both do.
Yeah.
They don't agree that it's for those reasons. They claim that the math shows that it's not possible to observe curvature from those ranges. And therefore, if you're basing your conclusions on that video, they would be false.
And I was very clear about that's not, the only reason, but it does help. It does go towards that.
Yeah, this is the same.
Okay, so your claim is that seeing an optical distortion at a range in which you would not be able to see any discernible information is somehow proof that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, I don't agree with the way you put that. No. So.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't agree with that because it's not proof that the Earth is a sphere. Neither is it proof that it isn't, but it's definitely proof of optical distortion.
Well, good thing science doesn't deal in proof. Okay, so we can just leave the word proof out of it.
Well, that's a handy excuse to not ever have any proof for your globe. But the real reason you don't have the proof is because it doesn't exist.
Proof is in mathematics. Science doesn't deal in proof. Science deals in the best possible explanation, but it still could be wrong. It can be improved upon. That's why it's not considered proof.
So I can prove the flight dynamics of Superman just using mathematics? That's proof?
You can prove mathematical equations, yes, but you're not going to use you're not going to use the word proof in science anywhere.
Yep,
that's
sure.
Science.
Now, I'm going to cede myself over to my fellow classmates here and say this on my way out of the conversation so I can get back to work. I want everyone to notice how I got him into a corner where mathematically a proof of the geometric relationship is that there's no discernible curve information. And he immediately says, good thing we don't deal in proof. All right, go ahead, everybody.
I think it's just about done. I think you finished him right there.
I don't think so.
Well, of course you don't.
Well, to be fair, Central Banker, Robert's been around for a while. I think he's seen the Black Swan and everything, Robert.
Yeah, I have seen the Black Swan.
Well, as soon as you can't prove anything, so you don't have any proof for the globe, so it's just a religious belief.
Yeah, nobody has. You don't have proof of the globe. You have evidence. You have the best explanation possible, but it's not proof.
Okay, well,
you don't have any evidence either.
Because
evidence, no valid evidence, only fallacies and illogical, irrational excuses.
Yeah, and explanations, aka story tales. And it's not even a good explanation because, I mean, you can't use the globe to calculate lunar eclipses or anything like that. They go back to the Saros cycles, so it doesn't even really work for an explanation.
Other than poking holes in globe evidence.
No, it's not poking a hole. It's tearing the entire thing out at its roots.
But see, the thing is, flat earthers don't have any evidence.
We have measurements that substantiate what we say. The globe doesn't have that. It has stories and excuses like, oh, we don't deal in proofs. Yeah, that would be the first thing that you would want to gather if you were going to tell us that the Earth is a certain shape, right? Measurements that support that claim. But you don't have those. You hand wave those away. And we show you measurements that contradict your claims as to what the Earth is supposed to be. And you just ignore those and you say, no evidence.
Have you measured a flat Earth?
I think it's been done many times. You've seen the Black Swan. You've admitted that you don't have a geometric horizon to show us, so you don't really have anything but just stories to tell us.
Yeah, but the black swan is that's not even
That's
not even
proof that you don't have a
entertainable.
geometric horizon. Well, of course not to
No.
a guy who's determined to believe that he lives on a ball, because the
No,
black swan shows that that's impossible.
the black swan doesn't show anything.
It shows that you don't have a geometric horizon, which is requirement number 1 for a sphere, or just about anyway. And you're just going to whistle right past that and show us NASA cartoons and optical distortion and stuff like that, trying to squeeze some curvature out of it? Come on, man.
NASA cartoons, really.
Well, that's what they are. They're admitted to be cartoons. Robert Simmons, etc. You've been here for a while.
Yeah,
so.
Robert Simmons said that he pieced together pieces, and that is like your basis for every single photo.
No, it's not the basis. What we're talking about, no, the basis for the photos being a lie is what was just posted in the live stream voice text, which is that black swan that you just say is not even admissible, which is ridiculous. I mean, well, that is what you would say, because you're a ball earther, and that destroys your ball.
No, the black swan
you
is
also don't
a
know
joke.
that they only claim to have one picture of the Earth, and that's from when they were going to the moon and back. That's the only picture. They were far enough away to take a full picture of the Earth.
Oh no, there's way more than that.
They're just cartoons. Who cares? None of it's verifiable. It's all stuff that, well, I mean, half of it they claim they make on a computer anyway, and you can't go out and replicate those images yourself. You just have to trust them. So what you can do is measure the surface of the Earth and see that if it has curvature, which would comport with what they're showing the Earth to be. The thing is it doesn't, and you ignore those observations and measurements like you're doing with the black swan, because that's what that is.
You're calling the photos cartoons. Do you have any proof
Yes.
of that or
See
evidence
the
of that?
live stream voice text where the Earth is shown as having no geometric horizon, or not, at least not one that it would need to have to be a ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
No. I'm not saying because of this must be false. I'm saying you made a claim that the photos are fake. What is your evidence for that?
Well, first of all, it's not my it's not my burden to demonstrate that those photos are actually photos. It would be on the part of the person who's presenting them. But what I'm saying is that they cannot be photos because the Earth doesn't have demonstrable, measurable curvature. So there's no way that the Earth can be what NASA is picturing it as being.
No way. I mean, you're just saying because of this, therefore this.
Because the measurements of the Earth do not comport with those pictures, therefore they're false. You're going to need a geometric horizon. At 1.2 miles in the Black Swan pic that you say is a joke, which of course it is to you because you're still in La La Land with your ball belief.
Yeah, it's one snapshot of one point in time.
Well, we can give you another snapshot which shows the same thing, which is that you don't have a geometric horizon.
The thing is with refraction, it's different every day.
Oh, okay. Well, quantify the refraction. What sort of refraction? Yeah, exactly.
Say what?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
As soon as you say refraction, it's welcome to Flat Earth. You just don't understand why.
Right. Because
refraction doesn't help the globe. You can't refract the light around the globe uniformly to make things appear as if the Earth is flat. That would cause chromatic aberration in all light. You would look at things in the distance and it would appear like rainbow colored. It doesn't happen.
No, refraction allows you to see further than what you would normally see.
That's a baseless claim. What kind of refraction is doing that, and quantify it for us, please?
Because the refraction is bending up, down.
What kind of refraction?
Light refraction. The light bends down through medium.
Okay, you're just saying words. What kind of refraction? And what are the mathematics? Show us the calculations and the physical data that they're based on. Like, how are you getting your geometric horizon to 10 miles at a 1 foot observer? Do you understand that that is an error of magnitudes on the globe radius?
I'm sorry. I'm getting tired of running after the goalpost here. Okay, where are we at now?
Well, you said that refraction is inflating your apparent Earth radius by 2 orders of magnitude, and you still haven't quantified that for us or explained or shown us anything that demonstrates that that's possible.
I never said that it inflates the radius.
That is what you said. That's how that
no,
claim works. So you don't understand your
No.
claim.
No, I
Okay,
said
you don't
it
understand
allows
your.
you to see. It allows you to see further. I didn't say
Yeah,
anything about
you
the
know
radius.
how it does that by artificially, well, by inflating the radius, the apparent radius of the Earth.
By bending over the curve and allowing you to see what's on the other side.
Yeah,
And
so
that's
there.
not how that works, my friend.
It actually is.
Okay, but why is the geometric horizon being displaced by 10 times in the black swan picture? Well, essentially what they're doing is they're blowing up the Earth radius. Are you familiar with 7/6R, standard refraction formula?
Yes.
Okay, so that's standard refraction according to that model, which is invalid anyway. But 7/6R, what do you think that amounts to? R is 3959.
Right.
Right. So do you know the radius that you need to have a 10-mile geometric horizon at a 1 foot height?
No.
About 265,000 miles. So you still got about 260,000 to go. Let us know where you're getting that.
Nobody's saying that the radius is being.
Oh boy. So you don't understand your claim.
I do understand.
No, your claim is that the Earth radius is being inflated with infraction.
No,
essentially,
I've
the
never-
apparent, not the physical radius, the apparent radius that we see, right? And that's how you displace your geometric horizon
No.
like that.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's
You're
saying
also not
that.
using actual refraction, you're using terrestrial refraction, so you're not using Snell's law, you don't have boundaries to refract the light, you just don't have refraction. If there was refraction, you would be able to prove it with two lasers of different wavelengths, because wavelengths don't refract at the same rate. So you would see a difference in those lasers. We don't see a difference. Both lasers hit the target that should be hidden behind Earth curve.
Yes.
And so you keep saying that nobody's inflating the radius. What do you think 7/6R is doing? That's how your claim works. You don't even understand your refraction claim, so don't use it again.
Well, I am definitely not a math guy, that's for sure.
Okay, well then why do you invoke these things? You don't understand them.
Well, I'm not invoking the mathematics part of it.
Well, that's what you're doing when you say refraction. And that's what you did earlier when you said, good thing we have mathematics for proof. But you don't
Yeah,
even know
I'm
the
not-
mathematics you're invoking works. So why are you here doing this? You have a belief. That's all you have.
I guess that's all it is. It's just a belief.
Yep.
If I could just clear up one thing he said earlier, that's just one observation trying to make it sound like that. It's like we have multiple of these observations, showing the geometric horizon where it's supposed to be. I'm waiting to see those. Thank you.
We can show you Black Swan where the horizon is now somewhere around 30 miles. So now you've got to inflate your Earth radius to like 1.6 million miles or something. Good luck. It's not a ball.
It definitely is. It's okay though. I mean, you guys. I mean, leave whatever makes you happy. I'm not. I wasn't trying to make anybody, prove anything or whatever.
You can believe whatever you
Showing
want to. You just can't prove it.
It's
Yeah,
objectively not a ball. It couldn't be a ball in a vacuum flying around after the sun, circling around the great attractor. All of that just doesn't work.
What? Okay, I'm sorry. What doesn't? It doesn't work. Great. Orbits and gravity. That doesn't work.
None of it works. That's why we created dark matter, to fill in the holes because the galaxies are spinning too fast at the edges. None of it works. The gas cannot adhere to this ball because gravity cannot contain gas. So none of it works.
It's all reifications of the globe Earth, and the Earth isn't a globe, so of course none of it works.
So gravity doesn't contain gas. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're going to need a globe for that, and yeah, I think we do say that.
Okay.
Well, you would need a
All
physical demonstration of gravity doing that. Can you show us one? Oh, without begging the question, that is.
Do you know how I can prove it to you? Because gravity cannot stop the second law of thermodynamics from working at ground level, or where you believe gravity is the strongest, tiny pressure differential causes you to be able to breathe out while upright. So if gravity acted as a container and overcame the second law of thermodynamics, you would not be able to exhale while upright.
Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. Can you explain that? What that part? You can't breathe out because of the second law of thermodynamics?
No, you can breathe because the second law of thermodynamics is not violated by your imaginations.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that having a spherical Earth would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
No, I'm saying if you believe that gas does not expand to fill the available container because gravity makes it act like liquid and not gas, that is absurd and against all observable reality, which is what you must believe if you believe in gravity. It's holding the gas here, supposedly, and if it can contain the gas and prevent it from expanding into available volume, you can no longer exhale. But you can exhale, so that's not happening.
Oh, that does not make sense at all.
That makes perfect sense because your claim is the second law is being violated, but it's not.
Well, you're assuming that the gravity holding gas pressure onto the Earth would create a gas pressure so intense that you would not be able to breathe out. No,
if you're saying it can act as a container and prevent gas expansion into an available volume, then you would not be able to breathe out, and otherwise all the gas on this imaginary globe of yours would expand and fill the available volume, and you would not be able to breathe.
But gas does leave the Earth. You know, gas is not trapped here like a container, complete and solid container. Gas is continuously.
Have you never heard about gas cycles? You didn't know about the gas cycles?
Oh, of course, but it's not being trapped here like it can't go anywhere. Gas continuously seeps out into zero pressure space constantly, and then it's constantly remade. We have a gas cycle. Yes.
Demonstrations of the second law.
I know what the second law is, but I'm not seeing how this is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Have you seen demonstrations of it?
Demonstrations of the second law of thermodynamics. Be more specific.
Okay, let me give you an instance. For instance, if you let pressurized gas into the bottom of a vacuum chamber, does it not fill the chamber?
Well, of course it does.
Oh, well, then you should have no gas on the Earth.
Oh, that's a very simplistic view of how it works. That's,
the gas
your
container, it did not stick to the surface where the gravity was strongest.
Your example is a very extremely microcosm demonstration.
Under all laboratory conditions, no gravity has ever managed to hold gas down.
Oh, it most certainly does. You can see demonstrations. You can see demonstrations all the time of gas being held in a bathtub, and you can actually get a sailboat to float on top of it.
Yeah, that's not gas being held down by gravity. That's the density difference between the that's a density difference between the gases, and then your gas that you think is being contained by gravity actually escapes the bathtub because it's constantly diffusing up into the air, away from your imagined gravity.
No, if the gas in the bathtub is heavier than the air around it, then it's just going to stay in the bathtub. It's not going to disperse out.
It will diffuse up into the air.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will. That's why you don't store
Why
those
would it?
in buckets. It actually diffuses with the air and mixes with the air as well.
Well, the parts that become lighter than the air around them will, yes. But for the majority of that gas will just sit there and remain in the bathtub. Now, over a long enough period of time, you let it sit for, I don't know, I wouldn't even be able to comprehend how long or give you an answer for how long, but after a certain period of time, that gas will eventually dissipate all around. But for the experiment at hand,
we never
it'll
held it down. It was just the pressure differential and the different densities of the gases.
Yeah.
This is well known and understood within
Yeah.
liquid mechanics and with Archimedes'
Sure.
principle and all this stuff is very, very well understood that fluids and other liquids they separate out.
Sure.
So what if your
When there's a
bathtub?
density difference
Sorry,
in-
go on.
or- sorry, when there's a density difference in the temperature difference or something like that, when you have a high concentration of a gas or something like that, it takes longer for it to diffuse into the surrounding mediums.
Okay, we have a
exactly,
we have,
which is sets up perfectly where I wanted to go next, which is how long do you think that gas would hang around in the bathtub if it was just chilling there adjacent to 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum?
Oh, probably not very long at all.
I would think
it
so.
would- yeah. The thing is the what we got to understand is our atmosphere has it's been equilibria. I can't. I'm going to try to use a word that but anyway, it's in equilibrium.
Your container, so the gas would fill the entire container, becoming so
Yes.
sparse that no life could exist. All liquid would then evaporate because of the lack of pressure, and life would just not be possible. Your globe is untenable.
Sure, if all the gas were to just suddenly dissipate from the Earth, of course. But that
Well,
doesn't
you can't
happen
show
because
that
of
the
gravity.
gas actually goes down, go boom, boom, and hangs on to your globe. So your whole delusion is founded on like it might do that above somewhere where I can't detect. That's
but
delusional.
we have a pressure gradient. Air
Yeah,
pressure
that's
is stronger at the
normal.
bottom.
That's
As you
normal
go
when
up,
hey, you don't have any evidence to link those two together.
Oh, I don't have any evidence of pressure
However,
gradient.
However, pressure gradients are very normal within a container that has temperature differences. So we have all the gas generated at the ground level. That's
but
where
do you ever
it's generated, and then it rises up. And also, by the way, there's the most temperature down here to begin with, and then it gets colder and colder the higher it goes. So those two together would create a pressure differential. And then there's also the vapor pressure. So you have a humidity gradient that sits in the air and gets less and less as you go up. So that's also providing more pressure. So
do you ever have
for those things and then claiming it's caused by gravity when there's no evidence of that?
Okay, but in a container that has a pressure gradient, does that pressure gradient ever go to close to zero or close to one
10 to the negative 17 torr is where you need to get. Can you show us the atmosphere thinning out all the way down to your vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Yeah, just answer the question. In a container.
You said something about it going down to zero. That's just a misunderstanding because you're using a convention. Like 1 atmosphere and 0 doesn't appear to be a big difference there between. But when you look at the claimed pressure of outer space in attopascals, there's a gigantic fucking difference.
Yes, I understand that. Now, what I'm trying to say is in a pressurized container, does the pressure gradient ever vary as much as it does here on Earth?
No, do you have a container of the same size?
No, I don't have a container.
Yeah, so apples and oranges, buddy.
It's also a dynamic system, too.
Right. It is a dynamic system. And for that purpose, it's not a closed system.
It's a closed system.
Yeah.
A dynamic system and a closed system are not the same
Bill
thing.
Nye told us it's a closed system, by the way. And no.
Well,
because the second
purposes for all of humanity, it's just the select few Freemasons who have this play that are supposed to be able to go outside and fly above our heads.
Okay.
Are you about to end this argument? Real quick, Bob,
The
all you
second
have to
law of
do in this argument,
thermodynamics.
show us the demonstrated gas pressure without a container. Go.
Breathe out. Just exhale. There you go.
Yeah. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Let any gas out of a container, and it is not contained by any container, but it still has pressure.
And then it seeks equilibrium.
And then it seeks equilibrium. But at that moment, it still has pressure.
So our point, not yours, okay? Now anything that supports your point?
I'm just saying there is pressure without a container. So
You're just saying that when the container goes away, then so does the air pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
a bare
sure.
assertion. It's not evidence.
I'm
You don't
not.
have
I'm not
evidence,
saying it.
evidence of
I'm not saying it
anything?
has to. I'm not saying it has to last forever. I'm saying, say, show me pressure without a container. There it is. Okay.
No, there's still containers there. So your lungs are
Okay.
a container, and you're breathing out into the container that is the world that we live in. You
Sure.
believe it's uncontained, and you have no evidence of that.
Now show me a container as big as the Earth, and we'll do the same. The same thing again.
Show you a container as big as the Earth. The Earth is obviously contained because otherwise all the gas would escape to this other uncontained space.
I agree. It is contained.
Yeah, but you say that it's being contained by a magical pseudo-force that you can't show us any demonstration of.
I don't think I said magical pseudo-force. I think I said gravity.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I said that.
Bill,
but that's
you're
just
wrong.
what it is.
Gravity
So
is
that's
a magical pseudo-force, so he is correct in defining it that way.
Well, really?
Yeah, I'll stop saying that. If you could just show us a practical demonstration of gravity doing what you say that it does, but you can't do that. You just tell us, oh, geez, that's a micro level. It can only be done at the macro level. And so that's just effectively you begging the question, right? So you can't use that.
I know. It's like, I know I should be better at this because I've been in here as many times as I have. It's, I can't use gravity because you don't believe in it. I can't use space because you don't believe in it. I can't use, you like, give me this. Okay. No. Can't use space. Can't use gravity. Can't use, it's like, oh my gosh.
I think nobody here would have a problem with it.
I can use my eyes. I can use my eyes. That's it. You guys think your eyes are the best tool in the world to see, straights or straight lines or curved lines.
We understand when you realize you're wrong and all, but you don't have to be like that about it.
Okay.
I don't think anybody here would have a problem with gravity.
What you can use.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. What you can use is anything that's demonstrable.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
How about that?
Demonstrable.
Observable.
I cannot demonstrate anything for you guys right now because I'm driving. So I apologize for that.
Okay, how about something demonstrable and principle?
Hey, what?
You can just tell us something that's demonstrable and principle. How about that?
Well, there's a, MC Toon has a very nice website with a surveyor who has surveyed curvature. It's on his website, mctoon./survey.
He claims that he claims that he can measure an inch and a quarter of earth curve drop off over half a mile or something like that. But then at the same time, he also claims that 66 feet at 10 miles, nope, no chance. Refraction always takes care of that, so he can never see that. So kind of silly parlor tricks.
The surveying was pretty conclusive.
No, not really.
No, it wasn't.
He made a bunch of mistakes, like always.
Hold on a second.
Many times. He's a
well,
child.
obviously, it was conclusive to you.
And it was just, it was convincing, and he believes it, like other things. One of the things, for instance, is the surveyor uses orthographic view. To him, the things don't get smaller with distance, apparently.
No things do get smaller with distance.
Right, so hold on, guys. He just mocked the idea of using your eyes to verify. Now, let me ask you this question. How do you sight a theodolite?
Oh, yeah, with the tool, yeah.
Your eyes.
Your eyes in conjunction with the tool, yeah, sure. But
what's the arbitrational factor of the observation? What's
the
the
part that I was
arbitrational
talking.
factor of the
No,
observation?
let's not
No,
conflict.
we're
What
not.
I was saying there, people are saying
No, friend.
look at the horizon, and all you need is your eyes to see that it's straight. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, that's fair. But let's be clear.
I didn't hear anyone say that, by the way.
Oh, not
Well,
in here, no. But it has
Did I
been
say
said. You can't deny that.
What?
Well, yeah, you can't deny. Listen, you cannot deny that we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. You're correct. That can't be denied.
Absolutely. I've agreed to that so many times. I see a flat Earth. I see a flat horizon. But I also know you can see things that you really think are there but aren't, like optical illusions. Okay?
Oh,
You
great.
can't always
So then where's
trust
the
your eyes or
evidence?
your senses. You can't always trust your eyes or your senses.
Except when you're a guy on the
Can you
tube
name one
sighting from a
time when you can't?
theodolite with your
Can you
eyes
name
and your
one time?
senses, right?
Some other example. Can you give me one other example?
Have you never seen an optical illusion before? I mean, come on. Don't
Yeah,
come on,
I
guys.
have seen optical
that your
illusions
answer?
and do not
There you go.
change the geometry of the Earth.
I didn't say that it
generally.
did. I didn't say that it did
You
or
say
claim that
it
it did.
looks flat, but it is curved. But okay, so if a military boat sees a ship on the horizon, it should just assume it's a hologram, and like when it starts shooting at them, they should just be like, they can't hit us. They're behind the curve.
Well, military boats have radar to determine if it's really there.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
radar also sees far beyond what the curve should allow. So that's also some of them claim that the radar is bending around the curve.
Yeah.
So how are you going to shoot it?
You know, their calculations assume a level Earth, right?
Calculations
actually
do, and yeah, I mean your NASA papers. I mean, I've seen those, and yes, pilots do, engineers do account for a flat and stationary Earth, but that's because for us,
Okay.
we
Now here comes the explain away.
we are on a flat. I mean, from our
Got the
point of
yabbits
view,
and the because.
no, from our point of view, we are on a flat and stationary Earth. So we build engineers build planes and things based on that, because that's how, and our pilots fly based on a
Right.
flat and stationary Earth.
So we never have to take the Earth curvature that you believe in into account. Got it.
No.
Yeah, dude, you're not doing a very
anything
good,
physical.
compelling job
You're not
of sticking up for the globe, bro.
Yeah, if you're doing any physical activity over the surface, then you have to assume a flat stationary Earth. Yeah, we agree. Yeah, why would you do that if it was a round, rotating surface?
Right.
Okay, so let's all pause.
when-
I'll pause for a second and do a synopsis and see if he agrees or not. So far, what we've been given is optical distortion at high altitude, the fact that we all experience a flat stationary plane, and pretty much nothing else.
Well, he used a refraction claim to counter the absence of his geometric horizon that he himself didn't understand, so I guess we could add that.
I think that's a valid summary.
Okay, perfect. So let's do it again. So we have an optical phenomenon at high altitude because the math proves that there's no discernible curve information. Then we have an optical phenomenon at low altitude as well, which he said you can't always trust optics, right? And then we have a theodolite, which again is optics, which we can't trust because of optical illusions. And then what else do we have? I mean, I don't know. At this point,
All right,
it's like,
should we go?
If we can't trust optics, we can't trust his ISS curvature he brought us at the beginning. Then
What else we have is an
All right,
Earth that is practically and measurably flat and stationary.
Okay. All right. So we'll throw
Okay,
we'll throw out all that. We'll throw all that out.
Yeah,
How about that? We'll throw all that out. Let's go on another one. Let's talk about the sun's angular.
No, let's not. Let's talk about actually, where is your globe?
Oh, no.
We don't want to go there.
Proof? No, where is your globe proof?
We don't want to go
That's
there.
what we haven't heard.
Hold
It's
on.
one single.
That's too hard. That's too hard.
Wait, when's it my turn?
Honey, let AI if AI is doing it because he was.
Before
talking
you
too
guys
loud.
continue, what he did was just add another optically unverifiable onto the top of the optically unverifiables that we already dismissed. So he's just going down the same category that he already rejected. So,
Yeah,
my
but
friend, come up
I'm
with
not,
some evidence that's
I'm not talking about just
demonstrable
using.
and tangibly verifiable, please.
I'm not
All right,
talking. I'm
go
not
ahead.
talking about. I'm not talking about just using my eyes to see the sun, the size of the sun. I'm talking about using. You can use tools. You can use instruments to measure.
Ugh,
But
what
but
kind of tools?
from the morning to the
What
evening,
kind of tools?
the sun,
Can use
whatever
and
tools you use, whatever. The sun is the same
Hold
size
on,
from
friend.
morning. Are you denying that?
Friend, it's not
Yeah.
just let's use whatever. We've already agreed that the optical tools are unreliable. The only way to get an angular size of anything is with an optical tool, manned by a person using their eyeballs.
Okay.
So again, like we've already demonstrated, that's just categorically thrown out because you already agreed to throw it out.
Okay. All right. How about 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Prove it.
So what we have on the table so far is a concession by you that everything is practically engineered as if the Earth is flat. We experience the Earth is flat. We see the Earth is flat. And the only hope that you've given us so far is a bunch of optical illusions that you've already dismissed and agreed to dismiss.
No, what I said what I said was
Sounds like you came unprepared, my friend.
oh yeah, I'm completely unprepared. I'm just driving and I was just listening. I wasn't prepared to be pulled in. I got pulled in here.
Yeah.
Well, you said that the Earth is optically and practically flat and stationary.
Yes. And
So-
I do not experience movement or curvature or anything like that. I don't experience any of that. But I know
Welcome to
that
Flat
it is.
Earth.
Yeah.
But I know
Welcome
that
aboard.
it is. So,
Okay, but that's called a belief, though.
but
That's
but
okay.
what
You
I'm
can
saying
have
is-
that.
Welcome to understanding that, the
and
world's
that's
been
why
lying to you the whole time.
And that's why I brought up optical illusions, because even though you see something that
Well,
you think is real, it
yes,
may
you-
not be real.
You
Okay.
brought them up to ham wave the reality of the Earth, which completely contradicts your notions of it being a globe. We know.
Okay. So 24-hour sun in
experienced the same
Antarctica.
problem.
We don't want to talk about that.
Prove it.
Prove it. There's plenty of videos.
I watched them, and they were edits. It loops around.
Of course they are.
Yeah, it loops around. It ends on exactly the same clip that it starts with. It's just an edit. So what else?
There's
There's
not
a
just
flat
that,
from the
4
globe
hours
there's not
side.
just that one.
Yeah, and they also doctor. Yeah, there's a lot of footage that they doctor there too.
They must, right? I mean, it has
Well,
to.
they admit it. I can grab the emails and stuff like that where it's admitted that they do that. They're removing certain frames and stuff like that. Yeah, they do.
There are
You can
certain times when
you can tell because the shadows don't complete their full rotations and stuff like that. They admit that they do edit it. They have excuses for why they do that. So who cares?
Sure, but I mean, just because it was edited in some way, does that just no? Hold on, just because a video is edited does not mean that it's fake.
Wait, so just because my video proof of a natural phenomenon is edited doesn't mean that it's not inadmissible? Okay, no, never mind.
I mean, seriously. I mean, just because a video is edited does not make it not real.
Well,
Cool. Let me give you an example. So there was a coupling done up on the ISS, and they were going to attach something that went up there, quote unquote, live footage. And when the two couplers came out to connect to each other, while they were connecting, the Earth behind stopped rotating. Yikes.
Oh yeah, that was just a slight little technical.
Do you guys remember when they had the Earth spinning the opposite direction?
I heard that was only a satellite clip.
And even if you can get us a genuine clip of a 24-hour sun somewhere in Antarctica, you still have the problem where you've got no measurable Earth curvature on an Earth that is practically stationary and flat. So
the thing is, a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not possible on a plane.
You don't have one. So there's that. What
What are you
about the
talking
clouds?
about?
The same sky. It was used in morning and evening. They forgot
What are you talking
to
about?
change
It's
the
not possible.
clouds.
I'm just going to use your excuse. It's an optical illusion.
Exactly.
All right. If there you go. Okay, that's fine. Optical
Well,
illusion.
you're saying the flat horizon, which is orders of magnitude impossible on your globe,
You're saying that's an optical illusion, so why not a 24-hour sun somewhere? Especially when all you have to show for it is admittedly doctored footage.
Like I said, edited video doesn't make it fake. Just means it was edited for time or some reason, but it doesn't mean that it's fake.
Yeah, but it doesn't have what you're saying it does.
It means that it's not proof of the thing that you're claiming that it is.
Not saying proof at all.
Okay,
I'm
then why
saying
even bring it up?
Here is some evidence, is what I'm trying to say. Here's some evidence
here's
to
some-
that fact.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to say, I'm not going
Not
to
valid
believe
evidence.
this evidence because it's edited, well, that's fine. You can do that.
Your Honor, I
That's
Yeah.
fine. We'll move on.
Here's
But
my edited video on a loop here.
But one thing that is not edited, that there's no video, is the southern star trails. Okay, which is impossible again on a flat planar
cares?
Earth.
Who cares?
But it's impossible.
Wait a minute. Impossible? Wait, we've measured the Earth to be flat. So what do you mean impossible? If you took this observation on the Earth, which is measurably and practically flat, then I guess it's not impossible.
So how would you explain it though?
It's irrelevant. Look,
I mean,
friend.
you gotta be willing to back it up though. I mean, you're making all these.
Oh, okay, sure, I'll back it up. Let's go to the live stream voice text. I can post the Black Swan again if you want.
Back that ass up.
No, I mean, tell me why there are southern star trails that are in a spiral.
We're not in the Y, sir. We're not. No.
Oh, hold on, guys. I can
We're not
answer that
responsible
question.
for replacing your.
I can answer that question.
Where did you learn the
I can
scatter?
answer that question.
Anyway,
Listen, it's easy to answer that question by the rules that he set out himself with 2 words: optical illusion. Case
There you
closed.
go. All right. Dodge, goalpost move, dodge. All right.
A lot of projection right there.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
that's
Good job,
ridiculous.
guys.
Yeah, you don't have anything. That's why you're just.
Neither do you. You got nothing.
No, look, here.
We got the Earth itself. It's flat, stationary.
Well, I
you
got
got
the-
yourself. That everybody uses
Wait,
it as-
we got this on. We're recording this, so let's just rewind back to where he agreed with us that it is flat and stationary.
Yeah, let's replay.
Flat stationary, absolutely.
Here's where the goalposts are and always have been. Earth curvature measurements. Go.
I don't have any Earth curvature.
Right, so it's you who's moving the goalposts around because
I'm
you.
just saying I don't have any. That's all I'm saying.
How about,
there's none
how
out
about
there.
this? How about this, brother? You say we have nothing. I got this for you. Other than and NASA admits that they're images that they give us. Other than the images they give us, every other photo we have that's been taken by us is a photo of the flat Earth.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you please say that one more time?
So any image of the globe NASA's presented to you has been admittedly an image that they created.
Okay.
So
Every single one.
aside from what they've shown you for proof of globe as an image, every other photo any human has taken is an image of the flat Earth.
Okay, you're telling me every single photo NASA has ever taken, they admit those.
I
every
said
single photo
other than
is fake.
NASA. Are you listening? Do you have wax in your ears, Linda?
No,
Do you
but
have
you
wax
said-
in your ears, Linda? I
No,
said
no,
other
you
than
said-
Robert Fitzsimmons, it's Photoshop, but it has to be images from NASA. Every photo that's been taken by a human being here on Earth is an actual picture of the flat Earth.
It's an actual picture of the flat Earth.
Yep.
That's right.
Because that's all it shows in every single picture from every other human except NASA.
What about the other space agencies?
File them in the same category.
Who cares? Yeah. Who cares?
They're showing you pictures of the Earth that are physically impossible based on the measurements of the surface that have been done that we keep showing people in the server. So who cares what cartoons they show the public?
Exactly. So groups of Freemason people that are trying to deceive everyone on Earth into believing they're on a spinning ball in space. Who cares? A group of just
Hold on a second, friends. Friend, hold on a second. Who started the name calling? I'm gonna make myself very clear.
Who is doing any name
Next
calling?
person who starts name calling out of the blue when it hasn't been first broached by the enemy is going to be in the cooler for a long duration. Follow me.
Who did that?
Somebody did. I heard it. So let's just be fair,
I
all
didn't
right?
know what he said. So
I don't
Was
want
it
a
me?
perfectly good conversation to go off the rails because somebody got heated for no reason.
If I did it, I don't even remember.
I personally did not hear anybody get called
I'm
any
not
names,
heated.
but that
I'm not heated over
right.
here. I'm not heated at all. I'm perfectly calm.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that quantum racer guy
Whoever
called
it
me
is,
the other day.
whoever it was,
Who's
he knows
asking
what
it?
it is, and he knows
Take
what
care
to
of
do
him.
about it.
So what to believe in flat Earth? Would I have to assume that all these trips up into upper atmosphere by Blue Origin and
Oh,
and
yeah, sure. Let me get you a
all
video of that.
that's
Just
all,
one sec.
oh, it's a fake?
Like a normal video or a special flat Earth video?
Oh, no, just a normal video.
Yeah.
I feel like it's gonna be a special flat Earth video.
Well, whatever video it'd be fake, right?
No, I mean, as far as I can tell, this is just normal footage up to about 45 miles or so altitude. Take a look.
yeah,
Oh,
I also
okay.
watched
What
the
about when
video.
It's called flat Earth stream.
William Shatner is a liar. He didn't really go up and
That's what my video was about. Thankfully, I predicted your ask. Hostile witness Neil deGrasse Tyson also mentions how they are not high enough to see any curve.
yeah, we've talked a lot about Neil deGrasse Tyson, but Neil deGrasse Tyson also says he doesn't.
Yeah, you're willing to throw anyone under the bus that's convenient at the time, from Einstein to Newton to you name it. I've never seen such thing.
What? That Neil deGrasse Tyson said the Earth was a spheroid?
I didn't
That's not throwing him under the bus.
say that. Is that what you do? Put put words in people's mouths?
No, that's what it sounded like. You were saying that I
Nope.
was like throwing Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus. I'm like, what? I didn't throw him.
Also,
Well, I
Robert,
was just waiting. I was waiting for it. It's pretty predictable.
No.
Also, Robert, your lingo on Neil's terminology is not correct. He doesn't call it a spheroid. He used to call it a pearoid or pear-shaped, a little chubbier.
Sure.
But now he calls it hamburger-shaped. So
Yeah, he was wrong. And you know what? Neil deGrasse Tyson has been wrong in the past. You know, people get things wrong.
There it is. Throwing them.
That's why. That's why. Well, that's why we don't. That's why we don't hang so hard on one person. What one person says.
You're
But,
a concession machine, by the way.
The thing, yeah. I mean, people can be wrong, and that's why science is not proof. That's why I tried to say before. Science gives the best.
But before you go off on this imagination that he's wrong about everything, can you name how he's wrong?
Yeah, well, he was wrong when he called the Earth a pear-shaped because it's wider at the equator than it is at the top. So yeah, it's more like a hamburger.
Wait, are people here really saying that they think a plane went 50 miles in the air?
It's more like a hamburger.
He said it was chubbier below the equator, bro.
Is that what NASA's pictures that you say are genuine show the Earth as, like a hamburger shape?
No, not a literal hamburger. What I
it looks like a pretty perfect sphere, actually, according to all the images of NASA that you believe in.
Yeah, if we were to step out into space and look at Earth, it would look like a perfect sphere.
It would.
A perfect sphere.
If anyone ever
but
went.
mathematically, or measurementally wise, the Earth, the equator is a slightly bit wider than the pole, or basically, so it just makes it a little fatter at the equator, but not to where we would be able to.
That's not what he said.
ride.
There you go, changing it. That's not what he said. He said below the equator. You keep changing it back to the equator. Why do you do that?
Hey,
and I just love Robert. How he knows it'll be a perfect sphere if he gets out in space and looks at it. You know that, and you've never.
Oh yes, no question at all. No question at all.
Okay, well that is some next level fantasy stuff going on. You don't even have a geometric horizon to show us to support that conclusion.
I know, and because I don't have a geometric horizon to show you, that means I'm wrong.
Well,
no,
yeah.
but Robert, the whole thing is, listen, this is taught in schools, and no one has access to this measurement. No one. No man, woman, or child on Earth has access or knows or can find the information where this Earth was found to be, without a doubt, a globe of those dimensions. But no one. So you're not alone. No one
I
has been
didn't.
able to ever in all of history has ever shown this information.
I wanted to address something about the pear-shaped thing and why he said that, right? So, aside from the pear-shaped Earth idea, another case where the latitudes are going to start getting wider and wider beyond the equator, south of the equator, is if the Earth is just a plane, as it is measured to be.
No.
No?
I don't
The
know
latitudes
how
are
to.
not going to get wider beyond the equator?
No, that video you posted is not true.
That's
Please
another
No,
reason.
don't go that high.
What?
Are you
Okay,
talking about going
what are you
from
even
north
responding
to?
to?
There's
The
another reason.
240,000 foot video. Planes don't go that high.
That's not a plane, dummy. Okay, I
What is
called
it?
someone a name. Shoot, but
That's
What is
a
it?
rocket.
yeah.
There's
So,
another
rocket.
reason to say the Earth is pear-shaped.
yeah, but I was on
thing-
I was on the pear-shaped Earth thing. So I mean, it sounds to me like once again they're doing damage control for the Earth, not comporting with the claims of it that they've made of it being a sphere.
And don't
Can-
worry
can I-
about calling someone a name here, Linda. We got pretty thick skin. You don't involve feelings, so go ahead, call us whatever you want.
Okay.
Well, I
Hey,
mean, the
can I-
guy's talking about a plane. Nobody ever brought that up.
Yeah.
My bad, I am
whoever,
a-
whoever
Blue
brought up
Origin
the
isn't a plane.
video,
Just leave it at that.
yeah, it's a rocket. But yeah, whoever brought that video up, which video are you talking about? Is it the one that is wide with like black bars on the top and the bottom, or is it the actual one that's
wide.
full aspect?
No, the special
see,
flat
the
Earth one.
wide. Yeah, that's the one that was doctored by Flat Earth. Because there's actually an original video out there, and you can tell it was completely stretched and chopped and edited. It's crazy.
The original video was stretched, or they stretched it out to give the illusion of a flat horizon where there is none. Or can you show us something?
Actually, MC Toon just made a video today about that. If you watch that video, he shows you the video that's going around that flat earthers are claiming. Look, it's a flat plane.
Okay, Robert,
but if you watch the original video, you can see the comparison.
Robert, did you look at the video that I posted there? Are you sure you're even talking about the same thing? Can you take a look and then maybe post the original that you're talking about so we can take a look at this comparison for ourselves?
I know. I wish I could. I'm driving a semi right now.
Okay.
Is it okay? Is it the video that he goes up to 240,000? It's a rocket, right?
Yeah, it goes up to
It's got
240,000. Blue Origin, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a wide angle with black bars across the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
If that's the one that's been going around a lot, but that one has been stretched and chopped. You can, when you watch the original, you can definitely. And by the way, the flat earther video is showing the rocket going up into space, when in actuality that rocket is going down. It's videoing its trip down. That's in the original video, and you can actually see all the information on the bottom and left-hand corner, which is chopped out in the flat earther video.
It goes up to somewhere around what they call the Kármán line. You can see it going up. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Wait, Central, you told me it's not a special flat earther video. You told me it's a normal video, and now I'm finding out it's like chopped and shit.
You're not finding that out. That's that guy's claim. So we'll see about that when he produces anything to back it up.
He's driving a semi.
Yeah, and how many times has Mick Buffoon been found to lie about?
Yeah, and he's driving a semi, so he doesn't have to back up his claim. Cliff is kind of a LARPer, and he should just stay out of this conversation, in my opinion.
I mean, if you don't believe me, just go check out that video. Even if he is lying, you can still see both videos side by side. Make up your own mind.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
He's not going to do that.
How do you know what I'm going to do?
If I get it just for seeing, I don't know. Just BC better.
This is for the Glober. How high do you have to be above the Earth to see it curving? Physically,
you have to be really, really high.
Curvature. Right. But you know the radius, don't you?
Yeah.
So how high do you have to be?
You got to be way up there. I don't know.
You can't even put a number to it, but you're so convinced.
I can't put a number. No.
Okay. You absolutely know that you're on a globe where you get a certain distance away from it. You're going to start to see it as a globe, but you don't even know what that distance would be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you
Okay.
only have a belief. That means you're only going on belief. You have no proof, empirical proof,
You should know
or
this
any
because
other kind of
science.
proof. You have no kind of proof at all.
You have
Empirical
faith in
or
flat Earth, huh? Or spherical Earth, huh? You
got-
We have
spirit.
faith in
I just
measurements, if
got,
you want to call it that.
got interrupted like
Yeah,
3
this Cliff guy's a piece of work, man. Someone should mute him.
Robert Luscombe's a globalist.
Yeah,
Quite
They're
likely.
waiting for that.
Yeah, that was the LARPer in the background. We know
He's
who
a
he is.
Just
yeah.
so
He's
you all
sometimes
know,
he's in
I
here
would have
pretending
muted
to
him
be
on
flat Earth.
Sasha 3.0.
Yeah, the
Hey,
next
hey guys.
installment.
Hey guys, seriously, I come in here a lot, and we have back and forth, and sometimes it gets heated. But I always try to be as respectful to you guys as possible. I want you guys to know that I'm not here to fight with anybody.
That's
I'm here
cool.
to share ideas, and
Yeah.
I'm not trying to mock anybody personally or anything like that. I want you guys to know that I listen to you guys even when you guys don't even know. I'm just sitting here in my truck just listening to you guys. You
Thanks.
guys are you guys are cool. I mean, you guys really are. I mean, we
Right.
just
Great, we're cool.
believe we just believe different things. That's it's
No,
no
we
big
don't
deal.
believe different things. You have the belief. You're the only one that has the belief. So we'll allow you to keep coming in here
Wait a
and
minute, I have
doing
a
your
belief.
religious global chanting to us because we're good that way. We're good
Yes.
people. We'll allow you to come in and talk
Wait,
about your
Sonny, I have a
belief,
belief.
but we don't have a belief. We don't need to have one. You do.
Robert, I want to go back to something we were just talking about. Do you know how high off the ground you actually need to be to see the Earth curving, if it is indeed doing that?
I do not
I can
know.
answer.
I can't give you a specific number. No.
I can give you a specific number. 1 foot will do.
1 foot.
1 foot.
We'll be able to see a curve.
You'll be able to see a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles, which is a consequence of Earth curvature.
Sure.
Okay, you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, now all I have to do is post the black swan, and it's game over for the globe.
Oh, then you got to account for refraction.
No, we don't. No,
I don't
why?
have to. I don't. Yeah.
Do anything.
What you just
where's
said?
your- Sorry.
I have to account for your imaginary fairy tale refraction. Why would I have to do that?
But it's an actual real thing that has
No, it
real
isn't.
like
What kind of
math
refraction?
behind it.
Robert, you just did this like 10 minutes ago, and you showed us that you didn't even understand your own refraction claim or how it works or how it would do anything to get the geometric horizon
listen.
10 times further than it can be on your globe. So why are you doing this again?
Because here's the reason, and here's the reason that I don't buy into the black swan scenario.
You
Okay,
said
and this is why. Because I lived in Tampa, Florida, right there on the beach. I was able to go to the beach all the time. Some days I could see 3 miles. Some days
Okay, I can
10
stop you
miles.
right there.
Some
Do you
days
know how
I
many?
could see 20 miles.
I know. I can stop you right there. Do you know how many times that black swan observation is possible on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles?
I have no idea.
0.
None.
Okay.
So it happens even once and it's over for the globe. That is an impossible observation on the globe. And don't act like it's the only one like that we have. We've got dozens of them. I can post other black swan images from the same location, different days, where we're seeing up to 30 miles. That's really impossible now. That's 3 orders of magnitude of error for your Earth radius.
Okay, but please explain to me why on one day I would see 3 miles, one day I see 10, and one day I see 20 miles.
No problem. It's because the horizon is apparent, not geometric, because the Earth is not a globe.
But on a flat Earth, how would that work?
Because it's apparent, because it is a flat Earth. That's why it is only apparent, because it's a flat horizontal plane, and that's how our eyesight works on a flat horizontal plane, and that's how reality.
It's an apparent phenomenon, not a physical or a
flat-
geometric one.
Sure. What is preventing me from seeing 10 miles when I'm only seeing 3 miles, the horizon's 3 miles away? What is preventing me from seeing another 10 miles?
Your eyeballs,
Fog,
for one.
smog, snow, dirt, sleet, rain.
Yeah.
All kinds of reasons.
The resolution power of the observer, fog, atmospheric conditions. If you want to use the word atmosphere, I know some of us don't like it, but
haze in
Turn
the
out
air,
the
all of this
light, the
haze in the
party's
air,
over.
humidity above the water always makes it opaque. The air is opaque above the water. It's the most dense part of the air is above the water. So you have humidity changes, you have fluctuations, you have heat, convection, conduction, all those things going on all at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's purely
That's why.
optics. And you know what it's not? Geometric or physical, because we ruled that factor out.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, well, okay. So I can grant the fact that I can only see 3 miles on a very kind of a heavy, humid day, fog maybe, whatever. But on clear, sunny, no, not even no heat, whatever, and I can see 10 miles.
Yeah, if you're 1 foot off the ground, right at there at the water, and you can see 10 miles, you've debunked the globe's radius right there yourself.
Well,
You've done it.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to lay down. I'm not going to lay down. I'm not going to lay down on the ground. I'm talking about standing 6 feet tall at the edge of the water, looking straight out.
Oh yeah, you can't see 10 miles.
Your horizon should only be 3.5 miles to 4 miles.
Yeah, you need about 70 feet observer height on the 39-59 mile radius globe to get a 10-mile geometric horizon.
Sure. And then if you can see 10 miles at that, I mean, if you do see, then the reason would be what?
That the Earth's not a globe. Simple.
The air
mean,
clears up, and you can see much further than the globe would typically allow by 10 magnitudes. Like,
yeah, there's no Earth curvature obstruction. That's why. That's all.
So you mean if someone can take a photograph of a skyline that's 60 miles away from one shoreline, that means we're not on a globe, right? Yeah.
But see, okay. Going out onto the beach, living in Tampa, going out onto the beach, one day looking out and only being able to see the horizon's only 3 miles away. The very next day looks like the same exact atmospheric conditions. Okay, still sunny skies. It's not too hot, not too warm. But then on that day, I can see 5 or 6 miles.
Okay, so there's less water evaporating off the ocean that day.
Okay.
I think it sounds like what you're saying is there's no geometric component to the horizon. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm saying the horizon is just as far as you can see.
Exactamente.
And
yeah, I never had a problem with that in the first place.
Yeah, so Robert, that very thing you're talking about is impossible on your globe. It couldn't possibly move around like that. It could only get closer to you at 1 foot above. It would be 1.22 miles. If you had that fog or anything we talked about, water going up from the surface of the water, it would only shorten your length of view. So what you're saying, that one day you can only see at 1.5 miles, and one day you can see 3 miles or 3.5 miles, that right there blows your globe away.
Yeah, but what's strange is that here on the, driving on a road, even in nasty weather, it's humid and raining, I can see 3, 4, 5 miles down the road. There's nothing. There's no atmospheric conditions.
Why do you keep? Why do you keep arguing for our side?
Just saying. I really don't.
I mean, thanks, but
I really don't think the atmosphere limits. I mean, sure, if it's really if it's storming and raining, that's going to obstruct your vision, obviously.
Yeah. And there is
what appears to be a
other
day,
than NASA showing me images from Mars and other shit, everything appears to be flat, guys. I just don't get it. Why?
All right. Okay. We'll just leave that. We'll leave that as that. Is there anybody else in here who would like a turn? I'm not quitting or anything. I'm just I'm taking up all the
yeah. We're keeping track. Actually, we have someone named Brasantos. Well, I don't know if anyone. They're VC verified already.
There's Sindri who wants to talk too.
I'm going to go ahead and put myself on mute, guys. But if you do want to ask me a question again, just say my name and I'll pop back in. Okay?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to wrap something up. You said, Robert. You said atmosphere several times. You don't have an atmo with a circular shape. You would need the sphere first. That's never been measured, so you can't use atmosphere.
Yeah, that's another globe reification fallacy. There, you can't do that.
Reification.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't.
Oh, you can do it if you want. We're just call it out every time.
I mean, I find myself saying the word atmosphere too.
I'll call it atmo.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's kind of like you guys got to realize sometimes It's just words. You don't really mean what I mean. I know from a flat earther,
We
when they
get
say
it.
atmosphere, they're not really literally talking about an actual atmosphere. But I don't correct them on that because I know it's just words. But go
Hey,
ahead. You ask me one
Robert,
last question.
we know the programming runs deep, bro. We really do.
Yeah, it really does. I am completely 100% brainwashed by the government.
Well, I must admit, he's been
Go
very
ahead.
well.
Well,
You've
I
been
mean,
very entertaining.
if you know that you've been brainwashed by them, then it can't be 100%.
We all have been.
Obviously,
We all been brainwashed.
Obviously, I'm
Yeah.
kidding. Yeah. But you wanted to ask me one last question before I bowed out. What was it? You said you wanted to go back to one more thing about the atmosphere.
Oh, yeah. I think you just said not to use that term because it's a reification fallacy.
Oh, dang it! I got caught doing it too. Sorry, you wanted to talk about the Atmo, correct?
Yeah. Well.
Because, like I said, I was gonna move over for someone else to hop in because I've taken up quite a bit of time. I'm not leaving. I was just gonna put myself on mute for a little bit and let you guys digest.
That's cool, Robert.
Okay.
Drive safely. Man.
All right, thanks, guys.
You can just make the P silent, and it solves all the problems.
P silent. Shh.
Yeah,
There's Gardars here. Does
Hey, don't screw it up. It was quiet.
Huh?
Didn't you say be quiet?
There's Sindri.
Why do I have to explain everything? Am I not coming in clearly?
I'm sorry.
Anybody in here? Anybody home?
What'd you say, rookie? My bad.
Sindri is watching a video right now, and we have another one called Rauðríkur, which.
Hey,
seems like a
Drace,
nice video.
you're like super low for me. I got everybody else at 100. You're up to 120 or 30, and you're still low. Anyway, it's okay. So I'll let you know.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
There you go.
I love you, Buster Brand. All right, what type of ice cream treat you want? Ice cream cone from here? That'd be good.
We spoke to Cliff quite a bit, haven't we? I see they're
Yeah.
muted.
Yeah, we ain't got time because when we get home, it's going to be a nanny.
Are we out miking?
You pretty much got to go right to bed.
AI. Think you're hot micing, bro.
You think or you know? Or you believe?
Well, I'm assuming you weren't
believe
talking
you're
to us.
not
I heard
micing.
somebody else in.
Well, now
The Earth is flat,
now I heard it.
and I saw things disappear with no curve. So don't try to play that on me.
Wow,
Because I'm too
cool.
smart.
A smart kid. That's awesome.
Helps when they have good leadership.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Frambiary is in the chat.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall in that.
Anybody talked to Frambiary yet?
That sounds pretty familiar. I think I've talked to him.
Yeah, we've talked to him.
Okay, he's got like a
Not that it was good or bad, but
flat Earth map. How about Rodiku? Roriku.
That's a new one for me.
Rodriker.
Rauðríkur.
Maybe it's Rodrigo.
I'm too English for a name like this. I just don't get it.
Rodriker.
Say it again, Drace.
Rauðríkur.
Rauðríkur.
Maybe
I like that. It sounds like Draca Noir.
We need an Icelandic class.
It means red hat.
It means what?
Red hat.
I still.
Oh, so the other one is
Red hat.
Red hat, like.
Hello.
Did you say it means redhead?
Yeah, I'm Icelandic.
Garters is speaking up. Was that you, Garters?
Or red much. Red much.
Pardon moi?
Yeah, Garter.
I didn't.
Garter.
Garter.
Garter. Garten. In English. Garten.
He's trying to say he's straight out of Compton.
My name translates to garden.
I know. I don't understand that part of Los Angeles dialect. I'm sorry. Is that east of Sepulveda?
I'm from
Iceland.
No, he's obviously Icelandic. His name means garden.
Oh, cool. All right. I thought you
I
guys.
got that part. We were just giving a little bit of a hard time. That's all. Come on, give us a break.
I just gotta stand up for my Icelandic kin, even though we don't probably.
He came to a flat Earth site. I mean, come on. He's got to be expecting a little bit of crap, right?
Society? What?
See?
That's part of that's the funnest part, actually. If you can get through in the beginning with the humor part and get over that little bump, then probably onto a good start.
Come on, my name.
Don't you agree that you should always start with that?
My name is Garten. My mother and father didn't think about my name. They just looked out the window and said,
That's a good
my name
name.
is Garten.
That's a good name. It might be all mud and dirt, but still, you can grow a lot of things, and a lot of things can happen.
Growth potential.
You got a lot of potential. That's what I was going to say. Potential.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it didn't come out that.
It's not just It's not just garden. It's clover too.
That's the only compliment you're going to get for the rest of the day, though. So.
It's clover too. Garden clover.
Compton clover.
Thank you.
I think I
keep
got
it
the
close
reference to that movie.
I'm standing close. Nobody got that.
Huh? Why is it so quiet?
So we got a gardener.
Because Rookie made a joke and everybody didn't get it.
So how do you garden in Iceland?
You
get close to the volcano?
The greenhouse.
Greenhouse effect.
Yeah, the Vikings did that like 1,000 years ago, right? It's reverse global warming.
We just got drunk.
You just got
That would be called global cooling.
And then you garden while drunk. Sounds like fun. Anyway.
It's getting
global
cooler.
Conditioning, whatever.
Gardening, that would be cool. You spread something over the geothermal vents coming out with all that steam and vent it into your plant room.
Yeah, I've never had as much snow here as this year.
Geothermal.
Oh yeah?
You mean volcano dust?
So what happened to global warming?
No
Yes,
globe.
volcano dust.
Do you have snow year round?
It's not warm here.
If you do, I want to come to where you live.
I know it's not warm there.
Actually, in last years, it has never snowed as much as it is now.
Oh.
No, but
so
it's the first time there's I'm on the southern side of Iceland, and it's the first time that snow has been here all the winter.
Whoa.
It's the first time since I was a kid.
Global.
I'm like 32 years old.
Cooling.
How old are you?
Sorry, Hank.
So it's getting colder.
Well, he said
How
if
old
it's
are
back to the way it was before when
and
he was a kid, then that means it's stayed the same then.
How old are
changed
you?
and then it went back.
No.
Go ahead, Hank.
Then it went back, yes.
Oh, shit.
Hey, Garden.
It's getting hotter in the summer.
Hey, Garden. How old are you?
Yes. 32.
Okay. Gotcha.
How
So you've
old do
seen.
you want me to be?
Oh, I don't want you to be any age. I'm trying to figure out how many solar cycles you live through.
Yeah, solar cycles.
So every 11 years, the sun goes through a cycle. Solar minimum. This one
Yeah.
is supposed to be the grand solar minimum. Supposed to be, according to NASA.
Really?
Pretty soon it'll be the 66th one.
I wish what can I say something?
No, that's not right. It would be the 6th one. Almost the 6th one.
Can I say something?
Surely.
You must say something.
Please do.
I was watching a documentary the other day called Behind the Curve.
Yeah.
And it was good documentary. I really like that guy, Mark Sargent.
Well,
Is
we
it-
try to keep personalities out of the topic and stick to principles here. But yeah, cool.
Cool.
Maybe I didn't read enough through the rules.
No, I thought it's good too. I thought they bring up very good points. But so since it's so archaic, that's probably not going to make it very wide to very varying audience.
Is it not?
Right?
I think it's like an anti-flat Earth video.
Anti-flat Earth.
I thought like Mark Sargent was like the flat Earth, like.
I thought he was Illuminati. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me more about Mark Sargent, or do you not want to talk about him?
We're better at talking about the Earth than people.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said before.
Yeah, talking about flat Earth or circular, not people.
All right. My bad.
But that
No
was
problem.
a good point because you notice how when you start talking about people, how it could go any way you want it. Like, see, you notice that how I change it to like I said something, and that's the way it is. So that's part of the reason we don't talk about personalities. So, what about the Earth itself?
The Earth itself.
What is the Earth itself telling you?
I actually I cannot tell on it. I think I'm kind of on the fence. Like everything around me tells me that, like the evidence that I've seen on this channel, like on the flat Earth debates, like and more channels, like I think maybe I don't know. I'm beginning to maybe buy into the cartoon thingies. I've been watching Flat-Day Saints on YouTube, and
Well, I think you're getting your information from the wrong place, bro. See, our arguments aren't meant to convince you that the Earth is flat. They're meant to convince you to go check for yourself outside. So if you're getting your information from people, you're doing it wrong, in my opinion. You should go get your information from the Earth by making observations and using the Earth curve calculator and maybe a high zoom camera, telescope, binoculars, mirror, or some sort of laser or something to where you can make some observations and measurements over a large body of water at rest. That's
Yeah.
just my opinion.
Yeah, all right.
That brings me right back to the initial question. What is the Earth telling you? Earth itself telling you? That's why I brought that up. So you have to go find out. That's what we want you to go find out yourself. Is what is the Earth telling you? If you go look at the horizon over water, just like Hank said, what is it showing you? You can do this yourself. Just take the math they told us. It's very easy. We have the formulas, So you're gonna have a geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or if not P, then Q, then not Q, not P either. So it's either ball or it's not, and it's a simple geometric question. That's it. It's not philosophical. It's geometric. There's no philosophy about it. Anyway.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna check into it. Like, see what experiments I can do, I guess.
No need to worry. No science involved at all. So no experiment either. So all you got to do is you just take a zoom camera or binoculars or a good, really good binoculars or a telescope or something like that. You take it out to the coast and you look across water, and you take this 8 inches per times this miles squared, and then you can find out. You can, at 5 feet above your geometric horizon, like we're told by them. This isn't flat earthers making this up. We're told by them 3.4 miles, right? I think I'm pretty close. At 5 feet above sea level.
Isn't it good to use a laser too? Isn't it good to use a laser behind the curve?
Yeah, use the laser. Yeah, that's very good.
Speaking of them, isn't it nice how our buddy Bill in the live stream tells us it takes 8 minutes and 17 seconds for light to travel from the sun to the earth? Exactly 8 minutes and 17 seconds. Not 8 minutes and 16. Not 8 minutes and 20. 8 minutes and 17 fucking seconds, boys and girls.
Here's also another devastating fact for the globe, is that they claim it's refraction, but infrared light is refracted far less than visible light. But then you use an infrared camera and you can see far further, and the horizon isn't far closer.
That is absolutely correct. About the infrared light versus visible light.
This is such a well-known phenomenon that it's in video games. So if you're a computer gamer or some sort of graphic designer, then you probably know about this because it's in your settings if you have a high-end computer and high-end video games.
I was chatting a little bit in the voice text, and I was pointed to that video with Bob where he was talking about that drift thing, and I asked in the voice chat if his explanation is what you really believe, and it's basically based upon the luminous ether. And
No. He has an explanation. I don't care about his explanation, but the experimental results he got from the gyroscope and is verified by the Russians, showing that the pressure differential has a lot of effect on the optical gyro, and there's no actual scientific experiment that proves the cause. So they don't know why what they used to call the ether wind is, or what or why it happens. They just claim it is because of Earth rotation, but there's no evidence of that. You would have to say that there's Coriolis under the light. And that's just retarded. There's no Coriolis under anything.
The Coriolis effect is only on the atmosphere. There is no Coriolis effect on the light. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But my takeaway from that video is that it's all based on the the luminiferous ether, and
Yeah, that is his conclusion from the data and what he tries to use as his cause for the data. But
yeah,
there's no. It's kind of like with this is why a lot of people on our side just don't support these characters. We support the work that they do when it's good, but when like Bob did a bunch of good work that actually correlated with the Russian scientists who did the same work. We just didn't know it existed because it was all in Russian.
It's all in Russian. Okay.
Yeah, so we had to have it translated, and we have Russians on the server, and so like eventually we got to it and we found they already knew all this. Like Bob didn't discover anything.
Uh-huh. Okay.
They don't have any evidence to link their assertions of the Sagnac effect is caused by Earth rotation to the Sagnac effect. There's no proof of it. You would have to say that the Earth is rotating underneath the lasers or the light, and then you have Coriolis for light, but you don't have Coriolis for anything else on the entire Earth, except unless you take a rotating roundabout and throw a ball over it, and you're sitting inside the roundabout and you're looking at the ball and you're like, "Ooh, it appears to deviate." That's
okay.
Coriolis.
Yeah, that's true.
Not
true.
exactly. I think there is some misunderstanding happening. It's a differential of rotational speed of matter
Explain
in the
it to us.
atmosphere. But
Explain it.
I am.
Guys, would you mind if I try to explain it to him?
I am not in a position to be explaining atmospheric phenomena.
Can you tell us about it?
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, just imagine that the matter in the atmosphere closest to the equator is traveling in a more a higher linear speed than the matter a little bit above the equator or lower, and that slowly is causing the Coriolis effect. And in conjunction with atmospheric friction and all that stuff, it's just I'm sorry, I'm not a meteorologist, but that's basically what it is. Very basically. And I was watching that video with Bob about how he's trying to explain this 15 degree per hour drift that he was measuring in the movie. What was it called?
Yeah,
Behind the Curve.
the light, in the optical gyroscope, yes, there's drift
Yeah,
in light.
yeah, and he and everything he was saying is based upon the luminiferous ether, and I'm just
unrelated.
I can't believe you guys are believing in the luminiferous ether because that is so old.
I told you so. Do not strawman us.
Who said
I'm not trying to strawman. It's just.
Yeah, you are. You're not trying. You are.
You said
right.
You can't believe we are believing in this when I literally told you a few seconds ago that we do not all believe in this. This is why we do not support these characters or whatever figures that are propped up. We support the verifiable information.
Okay.
Not the people.
Okay. All right. That's very good because Bob, from what I have been
looked at, he has his ideas just like the Globers. We want evidence that the ideas are true. Do you understand?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I totally support that. Okay. It's just okay. That's giving me a lot of things to think about. Yeah, understanding and like about positioning because this was confusing me a lot. This ether thing, it was just oh my god.
All right, so let me help you out, bro. Let's say that I have a theory, right, that the light switch in my house turns on the light in your house, right? This is my theory. And you say, okay. You say, okay. How do you know, right? And I say, well, bro, let's turn on the cameras, right? And I'll flip the switch on and off, And then if your light bulb goes on and off, right, then that's more than a correlation. That's showing causation. If I do a pattern, like a
Yeah.
song, like 4/4 timing, right?
Yeah.
And then I do it, and then your light comes on 4/4 timing, right? And then I do 3/4 timing, and then your light comes on 3/4 timing, right? You with me
Yeah.
so far? Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you know that this gyroscope, ring laser gyroscope, how do you know that it has to do with the correlation of the spinning of the Earth? You can't manipulate the spin of the Earth off and on, right? So how do you
That's
know
right.
that's the cause? Because at first you were very skeptical about my light switch turning on your bulb, right? Because that's an
Yeah. Yeah.
outrageous
Yeah.
claim that
Yeah.
requires, a great deal of evidence, right? That's why I said the timing, right? So if you were to think, that this is what's going on, right, with a ring laser gyroscope, how do you make that correlation turn into causation? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. And I believe in this case, it is let's say, the theory about the Earth and the rotation of the Earth and derivative things that should be happening. And then, according to that, there should be a 15 degree per hour drift. And then later they
Yeah.
measure the drift and
No,
it's
no.
15 degrees per hour.
Oh, actually, no. There should be a 15-degree hour drift in the mechanical gyroscope, because the mechanical gyroscope works on the gyroscopic effect or rigidity in space. So as the Earth would rotate, the rigidity in space of the gyroscope would show the rotation. However, mechanical gyroscopes do not show this. Also, mechanical gyroscopes would show the sphericity, because as you would travel around the curve, the mechanical gyroscope, relative to its original placement, where it was spun up, would appear to deviate. So it would be unfunctional as an artificial horizon. But we use it as such.
Remind me again, which one is latitude and longitude? Longitude is parallel to the equator, right? Anyway, if you would be powering up that mechanical gyroscope on the equator, and you would only travel in a direct line back and forward on the equator, it should not change, like you were saying. But if you were going north and south in a significant manner, then the mechanical gyroscope would be
as
off.
soon as you would travel enough that your angle, because you believe you're in a globe, and your angle towards down is always changing in your imagination as you're traveling. So if you're traveling over a flat surface, you're not on a globe. So as soon as you start deviating from your original point on the globe, the gyroscope would be off and it wouldn't function as an artificial horizon.
Yeah. I believe, personally, you are correct if you are moving north and south. Because the radial, the spin on the Earth, the radius that you are experiencing is shortening the further north or south you go from the equator. That will affect the angle. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change. Sure, you can say like you're going a really short distance and you're not actually going far enough to see the angle change. You can travel far enough to see the angle change. You're supposed to be able to travel a circle around your globe. That would mean a full rotation.
Yeah. But if you go it parallel to the equator, it will not change anyway, no matter how many circles you go.
It would, because it has the gyroscopic effect, which is rigidity in space. It stays in the same relative position as when it was spun up. So even though you turn your hand in the housing of the gyroscope in a whole circle, the centerpiece will still remain the same.
Oh, wait. Yes, you are correct. Disregard my earlier comments. Yes, you are absolutely correct about that.
Hey, I just want to pause and say thank you for your honesty, because a lot of times we got people coming here who just absolutely can't be honest, no matter what they do, no matter what they say. So yeah, I want to point it out to people like Shoes, SHOOZ, who's always listening. Like, this is how you be honest, right? It's not about winning. It's about the truth. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
Yeah, I just even though I disagree with your endpoint, you know, I like the discussion, and I was mentally assuming the pull of the gravity was actually too strong, and Trace actually correctly pointed out that the gyroscopic effect is very fixed in space.
Yeah, I understand that you don't necessarily have to agree with everything that we say, but when you get corrected and you know that you were incorrect, you're capable of being honest. Intellectual honesty is one of the most important parts of the conversation, if not the most.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
So please continue. The gyroscope doesn't really prove anything in the movie, but if you have an actual artificial horizon that's a mechanical gyroscope, it should hold its rigidity in space no matter what the plane does. If it flies upside down in a loop, it's always going to stay the same. And if the guy were to drive, let's say, 10,000 miles away, the artificial horizon should hold that original horizon, but on a ball, that 10,000 miles is going to cause a great deal of deviation, right, between the horizon and the artificial horizon because of the curvature. And this is not noticeable with everyday flight.
Yeah. Depending, you are able to maintain the spin of the gyroscope. In which case, in comes the laser gyroscope that eliminates this mechanical aspect. But then we are coming back to the beginning of the discussion. So we are going in a circle, I think.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing we're not doing. If I could make a quick point about the gyroscope.
Yeah.
At some point on an aircraft flying from New York to Australia, it would require this gyroscope to somewhere along the way, the whole plane would have to be inverted. This is never shown. So this is the problem. So if the gyroscope doesn't invert on the way to Australia, being upside down, then Earth, that means the aircraft is flying above the surface in flat horizontal flight, level flight, parallel with the surface of the ocean the whole entire way.
Yeah, I understand your argument, and the counter argument, I believe,
It's not an
also
argument.
flawed.
It's actually not an argument. It's not an argument at all. It's not even an argument. What it is empirical fact.
No, it's the truth.
Yeah.
It's how the gyroscope functions. It's kind of like the mechanical gyroscope was used by flat earthers back in the day to try to prove the flat earth, just like Coriolis was invented by flat earthers and then many years later given to a glober and named after him. But it was used as an argument that the earth was flat and non-rotating for years.
Okay, but like imagine, okay, you're gonna fly from the North Pole to the South Pole, and you have this mechanical gyroscope, and just practically, the gyroscope is not gonna last, not even until the equator. So you have to maintain it in some way.
No,
you
we
have
have
to.
mechanical gyroscopes that mechanically spin them or spun up. Like it's not a problem.
For 24 hours.
Yeah, we can keep them running as long as we like.
Okay, all right, and
indefinitely as long as you keep the unit on.
Okay,
so
all right. So you're talking about there is an input of energy, or
puff of air just blows
puff of air. Okay,
blows a statter.
Okay.
That's one version. There's probably other other types that aren't affecting its rigidity in space at all. It's not, no input is being put into it that would change its normal motion.
Yeah, because to test this like in a really controlled environment, it would be go from North Pole to South Pole. There needs to be an absolutely zero input of external energy for the duration of the travel. And then theoretically, you should see the gyroscope invert over time.
But
while
it
you're
never does.
traveling there.
It never does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My problem is,
I believe there has never been this theoretical flight
yeah,
made.
it hasn't been done. You're correct.
Yeah.
And the thing is, however, we have tested or looked for the drift within mechanical gyroscopes, and there's no drift of the Earth within mechanical gyroscopes.
Okay.
And so we have tested if it moves with the mechanical gyroscopes. The Sagnac effect, however, isn't like the gyroscopic effect. It has nothing to do with rigidity in space. It should not show a 15 degree hour drift, but that was the mechanical gyroscope. So that's why that argument being inferred over to the Sagnac effect and the optical gyroscope just doesn't make sense, even though they do get a reading similar to what they want, even though it fluctuates greatly, which, like, the globe isn't fluctuating in place. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not fluctuating according to what the globe predicts based on, like, its rotational assumptions, but rather it's fluctuating based off of pressure values and stuff like that.
Okay.
So they don't know actually what is causing the Sagnac effect. They just know about it and can use it to achieve a similar effect to the gyroscope. That's why it was called an optical gyroscope. Even though it doesn't have a gyroscopic effect, it's not a gyroscope.
Bro, I posted a long-term standing pilot who finally realized that her gyro never flipped, and so she essentially became a flat earther because of it. You can watch it at your leisure.
Oh, that's interesting. What was it? Gibson 225? No, Rob Durham.
No, he was talking about Gibson 225, and Rob Durham is another video I would highly recommend as well.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's just my personal opinion is that I think that the Sagnac effect is not being used correctly in this context. You know, it's just like how I understand it. You know, but like I said, everything is up for discussion. You know, we can debate everything.
Yeah, sure. Just out of curiosity, since we're naming names of people that effects are named after.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the term Fresnel drag and Lorentz contraction?
Fresnel.
Yeah, drag, D-R-A-G, like something being dragged along. And then the Lorentz contraction, so something getting smaller.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. The Lawrence Fitzgerald thing.
Yeah. So I think before you said the idea of the ether, you wanted to, I mean, it seemed like you were mocking it. But essentially, the Fresnel drag was just converted over into the Lorentz transform and the Lorentz Fitzgerald contraction to explain away experimental results that prove that the Earth wasn't moving.
Yeah. I just want to inject. I'm really sorry, but if any argument is based on the ether, I just going to automatically disregard it in my head because
Okay. Well, Mickelson, Marley, Mickelson, Gale, Sad Knack, Effect, Aries failure. Pick. Go ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, so
The
it sounds
ether
to
thing.
me, to me though, like you don't understand how the concept of the ether evolved into modern Einsteinian relativity
Oh
because
no,
of these experiments that proved that the Earth isn't moving.
I am fully aware of how the experiments to measure the ether evolved into modern day physics. I'm fully aware of that. I'm not.
Right. So
I'm not
then
disregarding that process. It's just
okay,
that.
perfect.
Yeah.
So part of that process was denying experimental validation of the premise the Earth isn't moving by making up post hoc mathematics to explain it away. You're aware of that then?
Yeah, in a sense, I disagree with the
Excellent. So you agree the Earth
absolute
isn't
value,
moving?
but
Perfect.
in a sense, when you're doing experiment, you can like pick variables to ignore.
Really? Not the independent
Right. Let me ask you a
and the
question.
dependent.
Yeah. I mean, like
post hoc. Let me ask you a question. Is
yeah.
post hoc mathematics an independent variable of an experiment?
Post. What did you say? Post
hoc.
Post hoc.
HOC.
That means made up. That means made up after the fact.
Oh. You can't make up a variable after the fact.
Oh, really?
Bingo.
Yeah.
So then the validation of the experiment stands. The Earth isn't moving. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well
if
done.
you make a new variable, you have to repeat the experiment with the new variable.
Yeah, we have no variables with Einstein.
Right. Excellent.
Gravity. No.
So
Nothing.
the experimentation stands. The Earth is not moving. Congratulations.
Very good.
In a sense, yeah.
No, it's sustained. Thanks, AI. Good job.
Okay.
In a court of law, that's what you do. It's sustained because you have evidence to the contrary there. Okay, we rest.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you can perform an experimental validation on the post hoc mathematics themselves, I don't see how that's possible.
No.
Good luck with that one.
No, you will never do that. You can't make an experiment and measure things and then come up with a variable afterwards. That you can never do that. That's wrong. That's not real science.
Perfect. So again,
that's
you triple down that the validation of the experiment stands. The Earth isn't moving. Right. I agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like you can't make a calculation you can't make a calculation actually result in reality being produced from a calculation. Same thing.
But you can make an experiment and the data cannot fit what you expected, so you revise, make a new theory, and you repeat the experiment with the new variables and check if that fits better. But you can't make variables after the fact and force it to fit your experiment. You have to repeat the experiment.
Yeah, and you can't make up variables that don't exist in reality, correct?
Sweet.
Actually, you can, and it's being done all the time, every day.
General relativity, time and space, warping, like bending.
Yeah.
The fabric of time and space. What? Like, okay, really? Someone explain it to me.
And so are you a stationary geocentrist?
No.
Why not? You just agreed that experimental validation is that the Earth is not moving.
Yeah.
So what's up?
Why the equivocation?
A long time ago, that was the consensus. And then
no, right here today is what we're talking about.
Yeah, today,
not a long time ago.
like you said, people have come up with new theories, new variables, repeated experiments, refined the theories, refined the experiments, and kept on building upon
Sorry,
that.
no, we don't like liars. So please,
Oh.
there's no experiments validating the globe. Now that you have claimed that, please provide them.
Provide
one experiment that proves your globe. We need the control
evidence.
variable, the independent. We need the naturally observed phenomena, the independent control variable. That's the one you're going to manipulate. The control variable.
Okay.
And
How about this? How about this? How about this?
Those three parts.
How about this?
So no, wait, no.
When
no.
I go up in a mountain, I can see the curve.
Stop, Sindri, stop.
Yeah.
We need one. You keep saying experiment, and that's what we're holding your feet to the fire here. Now it's your turn
Okay.
to shine bright here on the platform. We need you to show us one single experiment that proves the globe beyond a shadow of a doubt through experiment. That meaning you have to have a naturally observed phenomenon, an independent control variable that you're going to manipulate, and a control variable. So please provide that Livestream voice text, or point us to a source where we can find a citation for what you just said. Okay?
Yeah, but before he gets to run away from what he just claimed, how tall was the mountain you were on, Sintermin?
Just enough to see the ocean. So
taller? Was it taller
700
than Everest?
meters?
Was
No,
it taller than
700
Everest?
meters. 700 meters.
So not taller than Everest then?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, well, here's a video from the top of Everest, panning in a full circle.
Okay. What is it?
Besides,
You know what? I can't see my country.
Yeah, because you can't see your country from the top of Everest. It's too far away.
No, I think it's
Your
below
eyes
the
have
horizon.
limitations. It's called the Rayleigh criterion or the diffraction limit.
Ah. Right. Okay.
Also, by the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the horizon is flat all the way around you, are higher than Branson goes, and then planetary director Paul Larson said that even as high as the ISS, it's not high enough to see any Earth curve. Because it only sees 3% of the Earth's surface. From its perspective, the horizon would just look flat all around them. That's the math of the globe.
Okay.
Given to you by globe believers.
Yep.
Okay, but okay.
Highly educated globe believers, and this is their specialty.
Yeah.
But we have people coming here and telling us they can see the globe curve in a 10-mile observation. That's 10 times further out than their globe.
10 miles. That's 17 kilometers or something like that.
At 1 foot above sea level.
1 foot. That's 30 centimeters or something like that.
That would make the radius of the ball 264,000 miles.
That's huge.
And the islands behind it are 30 miles.
Yeah. Just straight from the top of my head, I have witnessed solar eclipse from here where I live, and I have also witnessed a lunar eclipse. And furthermore, I have been a witness on the phases on the moon numerous times.
Great. Well, why did you switch to the sky all of a sudden when we were talking about the surface?
Because he's moving the goalpost. It's fine.
No. I'm not moving the goalpost.
Okay. So I'm going to just address what you were saying.
You were talking about the solar eclipse.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you said you looked at solar eclipses. You looked at lunar eclipses. Okay. So those only work on the flat Earth as evidenced by the Saros cycles. Whenever you try to model all that shit and in any kind of computer program, it does not give you exactly what we experience. So they have to tell you that all of the stuff is getting refracted and bent around in noodles to make anything work.
Coming to the noodles, okay.
So eclipses
fucking
only
panda.
support our side because they only work on the flat Earth in reality. In your idea, the lunar eclipses are caused by Earth shadows, but we can prove for a fact that it's not Earth shadows.
Okay. Okay.
Have you seen a selenilian eclipse?
Selena what?
Selenilian eclipse. I'll show you.
Okay.
So this is a selenilian eclipse, and this eclipse happens when the sun and the moon are both above the horizon.
Uh-huh.
And oftentimes you can see the shadow, or what you believe is the shadow of the Earth, coming down onto the moon from above. And then as the moon descends towards the horizon, that imagined shadow continues to go down. None of that works geometrically. Your imagined shadow is going in a noodle to the top of the moon.
Okay. Okay, but Trace, we are countrymates, right? So I know you have seen how the interaction of the sun and moon above our country.
How they don't match up? Yes, I've seen that many times.
Yeah.
Sindri,
Countless times.
are you even looking at the live stream voice text, Sindri?
Yeah, I am looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah, so many times when you look at the moon, even the phases that you were trying to link into this don't actually match up to the exact location of the sun. So that doesn't always match up.
Interesting.
Trace, when you're done talking about the lunar eclipse, I'd really appreciate it if you went into the solar eclipse and the totality.
You can do that. I know you've been going over that lately, and I love the video you showed me of that from an airplane. That was amazing.
All right, so they say that the moon has a radius of 1,080 miles, and the Earth has. Sorry, I didn't mean to say radius. I think that's the diameter. Let me get my facts straight. Let me post it. Sorry. Please be patient.
Guys, while we're waiting, can we just ask Sindri to do a research and show us the results and bring it to us?
No. That's not gonna happen.
While you got him here, you kind of want to hammer some stuff home, though.
No, I was just asking.
Well, if they're interested, they'll truly go do the research anyway. But yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter.
But he's trying to convince us. And
nobody's trying to convince anybody
just
of anything.
asking.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Go ahead, Hank.
It's just very normal for people to want to jump from one topic to another when you're trying to come to terms with you've been lied to about something on this scale. It's just normal, but it doesn't really prove anything for his side, so it doesn't really matter. So it doesn't. We just want to go over it so we can show him he's a good example for everyone who's watching or anyone who can watch the videos later.
All right, cool. So are you ready, Garden?
Yeah, but is it? Yes. Okay. Sorry.
All right. So they say that the moon, and this is posted something from NASA, has a radius of 1,080 miles, and that the Earth has a radius of about 3,959. So it's roughly a fourth the size of the Earth. Would you say? 1080, 3959. That's roughly,
It's close enough for the discussion. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So what they're claiming is the totality of the shadow during a solar eclipse is only about 100 miles in diameter. In other words, 100 miles across. So I'm posting a few things for you to take a look at, right?
Yeah.
But the problem with this is that the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, but its shadow in totality is only about 70 to 100 miles. Now, if you look at what the umbra and penumbra is, right? The umbra is the totality shadow. That means that it's daytime, the sun is up, and the moon has got right in front of the sun and blocked out the sun to the point to where you can't see hardly any sunlight, and it looks like it's nighttime. But that nighttime is only a tiny little circle on the face of the Earth, and when you measure it, you're measuring the moon's shadow directly on the surface of the Earth. So you're not measuring the moon directly, you're measuring the moon's shadow directly. Now, flat earthers have said for years that we thought that, the moon and the sun and the stars were a lot closer and smaller than what we've been told. So what do you think about this, where the totality can be seen from an airplane? That's not very high up off the surface. So if you look at the first video that I posted, right, you can see that he can look out far enough where he can see, other parts of the world that's not lit up. If the moon were 1/4 the size of the Earth, it wouldn't be that some people in Florida can see it partially blocked out, and some people in Texas partially, and some people in Washington partially. It would be that everybody under that body would be completely blocked out. Is this true or false? If the moon was 1/4 the size of the Earth, everybody in the whole United States.
Not at the same time, no.
Yeah, at the exact same time, because the moon would be big enough if it was 1/4 the size of the Earth, because the United States is only 3,000 miles by 2.5 or 2,000 miles? So it's 3,000 by 2,000 or something like that. It's not that big.
Yeah,
and the whole thing should be. Go ahead.
I understand your argument, and I understand where it comes from, but
where does it come from?
I believe it comes from the Earth being flat. But I think they should not
we're
see
not
it at the same
discussing.
time.
We're not discussing the shape of the Earth.
Oh, okay, all right. But
you brought up the sun and moon, right?
Yeah, any visual effects between the sun, moon, and Earth, you will not see the same thing everywhere at the same time or everywhere on Earth. It depends on your location.
Totality. He's talking about the totality, the shadow that appears on the ground, right? Right, Hank?
Yeah, I'm talking about the part of the eclipse, because there's several parts. There's one part where the sun is partially blocked out, and you can see that all over the place. You can see that from as far as from Texas to California. That's a pretty good ways, right? But the only people that would see the totality would be a small little county in Arizona or New Mexico or Colorado or something. You know what I'm saying? It would be one little, two, maybe three little counties, right? It wouldn't be. So if the Earth was a sphere of 3959 mile radius and the moon had a 1080 radius, then it should block out in totality 1/4 roughly the surface of the Earth. Now, it's not going to be 1/4 on the other side, right? If the Earth is a sphere, it's only going to be on one face. It can't be on the other side. So I'm claiming that it should block out the entire United States from Florida to Oregon, from Baja, Baja, Mexico to Maine, because that's how big the moon is.
Yeah, about half the country should be blocked out by this. But we only see, like in 2017, it was only 80 miles or 100 miles wide at the most, I think.
Okay, but
do you have an explanation for that?
I'm not going to give you an explanation, but
Okay.
I'm going to point out that the distance is a factor here. I mean, if the moon was on the surface, then this size relationship would be exact.
But what about
the further away the moon is, the shadow is getting progressively smaller, right?
what?
And the moon
No,
is
no.
300,000 kilometers away.
Listen, what about the fact, though, that object cannot possibly produce a shadow smaller than the object itself, period?
It can.
No, how? Show me how. Show me
If
how
the
right now. No, show me how right now. In the live stream voice text, I want to see it right now in the
in
live
the
stream.
live stream voice check.
Yep,
Okay,
I want to put you put your citation right.
He just
put that right in the live.
I'm sorry, but he just had to bring his research in here.
Step right up and put that citation from what you just said about how something can make a shadow smaller than itself. I gotta see it right now. Please do provide that information.
Sorry, Sonny, I hate to interrupt, but he said that, well, it's because it's so far away. That's the very thing in question. Its size and distance is the very thing in question. So you can't say, well, it measures small because it's so far away. Because anyone who's using their common sense would say it's measuring small because it's small. So that's kind of circular. You can't go back to it.
Mm-hmm. Unless you want to make the moon like hundreds, thousands of times further away, or or more in reality that it's actually close.
Sindri, you need to kind of have to make the research and show the video or something.
It's already been done. We're talking about something that was done 5 years ago. This is a 5-year-old argument.
Yeah, but he just wrote it in the chat.
It what?
You asked him to show you, and you asked him to show you a research behind it, and he just wrote it.
Asked for research. I asked for a scientific citation.
You have to show us the research.
No, for what he actually said himself. I didn't say he did.
Yeah, sorry.
So he's saying things. Now I want to see the proof of what he said.
No. In the chat, a small ball.
An object cannot make a shadow smaller than the object's height. Period. That's it. If someone's saying that's not true, I want to see. Then show me your proof that what you're saying is true. Because I got proof. I put my video, posted it twice. I did my own observations.
And remember, it's got to be from a single light source that's the same apparent size as the moon. So if you put a big old spotlight behind a tennis ball, that's not what we witness. Because what we witness is the moon goes in front of the sun and blocks it out completely, minus the corona mass ejections, also known as the sun's corona.
Yep. So if you want to, you can go back and watch my little video, turn the sound off. You could just watch it if you want. And so there's some I did myself.
Alaska. No. What video was it?
Yeah. You got.
I'm scrolling around. What video?
Yeah, basically.
Who owes the citation?
Alaska Airlines. Solar eclipse.
I want my citation. Where is it? I don't see it here yet.
Citation. Oh, I'm never gonna provide a citation.
Oh, so you recant? Okay.
Okay, good. All right. Awesome.
Yeah, I am sorry. I've been here a few times before in the past, and I'm never gonna provide papers or citation. I'm just gonna talk
things.
about issues that I have.
You're just saying things and you have no proof for them, so it's just empty words. It's like
So you're just gonna make stuff up.
Has no meaning like behind your words at all. You're just like, you might as well be listening to a rag doll that you pull a string and it says something.
Okay, I would not put it into words like that. But
don't be mean.
I mean,
Okay, so listen, here's the thing. I'm not a doctor, right? And I didn't go to college. So when I say things, I can be easily dismissed, right? Because I'm not properly educated and I don't have all my degrees, right? So we cite our sources around here because we don't know if you're a doctor or if you're not. So we ask everybody to cite their sources from a professional in their field. So we're not going to quote a mechanical engineer on his thoughts about theoretical astrophysics, right? If we're wanting to know about theoretical astrophysics, we're going to quote, a pseudoscientist, a theoretical astrophysics, so-called scientist, right? So that's why we quote and cite our sources and show, what we're talking about, because if I make a claim that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, right, and that's what's causing the tides, aren't you going to say, how do you know this? Is that what you would say?
I absolutely
I have a quick question.
agree.
Okay, I have a quick question, real quick. I just wanted to get it on record. Do you care enough about this subject to go out and measure once for Earth curvature on the Earth? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about. He doesn't do any research and doesn't show us.
The reason you're not going to show us anything to prove your side is because you can't, just like the rest of us. We all tried. We couldn't.
Only the flat earthers care. We got it.
Yep. So
No, you're not the only ones that care.
yeah, guess what? When I want what you Globers have, I'll start doing what you do, believing things instead of going and finding out if it's true or not. You go on and believe. Go ahead, have fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there are some subjects that you believe.
No, there isn't. No, there aren't some subject I believe. No, I don't have to believe.
Okay,
I think he's right. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're the one that has to believe. That's the whole problem here. We have people, the believers come in here. Actually, this is a place where believers come in. They all come in to hear, to tell us about their beliefs. They're telling us, the people that do not have beliefs, we don't have to have beliefs. And so we get to listen to you guys telling us about your beliefs of this globe thing that nobody's ever seen, experienced, or measured. So that's our job, is to listen to you tell us about your beliefs. We don't have beliefs. You do.
Sorry, Sonny, I got to point it out. Oh, hold on just a second. I got to point out. I could tell by the way you play your guitar, you believe in the theory of music. Sorry, Sonny, go ahead. Or go ahead, Garden.
Okay. Even though I disagree with like the endpoint, which is the shape of the Earth, I don't disagree with like the flat Earth movement, the mentality. Actually, I support it. I'm really for like the thing about. I'm sorry, English is not my first language.
I think the word you're looking for is empiricism.
No, that is not the word.
No, definitely not the word. Because if you actually supported what we do, you would go out and do some measurements of the real world or some observations of the real world, which you said you're not interested in.
Care. You don't
So
care.
why are you being disingenuous?
I am not being disingenuous. What I support and I agree with is don't accept everything without,
So you're trying to
verification.
tell us don't do like you are doing. Okay, great. Thanks for the advice.
So in other words, empiricism.
No.
What does that mean to you?
Empiricism. You do not believe anything unless you're able to exactly measure it yourself or observe it yourself.
That's not what it means.
No? Then what does it
Yeah,
mean?
but okay, I'm sorry. If it doesn't mean that, but still, isn't that a really good idea to have? If you can only prove it yourself,
That's
you
a
should
good
believe it
It's zeticism, but that's
because
not.
people lie.
Yeah, that's called zeticism. Anyway.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Reliance
I'm
on direct
just saying,
experience and
but
observation
really,
rather than
when
theory.
you're thinking about, yeah, of course, theory isn't true.
What was his quote, guys?
Theory is a theory.
What was the exact words that he used?
That I used?
Yeah. What were the exact words that you used, Sindri?
Say it again.
That
He said
don't
derived from
accept anything
observation
as a
or
fact without
experience.
looking into it yourself and stuff.
Or testing it yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
The definition of empirical.
Yeah.
It's pretty
But I'm not.
Does
Yeah,
that
but
make
yeah,
sense?
it's very close. But I'm not talking about like being an empirical scientist. Not everyone has the mentality to do it, but I'm more talking about like a healthy skepticism about the things
But it
you're
has to
talking
have
about
the
around you.
It has to have the testable and repeatable, observable, and falsifiable parts to it. You can't just put it out there just by itself of only just testing it yourself. It has to have those other.
It's verifiability through direct experience and observation rather than on theory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted the meaning of empiricism.
So the problem with the globe is there's nothing that can be done empirically to prove it's true at all. But every time we test for all the three major claims of the globe Earth ourselves, we find that it fails on all three accounts.
Okay.
So curvature, rotation, and gas pressure without a container, on all three of those, we actually have the scientific proof, actual science, natural science, not pseudoscience, that those things are true. There's no curvature ever measured.
Yeah.
We measure ourselves and find out that in every measurement and test set, there's no curvature whatsoever in any direction. What does that lead you to? It's flat. No, we already talked about the 5 famous tests that were done that show Earth is not the one that's moving. And there is no such thing as gas pressure without a container, ever.
Okay. I've previously been discussing the gas pressure thing. I'm not going to do that again now. But
I don't blame you.
I have like a theoretical question.
I would like to say something.
Okay.
You first, Sindri?
No, you go first.
I'll say it then. So that if you
I just want to ask.
Sorry, go ahead.
Now, yeah, I just want to ask. Like every flat earther has like their own research they have done, but no glober. And I find it strange when like globbers show up on this chat or anywhere else, and they don't want to do their own research, but they always want to talk about the research of others, while all the flat earthers has done their own research.
That is an excellent point, and I have nothing to
and when I ask, you know, do your own research and show us, and you say no.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it would be different if there were just like, okay, just a few of the globers don't want to provide anything, you know, or maybe just very seldomly that they
No,
don't.
I'm just
But I'm almost done. But it's not a single one has provided any evidence with any substance at all. Period. End of the story.
I disagree with that,
Then
but I agree with what he said, though.
Okay, then
previously.
who, when, and where has someone provided the information, the proof? Please, who, when, and where?
All right, so we are doing a lot of YouTube things. So on YouTube, the hated Simon Dan, the hated Conspiracy Cats, the hated Wolf 360, and the
So you're
hated
sending a whole
Skeptic.
bunch of anti-flat earthers at me? Is that what you think is going to make the grade?
Those are the only ones actively.
Okay. So you're talking from a tiny little, the smallest little minority that ever could possibly exist on the internet, the anti-flat earthers. Okay.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
Yeah, you're talking about a very select group of people that have ego issues, have talked to flat earthers, and gotten their panties in a twist. Many of them have work related to this, to the globe belief, and so they're invested in holding on to the belief. So they have these psychological problems. And then when you look at what you claim is their evidence, there is actually no evidence there. There's just fallacious assumptions and illogical claims.
Okay. All right.
And religious zealots like yourself that come in with no proof but have a belief. So that's it. That's all we get.
We have gone over their stuff like 1,000 times. We have broken it down. We have thousands of videos showing every single fallacy they make.
Yeah.
And how their arguments have no grounds in reality, like their refraction, when they don't actually understand how refraction works. It's just they fundamentally don't understand their own arguments. And the funniest thing is, if you look back, like look at the first episodes of Nathan Oakley, for instance, you can hear a lot of these people come on there and say the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life. And these are the people that you're trusting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns is a professor, and he's been quoted as to saying flat means curved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's your side that you're on. That's your buddies.
We're talking. Brenda told us that donut holes are space-time, that dog bones are clocks, and so many other.
And the shoe is a natural
Oh
phenomenon.
yeah, shoes are natural phenomena that just appear in the woods. She is fundamentally not on the same level as a normal human being.
I always go to the woods to get my shoes because the woods makes the best shoes. Like, forget about humans. I'll never buy like a pair of Nikes ever again. I go and I get my little shoes from the woods.
Yep. I'm going to go to the woods next week and pick the Cavendish experiment.
Sonny.
What?
Sonny. She said that the shoe.
I'm
shoe
sorry.
was on
I went to the toilet.
Wait, let him finish.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's gracious. She said that was on the periodic table. Sorry. About a natural.
Yeah, that was a natural phenomena. A shoe was a natural observed phenomenon.
On the periodic
Shoes are
table.
the best ones. He knows all of their funny little anecdotes.
Okay. But I have a theoretical question. Actually, two. So,
good.
if the Earth is flat, where does it end?
Who wants to take that?
Unknown. I have not gone and explored to the ends of the earth.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I got this one. So if the earth is flat, where does it end? The ending doesn't justify the means. Just because we don't know where the end doesn't refute your first premise. It's non
Okay,
sequitur.
all right. Okay, all right. And then the other one. We have, okay, according to NASA and other space agencies, which many people believe are false, but that there is space, galaxies,
Space,
planets,
vacuum of space.
everything.
Vacuum. Hold on, vacuum of
Yeah,
space.
vacuum. Yeah,
That's
but
the
that's
second law
going
of
back on
thermodynamics.
the gas pressure.
I'm sorry.
thing,
I'm sorry. You're not
Let
going to
him
overtalk
finish.
me.
Let him finish.
That's the second law of thermodynamics. No, I'm
No,
not letting him
let
finish.
him
Who's
finish.
telling me to let him finish?
I think you're misquoting.
Shut the fuck up. Don't.
Sorry.
Garters? You don't give me instruction.
Yeah, so sorry. I just wanted. No,
Yeah.
I just wanted to hear the rest.
You don't give me
I'm
instruction.
sorry.
Follow? You got it? Thank you. So, Sindri. Diarrhea of the mouth, Sindri. Second law of thermodynamics violation. Vacuum of space.
Okay, how is that a violation?
How is that a violation? Well, it sort of goes something like this. Without a physical barrier between gas pressure and a very, 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 very low gas pressure, how the hell are you still breathing?
What?
You don't know. See, gases go from high pressure to low pressure quite quickly. It's called entropy. Yeah. How are you still breathing? That's the question before you invoke fairy tale vacuum.
Gravity.
Gravity. Really? If we had gravity, which is a fairy tale, we'll get into that in a second.
All right.
It would never fucking rain.
No, it does rain because of.
Yeah, I know. Then we don't have gravity then. Can you describe evaporation for us, please, step by step?
Yeah, I can describe the evaporation of water, right? Okay. Evaporation of water. So water has a phase transition.
Water evaporates into what?
The liquid water has a phase transition into
to what?
Gaseous or steam, as
gas!
you call it.
Where does the gas go?
It depends.
Which vector?
On vector.
Yeah, which vector? Where's it going when it evaporates? Where does water, when it evaporates, where does the gas that it turns into phase transition? Where does it go?
Yeah. It tends to go upwards until it reaches a certain
pressure. There you go. You're finished. Up. You're done. It would never fucking rain if gravity existed and held gases to the earth.
But
there is no fucking buts. You're finished. You need a new argument. That's the second law of thermodynamics violation. You're also violating Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, and Brownian motion, besides the second law of thermodynamics.
Avogadro's law has nothing to do with this.
Yes, shut the fuck up. Go back to preschool. You're finished here. I'm not playing games with you. You're done.
Fatality.
These
Say again?
5th grade science level blokes coming in here is really quite hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he was never going to cite a source. Sorry, go ahead, AI.
Can you please explain how Avogadro's law applies to dip?
Sure. One second. Sure, because that's the fucking elephant in the room. Right? What about Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, the second law of thermodynamics, and fucking Brownian motion? I'll tell you what, let's concentrate on Avogadro's law. What the fuck is Avogadro's law, son? Do you even know?
That's your chance.
You think you're fucking wise? What's Avogadro's law right now? 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Wait, I'm
4,
unmuted.
3, 2, 1. Who said that?
Unmuted or
Who said Avogadro's law? Who was white knighting for?
Oh,
you said Avogadro's law.
Sindri said, or was the one who objected to Avogadro's law.
Who was it?
Sindri, and you muted him, and I unmuted him when you asked the question.
Nah, I thought. Oh, he was the same guy.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Don't unmute him. He's fucking done. I'm chasing after a fucking twice dead. He respawned.
You got to spawn rape them. You gotta go to the area where they respawn. As soon as they pop up, pop them in the head. I'm sorry, that was the old me. I played lots of Call of Duty.
So what's that? Oh, it was Sindri wanting to know Avogadro's law, but he doesn't fucking know it, or any of the other laws that I stated. He's fucking clueless. Or do you want to play with him?
He already said he wasn't interested. He had no plans on putting any citation for anything ever. He didn't plan on ever doing that.
So yeah, it's constructive. You're a pretender clown. Well, if you're not going to support what you say, you're just making shit up.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need that here. Go make shit up somewhere else. Like at a cake decorating forum, or whose favorite color is the best. That's where you belong. Or try to pass fucking your arguments off to a preschool, and if they stop laughing, then maybe you can consider coming in here. Clown.
Yeah, but was it a good, constructive argument that people were like shutting them down?
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Before I mute your dumb ass. Goodness gracious, we got Sally fucking Snowflakes, Emily. Sniveling Sally! You got to put your snivel gear on. Clowns. Deal with it. What's the second law of thermodynamics, Gardars? Come off mute right fucking now. State the second law of thermodynamics.
No.
What is it?
Why are you attacking me?
Second law of thermodynamics. Yeah. You see, my little tirade was chock full of substance.
I'm not. I'm a flat earther.
Fucking full of substance, son. It had so much fucking cowbell in it. The cows were just fucking rolling over dying. But you, as a sniveling Sally Snowflake, want to concentrate on my tone. Right? Well, stop pretender clowning and fucking buck up. And then you won't get it. You got me, sunshine? Do you understand me?
Yeah.
I guess
sure.
so.
So we're waiting for that.
Yeah, no, I'm not a gloper. I'm not a
Give a shit?
gloper.
Then don't be a terrorist sympathizer.
Okay.
Because it'll be worse for you.
No. What?
It'll be worse for you being a terrorist sympathizer, white knighting for fucking retards and liars and frauds. Yeah, you'll get it worse from me, son.
Yeah.
Yep.
I joined this to listen. Oh, what?
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's new to the whole conversation, Kiwi.
Well, maybe he isn't.
Yeah, I just joined to listen.
Well, I've been out here for 7 years. Let me put some context behind this.
Why are you yelling at me?
I'll put some context behind this for you. I've been called names that would make a billy goat fucking puke. Treated like shit, muted, kicked. That's right. For 7 fucking years, right? And I put up with it for about 3 years until I reached my fucking end point. Now, I'm just going to let my wolf pups eat. You got me, sunshine?
Why are you doing the same to me?
Oh my God.
I'll help him understand. Because QE talks the same all the time. He's QE.
Yeah, that didn't mean anything. But he can
He
be
talks the
dirty
same way to
as he
me.
wants.
He talks the same way to any other flat earther because he's just honestly expressing his
Yeah,
feelings with
but
his
I'm not his
tonality
enemy.
and the
Yeah,
loudness of his
I
voice.
know.
But that has no
I'm an
relevance
Icelandic
to the
fisherman.
actual arguments that he's making. Do you understand that?
Of course, I understand that. I just didn't understand why it just bit the shit out of me.
Yeah, he bites everyone. It's cool. Like you get used to it.
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
I'm an Icelandic fisherman.
Well,
I've
that's
been
great.
bit many
Lovely.
times before.
That's great. What's your favorite color?
I don't know. What's
Yeah.
your favorite?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Shut the fuck up. Okay, let's go with Hank. Hank was the only one that went for Hank was the only one that went for it. He went and found the Avogadro's law. Let's take a look. Avogadro's law, a statement that under the same conditions of temperature and pressure equal volumes. Volumes. You see that fucking word right there? Volumes. Show me a volume without a container of gas. Please.
Show us a volume you can change by thinking.
Nope. I said, show me a volume, equal volume. So volume. So show me volume without a container for gas, please. Anyone right now. That's how it violates Avogadro's law. You get it?
There must be a limiter at the ultimate volume because it cut it off right at the top. No, that's safety
So with
features.
flowers and sugar and cherries on top. Does everyone get it now? Because it said volumes, equal volumes of different gases. Show me a volume of a gas without a container with sugar drops and plum cherries. If not, then get the fuck out of here. Prosecution rests.
Sustain. Easily done. So, well.
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Flat Earth. You've always lived on it. You were born here, as well as every single person you ever heard about or known in your entire life. So there's that part. You've all lived on top of the surface. Sky has always been upward.
Yeah, to the guy who asked, where's the edge? Where's your geometric horizon, bro? Where's your Earth curve edge? We've been looking for it for 7 years. Where's your edge, bro? We didn't even claim an edge, but you do. That's why you're so focused on our edge, because you don't ever want to talk about your fucking edge.
It's supposed to be in a constant edge of ball Earth. I was trying to get in there and talk about refraction, of those 3 kinds of refraction that they don't know anything about. They actually made up, the anti-flat earthers literally made up their own version of refraction, and it morphs and changes and conforms just like their globe Earth story does. It's amazing.
No, it doesn't. It violates simple gas behavior. It's also an equivocation fallacy.
Yeah.
Equivocation fallacy because... Oh, God.
Go ahead.
It's an equivocation fallacy. I just went through this argument on another thread in another forum. It's equivocation fallacy because ballers, they don't, like Sonny said, they have no clue what refraction is. Number one, they confuse Snell's law, which doesn't apply to any fucking thing they're talking about, with terrestrial refraction. Well, terrestrial refraction, what they're trying to talk about, has 2 necessary conditions that must exist for it to exist. Number one, the gases in their paradox atmosphere must curve. Gases have no fucking definite shape. That fail first grade intro to gas behavior. And number 2, it relies on the radius of the Earth. So they can't get by number 1. I'm just giving you number 2 for completeness. But gas, you'd have to have curved gases. Gases don't have shape. That's it. Prosecution rights.
Yep. And
sorry for interrupting. You're trying to get it in. It looks like he's posted something from Britannica. Atmospheric pressure. That's his rebuttal in the text.
Still no spherical gases, so we don't know what he's talking about. And pressure, 14.7 at sea level.
Yeah.
Too bad about the container thing. Yeah, it's
an atmosphere.
Forget. That's
atmosphere's paradox.
Yep.
I just went through it. Do you want me to state it again? Gases have no definite shape. First grade intro to gas. You think that's just hyperbole? First grade intro to gas behavior? Yeah. Anyone want to challenge that one?
Let's see the citation. I know. I read the teacher's fine.
I think you nailed it. I think they actually think it's just hyperbole. That's right.
Oh, okay. Not a problem. At 46 minutes after the hour, grade level. I will use, this is from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have definite shape or a definite volume.
Bada boom, bada bang.
I hope you went all in.
He did. He went all in. The container is the gradual pressure as a product of the gravitational pull of the Earth. So says Injury.
Oh, we didn't get into gravity. We ended before that, didn't we?
Yeah, no, we talked to. He just ignored it. I asked him for the independent for the experiment. I asked him for one single experiment.
Did you ask him what gravity he was talking about?
No, we didn't get that far.
That's usually the first question, isn't it?
We didn't get that far.
Yeah, but he's muted. He just wrote it in the text.
Oh.
All right, so I've unmuted you, Cedric. What gravity are you talking about, bud?
Here we go again. It's going to be like whack-a-mole.
Yeah. On and on and on. Baseless, foundationless.
He'll make something up.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, it's coming.
Go ahead, Hank. I won't get involved. Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to get involved.
Oh, you might.
Sindri, say that out loud.
I won't get involved.
No, you might get involved.
Maybe.
So gravity is the universal acceleration of all matter.
Hey, so I'm not muted anymore.
No.
No. How?
So what's causing those
Usually
balloons to go up? Is balloons, are they going up? Right, because that's an acceleration of matter. Are those balloons going up because of gravity? Because that's what you just said. The universal acceleration of all matter. So what kind of gravity is causing those balloons to go up?
Two cases. Either the air inside is hotter than the air outside and is less dense or in less
oh, brother.
mass. Or there is a lighter gas in there, like helium or hydrogen.
We didn't hear anything about gravity.
Nope.
It is a direct product of gravity, more dense things be
direct
closer
product
to the
of
surface
gravity
the Earth.
without having anything to do with gravity. I already smoked your ass with it wouldn't rain. Why are you going back to this? What gravity are you talking about? Sorry, Hank.
All right. I mean, you just at your desk right now, you can lift up your mouse and drop it.
Which gravity are you talking about?
All the gravity. The gravity everyone experiences everywhere,
oh my
anytime.
God, you're done. Fuck off.
All the gravity, all you want, all the time. She love you long time, all the time, gravity, all night long. All gravity, all night long. All you want. That's what it sounds like to me. Anymore. It seriously, it sounds like just a
Let him explain the gravity. How is gravity? How does it work?
He doesn't even know which
How's it
one he's
done?
talking about. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know that there's different types of gravity. He doesn't even know his own damn name.
We prefer to talk about things that are actually real.
Yeah, but doesn't it work? Just
Fairy
let
tales
him
instead of
rant
fairy
about it.
Well, your
And-
friend Sindri just told you why it works.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
started saying,
I asked him.
why are you going to have to stop interrupting
I
people?
asked.
Hey, you're going to have to stop interrupting people.
I asked him
You're going to
to
have to
do a research.
you're going to have to stop interrupting people. Yeah, so just stop. So your friend Sindri said out of his own mouth, he told you why. The variable that was changed is the density and the medium. In the medium or the density, those properties. So no gravity, right? Garters? Okay, well, whatever. Yeah.
Super white knight.
Well, no, they're just countrymen, and so he feels bad for him getting wrecked. I can sympathize, but
I can't.
Mm-hmm. I can't
No,
because
no,
I've had
guys. It's just no.
because, hey, I've had to.
Can I talk?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just meant letting me explain because it helps the cause. Because I asked him before if he can do some research, as every flat earther does, and he said no. You remember that?
All right, then
I
he
said,
already said no.
do the research and show us. Yeah. I was just putting emphasis on that.
I understand the countrymen thing, and
That was the only thing.
you're in a group that would
No. I asked him.
Arm.
Asked him to show us research because.
Go ahead. Go ahead and interrupt again. What'd you say?
Okay. No. Finish. I just asked him to show us research because Earthers don't show research. They show you research from others. They don't do research on themselves.
Well, that's very good of you.
For themselves.
I guess he wasn't following, Sonny.
That you
he
know.
already said. He
that
already
you-
said he wasn't going to bring anything.
That says a lot, actually. So and I was kind of like,
Yeah, and I was just emphasizing on that.
I was chiming in a little bit on what Grace was saying about the countrymen aspect of it, because that's a closer knit, group of people. And so like you're amongst a group of people here that would almost chop off their own kin's arm. If the truth, like, you know what I mean? I don't know, or your own arm.
Yeah.
If it was the truth of my arm, I might have to do without the arm. So do you get it?
I have a half
people that are going to have to be
arm.
cut away. The shaft is going to have to be cut away. So, I don't care anymore because I've did so much in the last five years that I will cut. I've already had to cut off family members, and I'm not happy about it. But I wouldn't have it any other way. That was their choice.
No, you're
not mine.
misunderstanding me.
And friends
Yeah,
too.
of course.
If they're crazy,
I have
friends. Listen, I have friends that are crazy as shit and believe superstitious crap. If they're flat earther or not, fucking, they're not allowed in my space, man. Period. End of story.
No, of course.
And I just had to deal with that situation.
The only thing I was emphasizing is when I asked him, "Can you show us with research that you do that the globe is round?" And he said no.
Yeah. So
that's what every glober does.
Well, a lot of them do it.
Yeah, that's what every glober does.
I wouldn't say
like
every
flat
anything.
earthers,
I'm with you. I hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
but you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do, and I'm just
I
trying
don't
to.
mean everyone.
I'm just trying to like stay with
Excuse
your
me.
cadence because you have a different cadence of speaking, and everybody does. And I know that's just your style of speaking, and it takes a little while for all of us to get used to each other because of that cadence difference.
Yeah, I'm
Excuse me for
sorry.
interrupting.
Yes.
And just real quick, Sumi Loom, if you'll go up to VC Verified, we'll go up there and get you verified and get you a role so you can come back down here and speak on the live stream. So if you go up there, I'll follow you.
Talking to me?
No.
No, he's talking to a new person that's in the chat. Yep. So what I would suggest, Garters, is here because of possible lag. If you're all the way in Iceland, I'm in California. You're gonna have different lag with different people in different time zones.
Yeah.
You'd have to slow down, see how you answered. Like I would wait a little bit longer before you speak after someone stopped. Now there will be a time,
Okay.
like you notice, I try to get a word in edgewise sometimes because you have to, because otherwise I can't say what I'm going to say if I don't keep talking. So I would say just give it some time. Like I wasn't done. So like I took a breath and I was about to finish. So don't speak in that moment because I'm about to finish. So that's all I was going to
I'm
say.
sorry.
Yeah, so it's okay.
I was told
You
I
keep
was told
doing
the game. I stopped it.
Just slow down. Just slow down and go. Take a breath first.
Okay. Sorry, man.
And then speak. Make sure somebody's done talking. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It comes all the way around for me. I was downloading a game and I stopped it, so I won't be interpreting.
The panel wants to speak to you, my friend. That's
We
the
do.
thing. They want to
We
speak
do.
to you, and they're going to give you the time. It's that simple.
We do want to speak to you. Let me just reassure you. Yes, I second that. And we're glad you're here, and we're glad to speak to you. And we want to know what you know because you know something too. Each one of us does.
Of course we do.
Yep. So what you know is important to all of us as well.
No, I was downloading a game that's what it fucked up with the internet, and I stopped it, so it won't happen again. I'm sorry. I understand now what's going on.
Oh, I didn't hear I didn't hear anything you just mentioned.
Really? I was downloading a game, and that may have like cut into the talking, and I stopped it, so I won't be like yelling over you.
No,
So sorry.
we didn't.
Oh, you're saying a video game.
Yeah, I was just downloading the game, and yeah, sorry.
Hey,
I
Sonny.
understand.
Yes.
Hey, your friend, he just brought in floating aluminum boats.
Oh, and there's a couple containers already. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice of you to show us stuff of gas without a container with a couple of containers. 1, 2, 3, and the room is a container. The first container on the table is a container, and the little aluminum thing is a container, and then the whole thing isn't a container. Earth is contained. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 containers in your thanks.
The gas in the cylinder that he brought it in and filled it up.
Yeah, exactly. There's another one. Probably 5 containers. Thanks, Sindri. We love that flat Earth proof. Keep it coming, man. Yeah, we love it when Globers come in and bring us all the flat Earth proof that someone would need if they were looking, like let's say in the live stream, or maybe they're new to the panel here, or wherever they might be listening. Out of the 50,000 members on this server alone, is that right? But yeah, you don't know how valuable you are, Sindri, to the flat Earth movement as it increases exponentially every minute of every day. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a perfect demonstration of specific gravity, which is the ones the Globers don't like to talk about. In fact, they used to say that we made up relative density, something that it's a conspiracy theory that flat earthers made up. So what we got here is a perfect example of relative density, also known as specific gravity. But don't be confused. This is not evidence of the bending and warping of space-time. Because if you were to take a blow dryer and blow all that gas out of there, what is it, hexafluoride or whatever? Let's see.
Sodium hexafluoride, I believe.
Yeah, sodium. Yeah, if you were to blow all the sodium hexafluoride out of there with a blow dryer and back, it would sink all the way to the bottom. And what does this prove? You manipulate the relative density between the object and its medium, it's going to cause it to go down. So what is the cause of the boat going down? Relative density. The prosecution rests.
Mm-hmm. And containerless pressurized gas with no container is what we need. So have fun with that because it is your claim. Of course, you're typing again.
Sulfur hexafluoride. I apologize. It was sulfur hexafluoride.
That made up gas.
A man-made gas.
Yeah. Oops.
That's a real natural observation, isn't it? Yeah, I guess so. It's like parlor tricks again. I don't get it. That's all they got.
Yeah, show us gas without a container. Let me put this gas in this container and I'll show you.
Show it to you.
The thing I'm asking is, why doesn't he do this experiment by himself and show us?
Hank already told us. It's showing specific gravity, and what it is not doing is showing pressure. It's not showing gas pressure without a container, though.
Yeah, I know, but why doesn't he do it?
Well, because remember, he said he doesn't plan on it doing it.
I know.
Well, that's him. So, what are you going to do about that? I mean, that's a personal problem.
Yeah, but it seems to be with every Glober.
Wait. Who's planning on doing stuff? I missed that part.
That Glober doesn't want to do his own research and show us.
Oh, well, that's because it has to be a globe, right?
Yeah, but
that's the logic.
It's the only thing I'm saying. Why the fuck don't they do their own research and show us? But they always show research of others. You know?
They can't. Even pictures they show have no data. Like I've never seen a flat Earth like any flat earther of their salt show anything that doesn't have data, height, information, the day, like the weather, the humidity, like all kinds of stuff, all the data, measurements, like things, you know.
Yeah, they always just go to the norm, you know, not the norm, you know.
Look up at the sky, everybody, to measure your floor.
No, they don't do that. They go to the books. Tell you, look at the books.
Look at a what?
Look at the books.
Look at the books?
No, it's worse than that.
The Globers say always, look at the books, not the sky, and not around you, just the books. And when you say to them, like, hey, show us, you show us, not some guy you see on the internet, you. They don't, they will never. I'm sorry, I'm Icelandic. I can't speak English.
So far, you're right on track. So when not one Glober has gone out to go prove their geometric horizon claim.
Yeah, they don't do anything, you know. They just say, "Yeah, look at this scientist and this scientist."
A bunch of lazy asses. I just have to call it like I sees it.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, not only has it been settled, but what hasn't been settled? The logic on the Glober end is everything has been settled. So why even bring it up?
Yeah, exactly. So that's an appeal to inertia, the state of inertia.
I'm sorry, I'm from Iceland. What's inertia?
Inertia is that what objects will remain at rest unless
An object's
force is exerted. Resistance to motion.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the word. I put it in the chat. Træktrú?
Are you Icelandic?
No, I just
No.
love language and play with translators.
Yeah, it's trægða.
Really? You know trægða?
No, it's translation.
Yeah,
I know it's translation. If you're not Icelandic, I tell you.
Karma knows it though. She's told me this before.
Yeah, it's right.
Yay.
I just didn't know you were like with the Icelandic words.
Just an enthusiast.
Yeah, gospel is all about the words.
Yeah.
We
It's
all have our
all about the
specialties.
words. Yeah. Well, he left.
Who?
The one we were talking about.
Yeah, that guy did. Sindri. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I told him he when they tried to use the buoyancy argument and all that in the globe belief, buoyancy is supposed to be caused by gravity pulling on the more dense things and pushing the less dense things up. But when you actually honestly think about that and think about a hot air balloon, all that stuff goes out the window. Like, gas isn't being attracted down to the ground going boom boom, so the attraction on gas, which is non-existent, is not overcoming any attraction on tons of weight to lift them away from the surface. That is so absurd, but that's the position that they must hold.
Mm. Yeah.
And when I told him that, he just didn't want to hear it anymore. But he rarely ever responds directly to the points. But when he does, he actually admits things. So at least that's a little bit of a plus.
Think they have an equation for the acceleration rate of a helium balloon?
No, but I would really like to send up a helium balloon with pressure sensors all on the outside.
I'm just curious. Not that it would really mean much of anything if they did. I was just curious.
I'm pretty sure if we let a helium balloon go, which had pressure sensors on the outside, and we would see slightly higher pressure above where it's rising against the gas and slightly less pressure under it where it's there's displacement and the balloon is going away from the gas. So we should see that. And if that's the case, then their whole idea that it's getting pushed by pressure from below up, that doesn't make any sense. And when you continue to think about this concept, then like the orbit would like really screw everything up because the whole globe would be moving into the air mass on one side and then displacing away from the air mass on the other side, and that would create massive detectable things, but we don't see anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, they have to almost say that gravity not only pulls things down, but it also pushes things away to make it appear as if it's not moving. And then it also makes things go to the sides to make it appear as if it's not moving. So at that point, gravity is an omnidirectional magic force.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's even given them like all the other violations. Like it's just a stack of violations and then excuses to try to put a band-aid on that hole. But
I played the benefit of the doubt game, and the answers I get when I ask are just so insufficient. So the whole they say that it's the air pushing, it's the outside air of a balloon that pushes it up. I mean, I could play the inquisitive game where you just ask why, and that answer kind of exposes some stuff, which is funny. But then the other way that I go with it is, what if the object is being held down against a surface? So, for instance, a piece of floating wood, and you push it to the bottom of the pool or something, and it's on the bottom. They're like, yeah, the water pushes it up, but there's nothing underneath it because it's all the way at the bottom. And they're like, yeah, but it still pushes it up.
yeah, I thought about that many times, especially when I was still a Glober and trying to come to terms. Like, there's a lot of things that just don't compute when you're a Glober. You kind of have to make these logical leaps and just like, there must be some way, magic.
Yeah, their explanation is insufficient.
It's kind of like with the stars. We have these geocentric stars, and there's never 50% of the sky hidden behind the sun. Like, we have all the stars. And so they tell us, yeah, you see around the globe, the starlight is all bent around the globe into this holographic sky matrix, although I never mention it like that. I just like to call it that because it's so dumb, and that's basically what they're trying to tell me. Like, the stars aren't there. Like, you're not looking at the stars where they are. You're looking at, like, the bent placement after. Yeah, that's what they tell you. But
I love that argument.
The problem here is you can see the star that's directly behind the sun. So that would mean, like, you can see the star directly behind, that's supposed to be directly behind the sun at the equator, and then as the night passes, you see the star move across the backside of the globe. Like, how? Where's the sun? Like, why isn't the sunlight also doing this? How can we have night?
I do not know the example that you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm basically talking about how they bend all the stars from the geocentric reality that we experience. They have no unbending of that into a heliocentric conception. They just tell you, oh, it's heliocentric, but they have no bridge there between where they can show you the light paths of the starlight generating this geocentric experience that we have. There's a giant hole in the model there. And this is what I got my astrophysicist friend to just like break down on, because he could in no way try to justify this, because it would, if the starlight could move like that there's no you don't have refraction, you don't have gravity that can create that extra bending around the backside. That's just pretzels. It just doesn't work.
Yep. Yelling. All right. Well, bless to the Icelandic friends, and good night to everybody else.
Good night, my friend.
Yeah, it's time for us to go to sleep.
Yeah, it's been a good night. Trace, are you Icelandic?
He
Yes,
said,
my friend.
Oh, sorry.
Já, ég er íslenskur, vinur minn.
Já, blessaður, elsku kallið minn. Það er gaman að vita það. Thanks for the night, guys.
Good night to all our Icelandic friends. We're glad to have you. Good. Nice to hear from all of you. Hope you have a good rest. Mic check.
You're good. I can hear you.
Okay.
I just don't hear anything else.
What the hell? This is what it's like waiting for globe proof, I guess.
Tumbleweeds.
Mm-hmm. Tumbleweeds roll over a flat plane, don't they?
Yeah, there was a bunch of talking going on earlier. Stepped away for a bit, came back. Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Someone wrote something. See Central Banker.
Yeah, I just had like 3 audio devices plugged in. I couldn't figure out which one it was coming through for a second there. My bad.
That's all right. No, what I did is I dipped out and changed my VPN setting and then came back in myself. Let's see. Let's see how the ping rate is. Ooh, down to 29 milliseconds. I used to have like 180 or something all the time with my other internet. Now it's super fast.
Did we have any globies in earlier that I missed?
Yep.
Some
Yeah.
pretty good times.
We sure did. I heard the last one from Mr. Sindri.
I'm assuming he had no evidence, no verifiable evidence.
Not only that, he had no intentions of giving us any, and that's from his own mouth. He is like, I quote, I have no intentions of providing any citation, any source, any proof at all. So we asked, if it really is flat, do you want to know? He goes, no.
He must be anti-science. He's a science denier.
Just doesn't want to know. So what are you going to do with that? So it got muted by QE.
I find him kind of annoying. I thought the guy earlier was more fun.
Who was
Robert?
earlier? What was his name?
Robert something. He's sort of like a regular here.
That's right, Robert Luscombe. I remember. That's right. He kind of was annoying to me, but I kind of got used to it, and I was like, okay, whatever, you know.
He just keeps conceding all the time. It's really fun.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm like, keep it going. I'm almost getting to that point now. So when they just make these things, they're through their escapist tricks, their tricks of escapism, they're actually giving us flat Earth proof.
For some reason, he was also arguing that through fog, he can see a horizon like more than 3 miles away.
I know through fog. Sometimes,
Like how did-
that it stays the same on seemingly conditions were exactly the same. Seemingly, the conditions were exactly the same. Yeah, but could see further. No, they weren't the same then.
It's hilarious.
Why do they refuse to see these very simple things of reality?
I think it really comes down to not wanting to be labeled a flat earther.
I think it does more than anything, almost. Like they could care less. Okay, maybe they're just a nihilistic group. They really could care less if Earth is created or whatever it is. If it's flat or if water's always horizontal. Oh, that's right, it is. Or any of that stuff, you know?
Yeah.
They just don't want to be labeled a flat earther.
Yeah. Like if the social pressure went the other way and everybody expected you to be a flat earther, that's probably where most of those people would be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And actually, when they come in here and do that, their testimony is stating the facts as such, just like you mentioned. In my mind, that's what I hear. No one wants to defend the globe, though. No proof of the globe. Apparently, no proof exists anywhere.
So now you get this most recent guy who knows better to even try to supply some proof. He's just 100% like a burden shifter. Sindri or whatever his name was.
What 100% what?
A burden shifter.
A burden, yes.
He's not even going to try to defend the globe. He's just going to try to put the ball as much in your court as he can.
Uh-huh. Oh, very strange, so, man. Yep. So posit all of your globe proof here for it to be examined. Attendants are standing by to be of the utmost of service of sorting through your globe proofs. We use statistical process controls to make sure that your globe proofs are not lost or misdirected, so they're always in the right category. And when we get one such proof, we'll make sure your proof will have top priority because it'll be the first one. Yep, that's a really good question, isn't it? Why doesn't every man, woman, and child on the surface of Earth have this information? If Earth is a globe, we would have access to it. Someone would. Because apparently all those sailors that were sailing out there on the ocean, if they were told they were sailing out on the globe, they weren't listening. They weren't navigating on one. That's for sure. They knew it was flat, if anyone did. From the very beginning, they knew this. As soon as the accurate timepiece was created for ocean-going vessels, chronometer, So then you could then your elevation angles could be made use of, because you'd have more accurate information on that travel part of it, the actual distance traveled across the top of the water. Yeah, why do you think they always used the same exact stars and got to those same places back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? All those centuries of ocean-going vessels, right? The age of conquest are right there. All that stuff. I guess that's because of the 4 different vectors that we're flying around in. Mm-hmm. Must be. Flat-a-day science. What's up, my man?
What up? How you doing, bro?
All right.
Good, good, good.
Hanging in there.
Trying to flatten the curve.
Oh, stupid curve. Oh, man.
Hey, when Quantum Erasure comes on, my chick just starts laughing. It's so funny because she's just like, it's so funny because just, I know that's how she talks to people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But she, you know what? She laughs because she knows what's about to come then. So there
Yep.
like you could tell. You just get this feeling about it.
Citation, please.
You're going to get
Fucking
slam
numpty.
dunked here in a moment. Yeah.
So funny.
Hey, what about
That's
the
what I mean,
ice
man.
age? Hey,
Flat Earth soldiers.
Right.
Hey, wait a minute. Flat Day, aren't you in
What up?
California?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you in the Bay Area? I forgot where you're at.
No, I'm right here, like an hour north of LA, right by Santa Barbara.
Oh, that's right. I got you, man. Okay, cool. Cool, man.
Where you at again?
San Diego.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
You're up there by Point Hueneme or Oxnard or something like that.
Yeah, a little bit past there. Yeah.
I know where you're talking about. Yeah. Anyway, that's cool. What about the ice age we're having here in California right now, huh? What do you think?
The ice age? Is it snowing anywhere?
No, I'm just saying it's fucking freezing, man.
I know.
Like it went from 85 degrees to like 50.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
Oh, she said she was just saying how cold it got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
They've been bringing those silver iodide flares.
Cold and
Hey,
damp.
where's the SoCal meetup?
Shoot, we got to put that together, man. We got
Let's do it,
Flat Earth dudes in LA.
Flat Earth dude, Flat Earth Day Saints,
Orange County,
Sunny.
that's right.
Who else we got?
Where do you think's better, Venice or Hollywood Boulevard, though?
Man, if I could plan a trip to come up and do some flat smacking out there. I'd go on.
Right.
I'll blast.
Let's do it, man. You know I'll be showing up.
Oh yeah. What do you think's better, Venice or Hollywood Boulevard?
It's probably about the same.
Yeah.
But where's the better party at? That's the question.
What a trip, man. Talk about party. I used to party in Venice. I grew up in Dogtown in 1973 to
oh shit.
Let's see what happened. I started traveling in 75, 76, saw all kinds of shit, traveled all the way down to Mexico with my best friend. And then, yeah, like party from Malibu all the way down, or county line, all the way down Venice, Marina Del Rey.
Matthew Learns. He'll show up for the California show up.
Yeah, like maybe. I don't know how I'll respond to that. I guess I'll be cool. It's cool, actually, when you meet someone in person. It's not like it is on here anyway, so someone named Wrecked Gamer in the chat, but you didn't go to the VC check-in. Shall we unmute him here? Wrecked Gamer, are you there? Wrecked Gamer, can you use your mic, please? Okay, well, no harm, no foul. Didn't speak now, so we'll just leave you like we found you.
Playing that Fortnite. My grandson gets paid to watch kids playing video games.
Oh, man. That's funny.
That's crazy, though. I mean, that's the day we live in, though. People get paid to watch people play video games.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me?
No, dude. They get seriously.
No, he's right. It's sad, man.
Yeah,
That's the
fucking
weirdest
crazy.
shit ever. That is really weird. No wonder people are so screwed up.
Dude, they pay to watch people unbox video games.
Oh,
not even their reactions. They're like, "Oh my god, it's priceless reaction." Like, what the hell?
Let me open up this new guitar. Here you go.
Yeah.
Here's the box.
Crazy, dude. I don't understand this shit.
First, I'll cut open this end of the box, and we'll open this one, and then we'll slide the cunt. Yeah, it's funny.
You want to see what like? It makes sense for girls to do stuff like that. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's what the gift wrapping channel was for, or something.
Huh. Man. I just wonder you know, how they're getting rid of, like, you know, they want to get rid of, like, what's it called? Male masculine, like dangerous masculinity or male masculinity or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called?
But while they're out looking for masculinity, while they're bashing masculinity, while they're out there looking all hot, looking for masculinity. What about that?
Right? Toxic masculinity.
Is that like masculine?
Oh, so it has to be just the right type of masculinity, or else you're out, brothers.
Yep. Pretty much. So you think about it, if you wanted to get rid of all the people that are going to be a problem, first you make a big old thing like we're doing in Canada, you know what I mean? And you get a bunch of people, good-hearted people go there, and then you send other people to Ukraine. A lot of the troublemakers are people who could potentially be masculine, toxic masculinity, you know what I mean?
I'm not so sure I get it, but I am a bit old-fashioned.
Well, think about this. Like, if you lived in a neighborhood and there was gang kids, right? And so you wanted to do what you go around and you punk all the people on the street. Their lunch money, right?
Oh, you cut off.
Oh, out there. You're punking all the people for their lunch money. You know, you're throwing up your gang signs and everything. You're the tough guy. But there's other tough guys in the neighborhood, right? And there's more of them.
Mm-hmm. And they're tougher than you. Yeah.
You'd want to trick them and send them over here to this place or that place where, you know, they're going to be doing tests on them and categorizing them and everything. Does that make sense?
Are you the red team or the green team?
Right. Hey,
You're the red team. No, actually, you're not. It's not actually red. It's a little bit more to the purple side. It's kind of like violet-ish. Are you the green? Are you the green team?
Hey, there's
Yeah,
a
wait a minute. That green hasn't blue in it. Also, what's wrong with your green? It doesn't look blue. It looks blue-green.
I met some dudes from Bakersfield that actually have what they call red team, blue team, green team, and pink team, and like a bunch of other teams where they go and steal cars and they tie that color bandana on the antenna of the car and drive it around town. It's retarded. So funny.
Oh my gosh. Comedy from the from
the underworld.
Yeah.
Dude, I live in the hood. There's like shootings in here, shootings and stuff all the time, and this stuff never makes the news. The real shootings.
Yeah, I know, dude. There was a shooting right in front of my building, bro. I heard it.
Didn't even make the news, huh?
Oh yeah, that's a big fucking deal. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. There's been several ones. The most popular thing in outdoor activities used to be SDPD shooting unarmed homeless people.
Oh, yeah.
That was. Then I guess I don't know. That got kind of like the light got shined on that, so then they had to kind of slow that down a little bit. That broke their hearts that they had to stop. That was a tradition around here. I mean, that happened all the time.
Right?
Yeah, shooting people out of windows too. But the guy did have a gun. Said they just snipered him.
Yeah.
And killed him. But
yeah. When you say kill, I think of like when the director says cut. And when you say shooting, it's a camera, bro.
We won't get into that.
I mean, I shoot stuff all the time. Seriously, I go to the beach and shoot stuff with my Nikon D850.
No, that's what I need is a camera that stay busier.
Have you ever heard of the song? Oh my God! Now it went blank. It's Pumped Up Kicks.
Oh yeah. All the little kids with the pumped up kicks. I love that song.
Yeah, that's about a school shooting, right?
Yeah. That came out in the 90s, huh?
Yeah.
Kind of disturbing, isn't it?
Yeah, and what's crazy is my I stream, right? So there's one of those kids that goes go to my stream. He says, I was playing that song. I never pay attention to the lyrics. Yeah, that's about a school shooting. They play that song in my school every lunchtime.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's crazy.
I'm gonna look when that came up.
It was between 2000 and 2010, something like that, in between there.
Yeah, 2010. Okay, I thought it came out in the 90s for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, and all the girls at the hospital I used to work at, they would all be playing that on their break time, and we're at a hospital. Like someone said earlier, anybody work in a situation where there was, what did they call it? Catastrophe or something. Yeah, I did. I used to interview people in an emergency room every day for 8 hours.
Oh, really?
And in the rooms, and have people signing documents and so forth administratively.
Okay, you really did that, huh?
I did that for more than 12 years. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me the protocol when a law enforcement officer gets killed at the scene, right? They take the body to the hospital, right? Now, from there, would they have a procession for him, putting him in a casket on the way to go get autopsied? Or is that breaking protocol?
I've never seen one.
Usually they do the autopsy in case there was a case, right?
I've never seen anything like that leaving or coming to the hospital.
Okay.
Sonny, you were a hospital corpsman or what?
No, I worked in a hospital as a
normal hospital.
I was like a clerk, frontline clerk, like administrative.
When did you stop doing that?
In 2012.
Okay. So back then they didn't even use the term first responder for not really, huh? It wasn't that widely used, huh?
Yeah, I think it was used actually. Yeah, it was used.
What?
Yeah.
The first time I heard it was
we were like a tertiary. We were like a tertiary trauma response hospitals. So there were 2 other hospitals where they have helipads where they could bring trauma patients. So
Okay.
the only trauma patients we got is if they had more than those hospitals could take as far as trauma patients go, then they would come to our hospital. That was done a lot, and a lot of times the hospitals would be actually literally their census would be going to over their limits. And that was back when I was working there. The hospital were literally full, and the scare thing back then was all the hospitals in the whole entire county have no more beds available, and so they all start closing. Their bed census is closed. So all across the county, you see it rolling across on a certain weekend where all the hospitals are getting fuller and fuller, rolling across the whole entire county.
Damn.
And so pretty soon the whole area, at least in the city, in the general area of the city where there's like 6 or 8 hospitals, none of those would have, and they would have to ship patients, no matter what type of patient they were, out to other hospitals distances away. But like that, I'm positive, having worked in a situation like that what we saw in the last 2 years was not the case, because you would see something totally different if what those numbers they were saying was true.
Oh,
it would be chaos, and it would have never ended.
Yeah. It's like a light switch, huh?
Yes, all they do is they shut off wings, they close wings, they do remodeling in those wings, so they close half the hospital, they divide the 50% half up into another half, so they only have a quarter, and they're saying that's their 100% census.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how things are done.
You know, the kind of remodeling they were doing the last couple of years in the hospitals and the schools. They were putting in a new air conditioning system and wiring the place up, so they'd have the zero latency. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
But that air conditioning system is no joke, bro. You guys heard about that?
Hey guys, what are you talking about?
About an air conditioning system?
But yeah, what did you say about the air conditioning? Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
it's some type of it's like a plasma air conditioner that they put in the schools and the hospitals. But yeah, it's not good to breathe.
All right, who's ready to take a piss on the globe? What should we start with?
I'll take another one. I was just down at the local Ross Dress for Less recently, and I went down and I saw they had a globe. It did say not for educational purpose, only for decorative purposes. There you go.
If it was a food, it would say not fit for human consumption.
Yeah, exactly. Keep away from children.
Most definitely. Void were prohibited. Batteries not included. Each sold separately.
Small pieces of nonsense, illogical thought processes may be part of this globe and may be swallowed and impossible to remove from your child.
Each soul sold separately.
Don't let your children be stuck in a globe paradigm their entire lives.
Take them out fast.
You had
enlarged to show detail.
you as a parent, you had to own up to the Santa Claus hoax, and you just graduated your children to the new phase of Santa Claus, the globe fairy tale.
Sonny, you're telling me Santa Claus doesn't exist?
I didn't actually say those words, did I?
But you mean it. Santa is a good person.
Being facetious.
What's this with you? The new gateway drug.
Mm. Take a picture of me with a hat on.
I do say the sound coming from your microphone sounded remarkably like a fart.
Guys, from the chat, who's that woman? From the video on the chat.
I don't know. Flatter Day might know. Mr. Flat Nasty, he might know the answer to that. Will the real Flat
Oh, that was
Nasty
my girlfriend. That was Jackie.
Oh.
Your girlfriend?
Yeah. Man, I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons.
Got any naked
No, really. I'm an Icelander. You have to be good to me.
Do you have any naked pictures of your girlfriend?
No, I don't.
Yes, I do.
Do you want to buy some?
Oh, shit. That's a good one.
Guys, what the fuck?
Coming in from the left coast.
Coming in kneecapping.
Knee in the face.
Hey, Wrecked Gamer's muted. Is he a Glober?
I don't know. I unmuted him. He didn't answer earlier, but.
Who?
Wrecked Gamer.
Rock Gamer.
Muted, bro.
Don't think he's here.
You're in a flat Earth server, Wrecked Gamer. Do you know this? Like, how would somebody just end up in a flat Earth server? You know, how would that happen, Indio?
How did I get up here?
Accidentally?
I got drunk.
This is probably went looking for the curve, and where else could he possibly end up?
Can someone tell me about the video in the chat? The woman in there.
If it's the same one you're talking about, it was still Flatter Day Saint's girlfriend.
Yeah, that's Jackie Day Saints.
Jackie Day Saints. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about her.
Yeah.
Flatter Day Saints.
Hi.
Hi.
Either Jackie Day Saints or Jack Nasty. What do you like better, babe? I guess that answers my question.
Was it your girlfriend?
Yeah.
My question
Oh,
is,
I see it now. Flatter Day Saints.
Let me get a picture of her real quick.
I already heard the no part. My question is, does she have any friends? Sorry. No.
I think Flat Day Saints is her friend.
Sorry. Yeah. She's not in the mood. I was trying to take a picture of her, but
Yeah, it's okay. Don't take a picture of your girlfriend
you
when
don't
she
want to
doesn't
start
want it.
You don't want a decade-long grudge.
Got a
Yeah,
flash
yeah.
now.
You want me to take pictures of my girlfriend?
You want? We're not taking feisty. Okay.
You're not gonna win, man.
Is your girl a flat earther, or is she just humoring you?
Oh no, she's a flat earther. She's a flat earther before I was.
Oh, I was asking about that.
Your girlfriend's a genius.
Yeah.
She
told me about it one day, and I was like, I don't have time for this. You know what I mean?
I think that's the second person I heard that had that situation like that.
Yeah.
Who's the other one?
The first guy had a smart girlfriend.
Flat Earth Dude, I think, said the same thing.
Sonny, where are you from?
I've been everywhere, man. What place haven't I been to? I've been to all of I was born.
You spoke Icelandic. I know it.
No, I didn't. I
Yes, you
just
did.
know how to mimic very well.
Yeah, do it again.
No, I can't do it. I can't. I didn't. I just listened to Drace, and I can remember things short term. No, I'm an American. I'm born here. I'm born in the great state of Illinois.
Illinois.
Yep, that's right. Illinois, raised in the sticks in the suburbs of St. Louis.
I can say Illinois. Can you say Vestmannaeyjar?
Say what?
Vestmannaeyjar.
Vespania.
Vestmannaeyjar.
Vespania.
Close.
Vespania. Vespania. Vespania.
Vestmannaeyjar.
Vestmannaeyjar.
You know, the people from my country were the first one to America.
Vestmannaeyjar. I could believe that. Well, I heard about the Salutrians. Yeah.
It came from Iceland.
They found Salutrian tools in where was that? Kentucky, I think, or somewhere down there.
I'm not sure where. They died.
Bat Creek.
Icelanders were the first one to America.
I could believe it. Did they come? They skirted the ice. They could skirt the ice all the way across. There used to be huge, the
They
Grand,
died. They died.
Grand Banks, like the Grand Banks. That probably was a island before off of Newfoundland. That was probably a huge. The banks, the Grand Banks, and those other shoals that are out there were probably islands, no doubt.
Yeah,
And
they
huge,
went from like
huge pieces of land.
they went from Greenland to America,
Mhm.
but got killed.
Got killed
Or starved.
by the Skraeling.
No, just by the local people.
What about the Skraeling, though?
What's the Skraeling?
You don't know the Skraeling? That's Norse in Norse.
Skraelingar. Yeah, Skraeling. Yeah, yes, I know what that is.
Skraelinga, those weird beasts that were in the Northland.
Holy shit, you're read up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Skraelingar, you know that.
And in North America, there were thumpers with one leg, too.
You know, we were Skraelingar to Europe, but we were like most advanced.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, the Vikings had the best ships and the best armor.
Well, that's where my ancestry is from. So
where?
Normandy. You know the Norman Knights? They were Scandinavian descent that were in.
Yeah. We took it when I was born.
So when the William the Conqueror from Normandy went over, the Duke of Normandy, and he conquered England in 1066. My family went over then to England.
Oh, really?
With William the Conqueror. Yeah, they were knights. Like my name is called out amongst the knights that were with William the Conqueror.
No knights. No knights came from Scandinavia.
Normandy.
Yeah, Normandy was founded by Vikings.
Yep.
When we conquered Britain.
Vikings, that's right.
And we didn't have knights.
The Normans did, though.
No, Normans did not have knights.
The Normans didn't have knights. Well, what did they have?
No.
They had knighthoods, like where they would grant titles to people.
Yeah, but you had like warriors and berserkers.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah,
and berserkers.
Berserkers? What's that?
Berserker was a guy that took a lot of hallucinate mushrooms and killed
it was
everybody.
a crazy person. That was like a secret weapon. Call out the berserker.
Yeah.
And then did they have a group of
No. The knight is called Jarl. Jarl. Jarl.
Yak.
Jarl.
Yalk.
Yes, that's the knight. Jarl.
That's a knight. Yalk.
It's the guys that were under the chieftain.
I see. So anyway, that's in the Doomsday Book. Is that my family is in the Doomsday Book, and apparently a couple of them were sent from Somerset County to the Tower. That sounds too good. That doesn't sound too good. So
No.
That might be why I'm poor today. I don't know. Could be.
I'm poor tomorrow. So
tomorrow.
Who gives a fuck?
Doesn't matter, right?
No. When you say ancestry is not knight, it's Jarl. Oh, Jarl.
What? Yalki.
In the end, say Jarl.
Yalk.
No, keep it going.
Yalk. With
the L. L.
Yelk.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yelk. Yelk.
Yeah, that's
I'll go
your
with
answer.
alrighty
Answer.
then.
Answer. That's your answer. I like it. Like it a lot.
Yeah, my dad was a sailor, and I've sailed most of my life, and
Yeah, you work on boats.
I've been on land for a really long time, but I've thought recently if it'd be nice to get away and be sailing away from the land and just saying bye bye from that direction. Just appeals to me lately in the last few years. So it kind of long for it. I don't know, a longing for going out to the sea. I don't know exactly where that comes from. Where does
It's
that
from your soul.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, it comes from the soul.
It's like telling me to go back out there.
Of course. I've been 3 months because my back broke and I'm going back. I work on sea, I always will, and always has been.
That's a
But
good. That's a good noble. I'm sorry you got hurt.
shit happens. But my wife doesn't want me to go. But she doesn't own me. It's your calling. If it's your calling, seeing the seas, seeing the beautiful things, you go.
She owns your heart.
Of course she owns my heart. But the seas owns my heart more.
She owns your heart. That's lovely. That's good.
That's the truth, man.
Pretty gay.
Well, it's my woman.
Somebody said that's pretty
Somebody
good.
said it's gay. Yeah, because it's a man talking about how much he loves a woman.
Yeah. If
Makes
I'm
sense.
gay,
I'll bet you think the Earth is a globe too, don't you?
if I'm gay,
Not you.
that guy can come speak to me. I'll break him in two.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, T's
You
on.
just rubbed your
Troll.
fucking back, dude. You can't do shit.
You think so? I also punched the window and my hand doesn't work.
Don't punch windows. Punch people.
No, I punched the window and my hand doesn't
See,
work.
that's like,
I
okay,
cut it
listen.
up.
If you get mad at somebody and then you punch a window, that's like if you have a rat problem and you buy rat poison and you drink it. Okay?
I know.
Okay.
Believe me, I have I punched the window and
You're
cut
better
myself.
than having to punch windows. And actually, I'm not being a dick. I also punched a window, gave myself a big old, like, half of my body was infected with staph and shit because of it. So I feel you, dog.
I almost died.
Yeah, me too, man. How about that?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm serious. They had to get a Russian surgeon come out and say, he said, small incision. We just make small incision in neck next to jugular. And I was like, all right, whatever, man. And he took it out. Golf ball size infected ass fucking thing, but it was cause I punched a window and cut my arm. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking stupid, man. Punch
Yeah.
the window.
That's pretty funny, man. That's funny. We share that. I'll bet so many people though have a similar story, right?
No, I
talk
don't
about
think
it.
so. I just think
just you and
me
All right.
are just stupid.
Well, when you punch a window, see the thing is though, you have to do it like the Bruce Lee punch. You can't go. You just tap it. Cause I'll tell you, I've done it. So what I'm saying is, I punched my windshield because I was really pissed one time. But I punched it really, really fast, and you know what I'm saying. So I didn't go.
Me too.
I didn't go through it. I just shattered it. But I didn't put my hand through it. So that's where
I think you're talking to the kind of guys though. He and I, we've already punched a lot of windows. It was just that one time that fucked us up.
No.
You feel me?
Right, because your hand
It's
went
the
through it.
first time I punched the window.
Oh
Believe
no,
me.
I've been busting shit up for a long time.
Yeah, I punched.
I'm belligerent,
people,
man.
But this is the first time I punched a window, and I didn't even know it was a window. I was fighting my
Really?
friend. Yeah, I was fighting my friend, and he punched me, and I like threw him to the ground. And
of course,
my other friend like took me and like, let's go home, stop this shit. And I said okay, and I was walking out the door, and I thought I was punching the wall, and I punched, and it was a window. So I went through, and I got so shocked, I pulled out and like cut all my hand up and almost died. You know.
You lost a lot of blood then, huh?
Yeah, really much. My friend like holding my pulse together. You know.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid. You know.
That's
and I
crazy,
lost,
bro. Crazy.
That's pretty fucking stupid, dude.
and I lost half my hand feeling. You know. And it's fucking stupid.
Wow. It's a lesson learned, I guess.
Finger's a bitch.
And I got fired.
What? Oh, I thought you said. I thought you
listened.
said
You
he
see that?
caught
Come on,
fire. I thought he said he
No.
caught fire. He said he got
No,
fired,
no,
right?
you
From the
got
job.
fired. You got fired from the job.
I was like,
Yeah.
spontaneously? Like, the fuck?
Yeah, they heard about it like
Now that
and
serves you
then
right.
1 hour later while I
That
was.
serves you right. Stop doing dumb shit.
Hey, come on, I'm a good worker, man. But I fucked my girlfriend.
What the fuck?
What
What does that have to do with? Okay, so I'm gonna try to take it back to flat Earth now that you went there with stuff. Is that cool? We should do that.
Yeah, let's do that, please.
Yeah, let's do it. That's
Probably
not
a good
cool.
idea.
Yes.
Even conversations like that are only possible on a flat and stationary Earth. I'll bet we couldn't even hear each other if we were moving around that fast. You know what I mean? Just sound waves going all over the goddamn place.
We'd be chasing
I
after the
fucking love
sound
you,
wave.
man. I fucking love you, man.
All
The sound's gonna catch me any second now.
all
I
mattress,
know, right? I said that last week. What, you didn't get it yet? Fuck.
all mattresses are
I thought
made
you could hear
with
forever.
flat Earth in mind. Like mattresses,
Yep,
there's
mattresses.
no mattress that was ever made that didn't have flat Earth in mind.
Shut
That's
up,
right.
sound wave.
Stationary. I mean, a mattress, you wouldn't even. Come on. How are you going to sleep on a mattress? All them springs in there just constantly reacting to the motion of the Earth that we don't detect?
Motion? You want the motion?
Must be a sleep number.
Fuck a waterbed. You couldn't get waterbeds, man. It'd be impossible. It wouldn't work.
You didn't get the joke? A sleep number?
No, I got it. I'm sorry. It's late. It's getting late here.
Sure. Maybe I went too far with that one.
You did
a
not.
little too
Everybody's drunk.
Dude, I just spent $47 fucking dollars on gas. See that
Ugh.
shit?
It's terrible. Can't
Could have
believe
been
it.
worse. You could have spent $47 and gotten nothing.
Do you think we'll be alive to see the what's the word? The getting rid of cars? You know what I mean?
No.
Like, do you think there will be cars 40 years from now?
Well, they can't get rid of fossil fuels because they need it for the war machine, right?
That's true. I just
and all that shit.
You know, okay, so I guess I'm speaking more towards the Hollywood approach. Do we think any of that's going to happen like that, or is it just symbolism?
No,
You know what I mean?
It's like that. It's like that South Park episode. Did you watch that one? where
There's a million of them.
Randy buys a Prius, and he just becomes this douche. He becomes like this.
Oh yeah.
That's basically all it is.
Right.
For all we know, they already do know how to do it. How would we know the difference?
Of course they do.
It'd be fun not to have cars,
with a gas motor.
because then you could build small local communities, right, and get back to doing shit right. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about getting rid of cars? Is that what you mean? Getting rid of cars?
Well, yeah, say there's a movie that comes out that has that for some reason all of the gasoline or the petrochemicals, everything that way, just disappears one day, and we have to figure out how to, you know what I mean, go back to
I don't have a driver's license.
That kind of thing.
Well, I mean, you're still making hydrogen, but you just can't patent water. That's the fucking problem.
Well,
So.
that's true.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just sick of having a car, bro. It's so expensive.
Well, dude, in Europe, it's better. When I was on vacation in Europe, I mean, you walk everywhere most of the time, and it's great. I mean, only in the U.S. you really have this issue.
I don't even have a car. I don't have a driver's license.
Well, the first one's fine. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't have
at least you got a wife, though. At least you got a wife. I'll give you that.
I don't have a car either, and I race Lamborghinis and win.
No, I don't have a driver's license.
I win with Lamborghinis. I could race. The only one I don't think I could win against is a Tesla, but I might be able to off the line. I probably could in a certain amount of distance.
No, not the Plaid. That Plaid.
You're talking about your camp
on my bike.
On your bike?
Oh, yeah. Well, duh.
Yeah, you're still not going to beat a Plaid.
Yeah, it has to be flat. And I won a race against the Lamborghini in a 2-block stretch.
What are you talking about? Racing?
I'm talking about racing cars with my bike. I beat a Lamborghini.
Stop being a racist.
A couple of weeks ago, or about a month ago. I raced a Lamborghini. Of course, he's in the city, so he probably.
Wait, you're a racist Lamborghini? That doesn't.
You raced a guy in a Lamborghini with his own.
Are you a racist?
Why? How can a Lamborghini be racist? It's a car.
Well, it is. If it's racing you, it's racing.
Why are you racist?
Never mind.
Okay, so racist Lamborghinis are only available on a flat stationary Earth.
They can only race.
Yeah, clearly.
They can only race.
Wait, aren't they Italian?
Nice.
On a flat Earth.
Fucking racist.
Damn, that took a long time.
I'm so glad that people are stupid and believe in the globe because I would never have met you guys.
I know that's true.
Know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe.
That's
maybe
super
we would have met.
Maybe. Yeah. Right. You're right.
Probably
You're
not
right.
very
That's
likely.
a big maybe.
Probably not likely.
Yeah.
No, it would be impossible. No, never. It would probably never happen.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, either way, I'm super grateful for the opportunity.
I'm friends with some strange people, bro. You wouldn't expect to be friends with.
Yeah.
I think everybody probably has those, though.
I mean, I'm really ugly, so none of you would want to be friends with me in person.
Oh, you should.
I like ugly guys. I like hanging out with ugly people. They make me look better.
I'm gorgeous if you think chili's attractive.
Hey, nice.
I'm like
kind of dude.
No, I don't mean edible, like appetizing. I mean attractive.
Take you to the bar with me, man. Get all the attention.
I would do you.
Everybody has their place.
I'm just 6-string Wrangler from way back. Ugly old 6-string Wrangler.
Yep.
Wang Dangler. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I found this out. It used to be actually illegal in America to spit.
Mm.
Did you know that?
That's my.
Yeah, you can't do that in Japan. It's illegal.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the first streets in Los Angeles had that. In Los Angeles, when they first incorporated, they had a law like that.
Yeah.
So you can fart, you can hiccup, you can burp, but you can't. Really?
You could shit on
the street. Well, the spit lasts a while, dude. A fart will turn into the air in like 5 seconds, but a spit's going to sit there all day and get stinky.
But everybody has to share it, though.
Not my fart.
Of course you have.
I'm an Icelander, My fart will own you.
Okay,
well, no, I don't think so. My wife can blow you out. Trust me.
They used to have
I'll bet neither of y'all's farts smell as bad as a spittoon did, though. That's what I'm trying to say. Back in the day, you had those fucking copper buckets just full of just the worst.
Made out of brass, not copper.
Yeah, right. Yeah, brass. That's why they would ding.
Yep, that's what that.
Can you imagine
that you guys didn't understand? That's why that's funny. Yeah.
Can you imagine emptying one spittoon ever, and just remembering?
I don't see what the big deal is.
Guys, what's a spittoon?
You've got countless people's different kinds of spits and
chewing tobacco.
and different kinds of tobaccos and alcohol on the breath. Some of them are sick. Some of them are not sick.
And it probably would have got spilt on you at some
We're talking
point.
different pheromones.
This wasn't like the candy-fied stuff that we have nowadays. We're talking about snuff. We're talking about like aged, like rotten, moldy, some kind of crappy, weird thing.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that you just
Those
put
guys
a
would
big
have
old chunk of in your
pouches
mouth
in their fucking knapsack for 6 weeks, and it would just sit there rotting, getting nasty, and they
the
just
kind of chewing
they just
tobacco that you
lip it.
can't swallow.
They just lip.
Otherwise
You
you
can't. No, you
fall over
can't.
sideways.
They'll take a shot of fucking pure corn whiskey before they'll
Oh yeah,
gut
whiskey
one of
will
those
kill
chaws.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention.
That whiskey will kill anything.
The person spitting that shit out had just got done drinking some rot gut with a real rattlesnake head in the bottle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shoo. It's just for looks.
Yeah, we eat rattlesnake heads for breakfast after we drink booze out of them the night
Yeah,
before.
but before that, we somehow had the technology to build something like the Taj Mahal.
You know what? I'd eat a rattlesnake.
It's fucking Indian. The fuck, man.
Hey, I would eat a rattlesnake if I was hungry enough. But
I heard the Taj Mahal was a bathhouse.
Hey,
It was like
hey, I would
like a
eat your
whorehouse.
rattlesnake.
I would eat Arby's if I was hungry enough.
I'm from
Dude, all the Arby's now.
Arby's? Wow, really? What's wrong with Arby's?
Go get me some potato cakes and what's that? A Jamocha shake? You bet. I will assimilate some Arby's. Okay.
You guys eat the rattlesnake?
Dragon steak?
I like
rattlesnake.
Oh.
Rattlesnake? Yeah, I've eaten rattlesnake once. I ate kangaroo too, and crocodile. I had alligator etouffee once.
Once upon a time, I ate your mom.
Yeah, but have you ever had an Australian?
No,
you wouldn't be alive if that were the case.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, I couldn't get it back to flat Earth. My brain is melty. But I'm gonna talk to you guys later. Earth's flat,
You're
stationary.
Right. You're right.
And again, I love you guys so much.
Yeah, I love you too.
And it's crazy that because of gullibility.
Hey, shut up and go home.
Listen, because of gullibility, we met. Okay, it's so weird, but yeah, all right.
Shit happens.
Because we fell for the globe lie. And we somehow broke out of the spell.
Yeah, you just start to be able to smell bullshit. That's all.
We just happen to meet all of you nutty flat earthers that for some reason know that the earth is flat just because it measures that way, and that's what everybody else says it does too. And no measurement of globe earth ever.
Yeah, kind of like don't even measure it.
Does anybody remember Danger Mouse?
Yeah, I fucking remember Danger Mouse.
You an old fart, huh?
I'm a fucking stupid guy.
I brought that up in a conversation today, and I had 4 or 5 people that I thought were old enough to know who that was. Were like looking at me like, who the fuck is Danger Mouse?
Danger
Mouse? Never heard of Danger Mouse? Like Renfield? Come on, man.
Yeah. No, I'm from Iceland, and I remember Danger Mouse.
Well, it was probably a British type thing or a European thing, but still, it was on Nickelodeon, so I knew it.
No, it's English.
I feel like I missed out. I never heard of Danger Mouse.
It was on Nickelodeon for a while. Nick at Night.
Mm-hmm. That's probably why.
And he had a beady-eyed little mole for like a sidekick.
I was already growed up.
That's probably what it was. Old fartism. Yeah.
Danger Mouse is like a American Mexican superhero.
Mexican.
I do remember.
Danger Mouse is Mexican.
I did not know that.
Deputy Dog.
I mean, he's American, but It sounded like a British accents to me that were doing the voiceovers. Maybe I'm wrong.
What about Deputy Dog?
Oh, yeah, is that it?
See, I remember that. I'm from Iceland, and we have.
And you remember that too. That's crazy that you're from Iceland and you remember that too. Wow.
No, you don't know. In World War II, America came here to Iceland and protected us.
Do you recognize
So-
this one?
so-
Heavens to
so-
Murgatroyd.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What was that?
so we
Snagglepuss.
Snagglepuss.
Snagglepuss, yeah. Snagglepuss is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
You don't
I
have to
learned
be
everything.
angry already.
So who was the character El Kabong?
You didn't know this?
Was
But,
that part of am I making shit up? Am I imagining? There was an El Kabong that had a guitar, broke his guitar or something, or some kind of guitar thing.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I thought it was
Was
Captain.
that in
well,
Deputy
Captain
Dog?
K-Man's one
Is
of
that a character in Deputy Dog?
It might be. Deputy Dog was it was on Droopy show. Droopy.
Droopy,
and, what's it called?
I remember
Droopy
Droopy.
show, and then there'd be that's where you remember.
That whole
At least I
little,
remember it that way.
yeah, that was series
And
of.
what is the name of the chicken that always were watching over
Mm,
from
I don't
the
remember
settings?
that.
The chicken.
Something red.
Foghorn Leghorn?
Something red.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't you know? Are you Americans?
Yes.
I'm American, yeah.
Yeah, you came to us when the World War II was.
Yeah, I'm Mexican too.
And you built up our country.
We pissed off your country.
We piss off everybody's country, dude.
You built up our country.
I haven't done that.
I didn't do anything. They did it. Somebody did it.
No, you built up. Build.
Build up.
Oh,
built
up
our
Do you
country.
guys speak English? He's speaking clearly.
No.
Come on, guys.
No. You speak the same dialect. That's all it is.
No,
That's all your fault.
no. British came first.
I know. I'm kidding.
We hated them, and then American came, and you built our countries, made our roads, made our jobs. You don't know this?
What country is this? Antarctica?
Iceland.
Yeah.
Oh, Iceland.
Oh yes.
No, I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
It was probably because you're one step
fucked our
closer to the
women.
North Pole or the South Pole, right?
Yeah, we're the hardest motherfuckers you'll find.
That's probably why they made friends with you.
No, but you really
I'm
did.
teasing. I'm kidding.
Americans really built up our country. Really.
Yeah, we Mexicans like doing that. Yeah.
Good one. I like that.
We work hard.
Well, that's
and
true, though.
we do
Yeah.
work for other people.
I'll give you
build up
that.
Other people
I think just about every Mexican person I've ever known has been a hard worker. I don't think I've ever met a lazy one in my life. So whatever that stereotype is, it's wrong. So in my mind,
I'm not being racist about Mexicans.
I mean, you said Americans, so yeah.
Americans.
Yeah.
Different.
You know,
We're-
Mexico is in America. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
live in a
South
part of
America.
Mexico. It's called California.
Brazilians are even American. I mean,
I'm talking about World War II.
you're talking about the United States of America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
don't
but those
know this.
assholes.
Oh, those.
No, they were
United-
not assholes.
United
those
States
times.
of cuckdom. All
Guys.
the cuckdom. The United
Guys.
States of cuckdom.
Guys, you should know this. Your country in the World War II fucking built up our country. You should know this. But I don't
and build other ones.
No.
Yes.
They should know this. They should know this because their country did this. because everybody hates Americans today.
What?
Yeah, like talking.
I love America.
I'll be honest. I hate Americans too.
What's America?
No, but if you were to pick America or Russia after World War II, if you pick Russia, you lost everything.
I don't know. It seems like it might be the right choice.
That might be the place to go. Is where you.
No.
Guys, you don't have to worry about everybody trying to take away all your stuff.
In the Baltic.
No, guys, I'm from a country that you saved. You don't even know about.
Once again, I say, America. What's America?
Your fucking country.
Canada.
No, America is not the country. No, America is not this country. Yeah, it is actually physically. Well, it's hard to say that. Yes, America, the country. No, where is it?
Well, don't do it if it's true.
Where is it?
America is an idea where white people and black people, Chinese people and Mexican people, all peoples can live together. That's America.
All mixed together. One big happy family.
Wait a minute. You forgot one.
Green.
Make sure you don't leave them. You forgot gay people.
The Martians. Don't forget the Martians. They're coming. We know they are.
And these are people.
I'm only being sarcastic, but it won't be long, and I guarantee you.
When Americans came to our country, we lived in like mud houses.
Are you serious?
Yes.
What's wrong with living in a mud house?
Yeah, it still had hot springs.
Yeah,
so you like living in a mud house, but they had a jacuzzi in every room.
Yeah, of course we did. No, really.
I'd dig in the ground. I wouldn't live above ground if it was too hot. I'd live underground.
You built the roads here, and
we built the roads there. Okay.
Yeah.
The roads there say made in America.
America, fuck yeah. No, but it's real. You did it.
Oh no, really? You didn't?
Yeah, and fucked our woman.
America, fuck it.
But you really built roads here and like houses and shit. After in the Second World War, you did it for real. I'm not joking.
I know you weren't joking. I was goofing around.
It's just weird. You don't know about it.
We know. We pay the price.
Yep.
For us.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Does it really surprise you that we don't know, that we're not aware of that? That it's not in our textbooks?
Because I know everything about my country.
I know. Well, I think we all think
we've
that.
We've been nation building since our great grandfathers.
You're supposed to know everything, guys.
Yeah, the Earth is not a spinning globe. We know that.
No, that's all I need to know. I'm kidding, of course.
No, but really, I thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I didn't do it personally, but you're welcome because my grandpa did fight in the war. So.
Yeah, your family.
My grandpa and your grandpa, they did.
My grandpa worked in a field.
Grandfather stuff.
He didn't do no shit. No, it's like really common these days hating America because some stupid shit.
I love America.
Yeah.
Welcome to America?
I will not come to America.
Why
not?
Why not?
Why not?
I don't know. I just had to say it.
America is the only place where you're allowed to vocalize your hatred for it and still be treated equally.
Yeah. And Iceland. No, no.
I'd like to challenge you to prove.
Oh.
You want me to hate America?
No. I'm
Officially?
talking to him
No,
about.
don't hate America.
No, I was talking to Iron.
You have too much freedom here.
I'm saying I think you have more freedom than you think you do. I think you have less freedom than you think you do.
I'm saying to you, it's because of America.
I don't know, man, but I've heard that if you speak against the Queen in Canada, that's treason.
Fuck the Queen in Canada.
The Queen of England owns your passport if you're a Canadian and you have a passport. That's not a Canadian passport.
So you can't go to this American place and say whatever
You
you
gotta be
want.
careful. YouTube algorithm might hear you saying stuff about the Queen.
Listen.
Hey, guys, when someone is speaking, you don't say guys. When someone is speaking, you don't stop them saying guys, okay? Just let them finish, okay? Guy?
Sorry. The only two people that have won Britain in war is America and Iceland. We won them in the war.
You're welcome.
We didn't fight.
No, you did not win our war.
Actually, we
won
lost to
our
Britain in war.
No,
1812.
you
we
won
lost.
independence war.
No, that was the King's Private Army. It's a difference.
Yeah, but we won our war. We sailed our ships in the face of British ships, and we won.
Mercenary.
Aaron, you're a robot.
You're a
robot, my guy.
Yeah, you're roboting, dude. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Russian mercenaries. That exactly.
No, we won our war with Britain.
Look, America is not the United States, and the United States is not America. They're two different places. America is like the land where we live. The United States is the shit government we have.
Guys,
good way to put
most
it.
Americans.
Very well put. I was trying to think of a way to say it.
Most Americans don't vote. Most Americans don't want to participate in this criminal enterprise. So
of course you don't.
So don't judge us too harshly.
Now, why the fuck would I do that?
Well, I'm just saying, like, well, I know that around the world, more and more people are starting to hate Americans because of the United States government, and it's unfortunate. But they're getting mad at us for not getting rid of the criminals, and I don't blame them.
What criminals?
The government.
You guys don't understand.
Do you think the United States government is a criminal enterprise?
No.
Yes.
What?
No.
You're thinking opposite, bro. United States is a criminal organization, I promise you.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. You have protected us for a long time. I'm telling you guys.
We have protected you
my
from
country.
yourself. We have protected you from yourself.
No, from Russia.
From
Russia and other countries.
Oh, God.
You have protected us for a long time. From World War II.
They protected us from wars that they manufactured us into? That's
I don't know, man. Okay, we're not dead. But all I'm saying, thinks we are not dead.
The United States government didn't protect you from the globe propaganda. That's for sure, right?
No, of course they didn't.
They failed on that.
But from getting killed, yes.
They didn't protect you from getting killed in Vietnam. Instead, they manufactured a lie to go kill people in Vietnam.
No, from World War II.
Why? Who tried to invade Iceland?
They attacked Norway. It's called the Nazis.
Yeah. So they attacked Norway. Well, Norway's a little far away.
Yeah. No, it's not far away. It's over the sea.
I mean, do you think that the Nazis were gonna like take Iceland?
They probably would if they could have.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. Well, if it
It's a
was easy,
volcanic
yeah.
island, right? I
Yes.
mean, that's what they
Yeah.
want.
Guys.
They
Yes.
had other problems. Iceland was probably very low down on the list of things to do.
No. Iceland is the frontier to go to England, to America.
Yeah, I get it. What I'm saying
It's the easiest way to get planes over.
think about it like this: the Nazis, they have a list of shit they want to do, of things they want to do. Conquering Iceland is way at the bottom.
No, because they want to
Yeah, forget the Russian army. Let's take care of the people in Iceland.
Yeah, but don't you remember they were trying to get British and to America?
Maybe they wanted ice. They wanted Iceland.
That's funny.
No, they wanted the landing site to get to America.
Oh, a base. Yeah. I guess
Yeah.
that would have been useful.
Elsa and Anna needed the.
Yeah, I guess the
That's what I'm
planes back
talking
then had a different range than the planes of today.
Yeah.
Apparently, they
But
could
didn't
fly
they
at
have
11
to?
miles in the air.
But thank God they never get to it because they never conquered Britain. And America came and fucked them up. That's what I'm saying. You came and you fucking saved us.
So thank God for big banks and communism.
I don't know about
But
Oh,
it's the
thank God
Russians
for
that
fucking
defeated the
people.
Nazi army. Not
Yeah, thank
the
God
Russians lost 25 million people in World War II. The United States and all the Allies combined lost 1.5 million. So I'm just
talking
saying,
about
World
that.
War II, you could be speaking German right now if it wasn't for the Russians.
Yeah, and I'm more close to the Germans than America. They're the same people as me.
Did you say thank you to the Russians or no?
No, thank you to the Americans.
But more
Hold on.
Russians died for you than Americans.
The Russians didn't build his roads.
No, Americans saved us.
Yeah, but Americans spent more dollars.
No.
They
Americans
used bullets,
joined the
rifles,
war.
tanks, planes, but
Spend more
Russian
dollars.
blood that was spilled,
No,
or Russian blood, and American blood.
yeah, of course there
The
was more.
Americans supplied the armaments for war.
Yeah, but no, the Americans came to my front. Russians were on the other front. They would not save me or my family.
Are you not
Americans
aware of how many socks, boots, radios, rifles, bullets, everything was given to the Russians by the Americans?
Yeah, I know.
So
They are just asking if Russia was saving me. No, the Americans came to Iceland.
We're talking about the big picture. In the big picture, the Russians saved you. Because if the Russians didn't beat the Nazis, then the United States would not have been able to stop the Nazis and save Iceland. Germany lost because they were fighting a two-front war.
Yeah, I
You even
know.
argue they were fighting a three-front war. They got full of themselves. Why you thought you could fight a war on three fronts is beyond me.
I know that. But Russia was not on my side. It was America.
Can't look at it that way. Got to look at it as the whole thing.
you can hand people rifles, boots, socks, and radios and bullets, but if they're not willing to put them on and pick them up and fight, then it's meaningless.
Yeah, but
the Russian people were willing to fight with what we gave them. They had nowhere near an ability to have a meaningful impact unless we supplied them with what they needed to do. Same thing as Afghanistan the first time and the second time. But
you fought too.
Yeah, they fought. And God bless them for fighting.
You fought. America's
we fought from the left. They fought from the right.
Yeah, and I'm
And
from
we
the
squished
left.
them.
And I'm from the left.
Is that what happened when the left and the right get together? They start killing people.
What the fuck, man? Fucking Nazis. Fucking kill them all.
What is a Nazi at this point in 2022?
The word has lost all its meaning at this point.
Yeah, lost every meaning.
If anything, the people
maybe that was the
screaming it
idea.
are more like it.
That is the idea. Of course it is.
Guys, the only thing I'm saying is shit. I'm just trying to say that Americans had a good effect on my country. And you put us in a... And you don't want to believe it. I don't understand why.
Don't attribute belief to our position.
No, okay, I'm sorry, but
look,
why
it's not
the
that we don't
fuck
want to
don't
believe
you
it.
believe it?
You overestimate the
No.
charity of the United States government.
No, not today. You're idiots today. But in those times...
Did the United States send any troops to Iceland?
Yeah. A lot of them.
How many troops were stationed there? Was there actual combat in Iceland? Did a war actually
No.
happen there?
Yeah. They sunk the ship of my cousin. He died because of a UV boat going up and like... But we were like... the Germans didn't hate us because we were pure. We wanted...
No, that's getting into a dangerous
Okay,
territory
I'm
of
reading from
ideology.
Wikipedia.
Does that mean you're very white?
Wikipedia says
Yeah. We were like closed off. We were on
You
an
can't
island.
substantiate your reasoning when, in fact, you have to now drift into the
It says
realm of
Iceland was officially
reported.
neutral during World War II.
We
However, British
lived...
invaded Iceland in May 1940, and in May 1941, the defense of Iceland was transferred from Britain to the United States, which was still a neutral country
that's what I'm
until 5
talking
months
about.
later.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And
So basically, the U.S. came over and say, "Hey, now we administrate this land. You're welcome."
yeah, and we called them out and told them to leave because we didn't want war. But they...
Who?
America.
Hey, I think Lando wants to say something. Lando, welcome to the Florida Discord. How are you?
Apparently, a
Good.
lot of some of the Nazi merchant vessels sought shelter within Iceland's neutral waters, but they were sunk by Allied warships.
Yeah, and they're like, I know of a fishing boat. It was like they bumped into it like a UV boat came up under it, and like broke the hell seal.
British troops arrived and stayed at Reykjavik, causing many social disruptions. Women and young girls were thought to have had sexual relations with British soldiers.
Yeah,
Reports also
many.
showed an increase in prostitution.
Huh? What? No, not
Oh,
prostitution.
so basically, we saved you
You're
from
mad
the
because the
British.
British turned your women into whores.
No, not prostitution. That's a lie.
Oh, sorry, they gave it away for free. My bad.
Of course they did.
That's even worse.
Why? Why can they have not sex with a British soldier?
Well, if you want to capture some DNA and make a better child, then I guess nothing. But do you want to raise a field of crops and a bunch of livestock and then just give them away?
They are free women. Can do what they fucking want.
Yeah, do what they want, but you know, there's risks associated with getting pregnant, childbirth, things like that. So, you know, if they're going to take a risk, then, you know, they should at least
Hey, we have a whole country in England or
All right,
America.
so World War II hookers or not, Earth measures flat. How's that sound?
Yep.
What?
And
What
it
did I
was
miss?
measured flat by World War II hookers.
Try, they were around back then when it was flat then too. So yeah.
Don't call our women hookers.
See, do you know how I know they measured it? Because they were waiting for the sailors to come
So the
into
women were
port, and they
flat,
could
or-
see the boat like 40 miles away.
At
And they're
least
like,
40.
"We're about to
yeah.
get paid, ladies. About
That's
to get
right.
paid."
They knew before we did.
Like sirens.
How can I see those whores on this ship if the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, sirens on the rocks.
I can see the whores in Iceland from 40 miles away.
That's terrible. Damn it!
They
What did
must
I
be
start?
fat.
Oh, I'll take
not
it too
just
far.
into-
Believe me.
That's okay. You can.
I'll take it too far, then go a little further.
You're a funny guy.
And can I go a little further than that?
It's funny, man. I mean, you can tie anything into flat Earth. That's what's so great about it.
Why you're tying that to flat Earth?
Because
Just
like
calling
ships
women
are
nice
supposed
and
to go over the horizon, but if you can see a whore from 40 miles away on a boat, then obviously the Earth is flat.
Otherwise, how the heck do you see 40 miles?
Her chest isn't though.
Yes. Oh, that's
Well,
all.
hopefully
You can see
not.
is the
Hopefully,
chest.
hopefully you don't waste all that time for nothing.
Why the fuck do you think that's funny?
Forget.
How do
I
you
don't know.
guys feel
It's an
about a
American thing.
dartboard being representative of a flat Earth model? Not a map, a model. And not even a model, just a representative, figurative placeholder.
Yeah, you just put a hole in it and you got golf, and basketball, you just put it
You
on a
guys heard
pole.
about Friesland? Friesland used to be an island that appears on maybe Iceland dude heard of it. Friesland. Used to be on maps. Used to be north of England. It was on all these maps from like the 1500s, 1400s, and it just disappeared. Like it's not just like they name it. They have like names of towns and cities on the map.
This isn't like the Mandela thing, is it?
No.
I'm kidding.
How big was it?
I don't know.
I bet it's a golf course now.
I bet it was a
Only
pole
for
in
the in
middle and
crowd.
had 4 lakes running out of it.
Appeared on virtually all maps of North Atlantic from the 1560s through the 1660s.
Maybe the Queen of England's nephew bought it and then asked for it to be deleted from all maps in existence. And they wrote an algorithm that sought out through the internet and corrupted every file that had any reference to it.
Yeah,
Why do you think this is a good map? Tell me about it. This is one of the worst maps I've ever seen.
Well, it is like 400 years old.
Yeah, and you're like putting it to us like it's a good idea.
Listen, this is just listen, do you see the link? This is just a map, an example of a map that with this island appearing on it, but there's more than just this. This place called Friesland used to appear on maps for 100 years and then just disappeared.
Friesland is my country, man.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't disappear.
Of course we didn't disappear.
Damn it, that ruins your whole philosophy.
It says Friesland is a phantom island that appeared on virtually all maps of the North Atlantic.
No, Friesland is behind the Englandera. You're talking about the one in the middle, right? You're talking about the one in the middle, right?
Look, yeah, but well,
yeah,
just read the article.
Greenland.
No, they said it wasn't. They said it was confused with Iceland.
No.
They said that like people would confuse Iceland for Greenland, and so like this is what Wikipedia says. It's Wikipedia.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, it's the middle one.
I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. I didn't make any claims, dude.
Greenland.
I'm just saying there's an island. It's what you're just argumentative. You drinking?
Do you realize that what you just said was speculative
You're
at
just
best? They confused it with this. That's
Yeah, I
speculation.
don't know what the hell they did.
You weren't there. You don't know what they were not confused about. So give him a little bit more.
There's a lot of islands that appear on
Just
maps.
give
that
him
just
one
disappear.
more.
No,
Give him
it's
one more inch
Iceland.
of rope. And
You're talking
he
about
hasn't
my
found
country.
himself yet. I think you're being a bit abrupt by saying he's run out of rope.
Greenland is the top one, and in the middle is Iceland. Behind,
because
down on
Is that
Friesland is
all you
neither
have
one
to
of those.
say?
Neither one of those islands. Friesland is the
No.
one that's on the bottom. We got to draw
No,
arrows.
Greenland is in the no, Iceland is in the middle, Greenland is on top, and Britain is down on the bottom. And
No.
Norway
The one on the
is
bottom is Friesland. That's what we're talking about. It's a phantom island that used to be on maps, which disappeared.
Friesland. Why?
I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Friesland. Frisland.
Yeah, I know it. I just, hey, if you want to tell me, just tell me.
Is the country's national sport ultimate frisbee?
Where?
In Friesland.
I'm not from Friesland.
Are you sure?
It's
from
closer to
Iceland.
Atlantis' location than anything else. Any other explanation for it?
So you know where? So you know where Atlantis is?
Beyond the gates of Hercules? Beyond
Every
there,
once in a while, I
somewhere
get
in
the
that
funny feeling that
direction?
you're all wrong.
Up Zeus's ass.
No, that's Uranus.
Yeah, I
Oh, I'm
love you,
sorry, I
man.
got it mixed.
Oh my God, I love you, man. You said the right thing at the right time.
Hey, in Iceland, do any people walk around with T-shirts that say "Niceland" on them?
What was that?
What up, guys?
still here.
Long silence there for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I went to a toilet, man. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
That was TMI, dude. TMI.
Come on, guys, keep the chat going.
Who was that asked the Iceland question? Somebody asked about the shirt.
Stop always asking what I understand. I'll ask him. This small woman is angry.
Yeah, I'll ask it again. In Iceland, do people ever wear T-shirts that say "Niceland" on them? Nice
Yeah,
land.
all the time. It's the only thing we wear.
That's good to know.
Yeah, it's the only thing we wear. Like, what did you say?
It's why you don't need second. It's why you don't need gun rights, right?
Yeah, we got fists.
It's the nicest country in the Atlantic.
No, it's not. The fuck is this?
Well, everybody stop laughing.
Fuck. Oh shit. Put that video in. You're all gone, guys.
No, we're not all gone.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I will not say America is good again. Clearly don't like it.
Didn't you just say like the opposite a half an hour ago? Keep going back and forth, man.
I told you, America fucking teaches us how to fucking make a country. You don't
It's
want
almost
to
like you're
believe.
saying America. You know, it's the greatest country in the world. Oh, but you know, it's the worst country in the world. Yeah, it's the greatest and the worst country in the world at the same time.
No. You were good when you taught us how to make a country. I'm talking about we lived in like grass houses. But you might be stupid today. But you fucking taught us how to fucking.
Is there
America.
a bit in there?
I think every American should know this. You did a good job in Iceland. In World War II.
Have you ever stopped to think about that America has the most honest and robust recording of its own history compared to every other country?
Yeah, and they like thought like the Finns. The schooling system in Finland was created by Americans, and but the Americans went from it. America created the most liberal things in all of Europe.
So you're trying to say that America has been infiltrated by Marxists, especially in the education system.
Why is your education system failing?
It's Marxist run and driven.
Yeah, but the Finns have the best education system in the world.
We used to. We don't anymore.
No. The Finns from Finland.
Well, because they have the old version of iTunes, and there's been 35 updates.
America.
They haven't updated.
From America.
Well, if they had updated to the current model in America, they'd be just as messed up.
Yeah, but why did it happen? Because America
Marxism.
Fucking greed.
It's not just Marxism, but there's an aspect of that, I think, and you're certainly not wrong about that. But I think a big part of it is general inefficiency and bureaucracies.
Greed.
Yeah. Greed again plays a factor, a smaller part of what I'm even describing right now. But it's ultimately just inefficiency. So it's like, you know, when you have a bigger, you know, it's the same thing with business. You know, like I'm sure when McDonald's started, the very first McDonald's, I'm sure they had real beef, you know, real food. But as something gets duplicated and kept under one big corporate umbrella, you know,
scaled up.
The quality. What I'm saying, the quality goes down, and you know, people kind of lose track of the quality, and then they'll let it slide when the quality gets a little bit worse, and they let it slide, and they keep going there eating that stupid bullshit, keep sending their kids to that stupid school, you know, and you know, slowly, incrementally over time, it just gets worse and worse and more inefficient. You know, the superintendent's salaries keep going up, but your child still learns less, you know, year by year, you know. So I'm just saying it's just general inefficiency over a period of time that people lose track of. That I think is a big part of it.
Yeah, it's the biggest part of it. But the thing is, how are you gonna fight it?
You can abolish tenure for
You got to get
professors
politically
and
active.
educators. You can get rid of tenure.
No. Really, how are you gonna fight it? Because you have America with their standards, and then you have Russia, and then you have Chinese. What you gonna do? What do you want?
Everybody in all three of those places want the exact same thing for themselves and their
No.
governments that are presiding over them.
No. In America, you choose your leader.
You're as free as you're allowed.
In Russia, you don't choose your leader.
We don't choose our leader in America. We tried to, and then fraud takes it away. How many dead people voted in the election?
You want capitalism or communism?
That's hyper redundantly just like simplistic.
No, it's the truth.
No, because our vote does not count.
Of course
We're
it
taught
doesn't
to
count.
believe it does, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but America still does good things. Russia destroys countries.
Yeah, they proclaim to do good things for people overseas, but they meanwhile
America
don't
does
do
too.
anything for us.
Yeah, but when you have to choose, which do you want? You want Putin or you want Joe Biden?
That's a false dichotomy.
No, that's the truth. There is nothing else. There is there's no background or nothing. It's just the truth. These two guys.
So either Putin runs the world or Joe Biden runs the world? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Okay, then change
Neither
it.
one of them run the world.
Then change it.
No, I don't need to change it because it's false on its face. Neither one of them are in charge of the world.
Of course they're not in charge of the world.
You just said they were, though.
But do you want to fight them?
No, just help people learn to ignore them.
Yeah, and
everybody who stands with Ukraine on their Facebook page, they can't point on a map to it. They don't know where it is, anything about it, nothing.
We are not stopping the war. They are not listening and don't give a shit. They are killing people and they don't give a shit. We are not having any effect.
Are they killing more people than the vaccines? We can't have that discussion. That's verboten, forbidden.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Right, because even if it is 1,000 times more people or 1,000,000 times more people, we're not allowed to talk about that. But we gotta find an anecdotal one person in Ukraine who died, and the whole world's supposed to mobilize. Give me a break.
Talking about that. Just saying.
How about China with their Uyghur concentration camps? We're just
Hey,
going to
hey, wait, no,
continue to
I got
ignore
a better
that?
idea. Gardars. Have you ever, like, what's the closest proximity you've been to a volcano?
I thought this was a flat Earth server.
What's that?
It is. Do you have something to say about the flat Earth or a question about it?
No, I'm just listening.
What's my closest proximity? I live next to it.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Like, and by the way, technically, I'm still talking about the Earth. You know, volcanoes are only on the flat Earth, but yeah. Wait, so you're right next to it? Like, how far? Like, put a little more detail.
I don't know. We used to go when we were in kindergarten and like bake bread in an old volcano. In Westmanland. We just walk up to a volcano. I'm not sure how long, but we put bread in the mountain and make it bake. And like for 50 years ago, there was an eruption in my hometown, and one guy died because he went to the gases, but everyone just took the boats and left. We live in an island, and there was a volcano like a few miles from here. I live now on the mainland, and you probably saw it in the news. We live in those time, and we just went to the volcano and saw it. It was beautiful. Fucking psycho. Can probably look it up. There was a volcano here, really, like 2 weeks ago or something.
Do you remember the name of the incident? I can't remember the name of it, but I'm pretty sure it was off, I think, the eastern coast, or at least off the coast of Iceland somewhere, where someone in the I'm talking about a totally different instance. The only time I know of in mankind's history where they've actually filmed the birth of a island where a volcanic eruption happened under the water. And by the time it was done, there was an island, and they caught it on camera.
Surtsey.
Surtsey. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
that's the name of the island?
Yeah.
Surtsey.
It's close to where I lived. And you can't go there because, you know, they want to film every plant that grows there. Surtsey.
That's pretty cool. Don't let anyone on just so they can watch the plants grow. That's hilarious.
It's close to the island where I'm from. We fish there a lot. But you can't go there because they want to see like how life begins from an island that's just new. And it's called Surtsey. Surtsey. And Surtur is from what's the name of our mythology? Can you tell me? From our mythology. in English. Also true.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Roger.
Guys, do you know?
One second, I wanna, and then I'm going on mute again. So it's the 1st of April, and I kid you not, it snowed in the Netherlands. So I had to bury my car, dig out my car today. 1st of April. You got snow there, Garters?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, but it's going down.
Okay. Yeah, it just snowed here, so.
Where are
It's
you?
crazy stuff. The Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Yes.
Netherlands for our brothers.
Anyway, that's all I had to add. Crazy.
No, I feel you, man, because I'm here in Portland, Oregon, about the same latitude as you, and it's very like I don't think it's happened in my lifetime, but I was told by someone older than me growing up here. She said that when she was like a teenager, it snowed here in April, and like that's like it never happens here, so I can imagine it's rare there.
Yeah, I remember this was like 10 years ago. It snowed the end of March, like the 20th of March was one day that it snowed, and we had like traffic jams all over. And today it starts snowing at midnight. It was like a few centimeters of snow on my car. Crazy, man.
I just realized I think this is the first time I've actually had a winter here in Oregon where I don't think it snowed once. Like I think I went the entire winter without seeing a single snowflake. Like normally at least you see like just a few, like rarely ever sticks. You know, like a snowstorm like once every 4 years. You know, kind of a rare thing. But I don't think I saw it snow at all.
TJ Dillashaw.
Yeah, well, I've been a researcher for, for about 15 years now, since I've various truth, 9/11, and topics from there. So I've got into that. In summer of 2014, I was a strange video about weird experiments, and it also told me about the perpetrator. So I was a bit surprised at what that calculation was. So I went out and tested it. And I see way more than I was supposed to be. That's yeah. So I'm very happy. Since I must say this is sort of podcast, not something that I would watch myself, but of course this is very public. what I have. And of course, that makes it interesting. So I'm actually very honored to be here. And I think we, as you said, we need to have more of these practices. So for me, I am a researcher in Sussex. I've been here for a few months now since May. And I study physics, the sort of fundamental concept of nature, the one which we don't go, which is more of like by observations. So we have various theory, which is certain day, or one
There's someone there. Who the hell am I talking to?
measure the frequency.
I hear somebody. Who the hell am I talking to? No.
Or you I was going to ask you sort of the lead points in your mind when you ask this one. Leading points. Well, the personal science is a black curve. No matter how much we can find pesky curvature, we can't find it. Self-experience. So on to that calculation, go out, you have a landmark. One perfectly over the sea. And do cycling experiments to see how much you're supposed to see. So much. So between that and the gyroscope, that's my next gyroscope has a property. Once it's set spin, regardless of that, regardless of where it's on.
Where the fuck are these noises coming from?
So yeah, you always have a mechanical backup. Also,
I'm hearing fucking noises. I'm stoned, but I'm not that damn stoned. Okay.
so it's spinning up. So it's reference to the ground. Once that reference to the ground is set,
Nope.
then they always know the horizon. It's not because, as a plane sort of doesn't say, gyroscope is stable.
I have no idea how to use this fucking app, man. I'm so fucking confused.
Always tough. Gyroscopes have these things called pendulous values, correct. But when you actually look into what pendulous values
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Matthew.
I don't think I've seen you here before.
I come and go.
Yeah, me too. I'm here sometimes when I'm just sort of working on other stuff, playing around.
truth seekers. Welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well-spoken and very well-written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing. We got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care. As George Carlin said, they're all fairly not connected, so not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true. And so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers. And, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along. But it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence like you were talking about. And you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA. You've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you. You've seen the globe on the desk for years. But in fact, the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images. Sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window. So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And it's, when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, you know, it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, you know, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You know, you name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, heavy, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and we could become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Yeah, gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you know, you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. but again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive, why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So this like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination and ready to come down. at 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. That what I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economic side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there seemed to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And like you have to be like this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And the same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons 100 years ago or whatever, and before that it was fairly understood you were on the flat earth. Then something happened, some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory, and that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever, that I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a million comments down below. And, I have this one, there's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself, they say. And, it's usually some little loser. And I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything. And he's like watching you because, he's never done anything. So he's got to watch everything you're doing. And they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk, you're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really to science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water. but in fact it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're like the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one, too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one, in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane, which seems insane to me. And maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this. I've been looking it up. And I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And
yeah, they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us with this spinning ball earth model is that the magnetism of the ball earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift, so the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. Well, I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we'd need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. Right. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So If you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boylan. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane, and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers as examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government started, and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like, if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to